Young master, I overheard something interesting. The old man quickly changed the topic after he saw his young master began to reminisce about the past with great sorrow. The gray-clad young man was none other than the first young master of Lu clan, Lu Song. Lu Song's burning gaze landed on the old man before he asked him in a deep voice, "Is it related to Duan Ling Tian?" "Yes." The old man nodded. "Speak," Lu Song said. Today, clan leader offered a reward for anyone within the northern mountain land and the southern outer land who's able to present him with a rare item, the old man said. A reward? How's a reward given by the clan leader related to Duan Ling Tian? Lu Song asked with a frown. What if Duan Ling Tian's the one who's offering the reward? The old man questioned. Oh, Lu Song's interest was piqued when he heard this. What item is the clan leader looking for on behalf of Duan Ling Tian? They are looking for a rare medicinal material known as the soul-stabilizing grass. The old man explained what he had overheard. At the same time, a lifelike painting of a grass appeared in his hand. This copied painting was distributed by the clan leader. He's looking for this grass, the old man added. I have never seen such a grass. Lu Song frowned and shook his head after taking a look at the painting. Do you know what Duan Ling Tian wants to do with this grass? I did not hear anything about that. The old man shook his head. Although I'm unaware of why he wants this grass, I'm sure this grass is extremely important to him, and he desperately wants it. How come? Lu Song looked at the old man skeptically. Young master, do you know what's offered by the clan leader and Duan Ling Tian as a reward for finding that grass? The old man asked. Hurry up. Just tell me the answer. How would I know the answer to such a question? Lu Song said impatiently. Duan Ling Tian promised a grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 grade 1 life recovery pills as a reward for that grass. The old man enunciated each word carefully. His eyes sparkled and with greed when he mentioned the grade 1 spirit weapon. Although he was a martial monarch powerhouse, the best spirit weapon he possessed was merely a grade 2 spirit weapon. Although the Lu clan had several grade 1 spirit weapons, he did not get one due to his current status and position. He might have a chance to obtain a grade 1 spirit weapon if the young master he served became the clan leader of Lu clan. Grade 1 spirit weapon? Snap. Lu Song accidentally snapped the wooden sword in his hand after he heard the old man's words. However, he did not seem to notice what he had done. His gaze was fixed on the old man before him. Are you sure it's a grade 1 spirit weapon? Yes. The old man nodded with certainty. I've already verified it. There are only 4 grade 1 spirit weapons in our clan. Our clan leader would go so far as to give up one of them. A hint of jealousy appeared in Lu Song's eyes and on his face. The grade 1 spirit weapon that's offered as a reward isn't from our clan, the old man said and shook his head. Not a grade 1 spirit weapon from our clan? Lu Song was stunned. He asked, Duan Ling Tian is going to provide the grade 1 spirit weapon for the reward? I believe he's capable of refining grade 1 life recovering pills. However, the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild is the only person able to craft grade 1 spirit weapons in the entire southern outer land. A grade 1 spirit weapon is an extremely rare item in southern outer land. Many martial monarchs from second-rate forces do not even have a grade 1 spirit weapons, Lu Song said. Based on the way he spoke, it was obvious Lu Song did not believe Duan Ling Tian was capable of crafting grade 1 spirit weapons. Young master, don't forget that Duan Ling Tian is a grade 1 alchemist. As long as he's willing, he can always use grade 1 medicinal pills to exchange for a grade 1 spirit weapon, the old man said. Now that you mentioned it, this is highly possible. It seems like there's a lot of treasure on Duan Ling Tian. Lu Song nodded as his eyes flashed. Greed filled his face. This might be a chance for us. Lu Song murmured to himself. He smiled slyly as if he was thinking of something sinister. A chance? The old man was puzzled. Yes, a chance. A chance to kill Duan Ling Tian. Lu Song's eyes gleamed coldly as his gaze fell on the broken wooden sword. Little Huai, rest assured Big Brother will avenge you. I'm not qualified to be your big brother if I don't shred Duan Ling Tian into a million pieces, Lu Song said as he looked at the wooden sword. The old man's eyes brightened suddenly after he heard Lu Song's words. He knew his young master would not have confidently said that if he was not certain. He looked forward to seeing how things would unfold. Young master, how do you plan on killing Duanling Tian? The old man could not resist asking. Lu Song explained the plan that he had just came up with a moment ago without any hesitation. After that, Lu Song looked at the old man and asked, "What are your thoughts on this plan?" "You are wise, young master." A wide grin could be seen on the old man's face after he listened to the plan. It seems like this time around we'll also be making a small fortune apart from avenging little young master. Lu Song could not help but feel smug after he listened to the old man's praise. Duanling Tian. Just wait for it. Lu Song's eyes were filled with killing intent when he thought of the purple figure. A huge web of conspiracy was approaching Duanling Tian with him being unaware. Those people were waiting for him to fall into the trap they set up. All the injuries on Duanling Tian that was caused by Feng Tianwu finally healed after he consumed the life-recovering pill and rested for a few days. All that remained was a scar on his chest. The life-recovering pill could have completely healed the scar, but Duanling Tian left it there on purpose. Let it be. It's a reminder of an unforgettable memory. Duanling Tian thought as he touched the scar on his chest while he was showering. A faint smile hung on his face. After showering, he freshened up and then sat on his bed to cultivate. The room was empty apart from him and the empty ice coffin. As for Tianwu, he had gotten a maid to move her into a neighboring room. 9 dragons were sovereign technique, roving dragon form. Duanling Tian fell deep into his cultivation. He was holding 2 different concept fragments in his hands as he comprehended the concepts and cultivated at the same time. Why do I feel like something's not right? Shortly after, Duanling Tian opened his eyes. There was a puzzled expression on his face as though a question had stumped him. This is not the first time. Previously, when I was comprehending 2 different concepts, it didn't feel like this. Duanling Tian shook his head and shut his eyes again to continue his cultivation and comprehending the 2 different concepts. Soon after, he opened his eyes again. What's the problem? Duanling Tian frowned. He did not understand what went wrong. He felt something was wrong every time he tried to comprehend 2 different concepts through 2 concept fragments since the time he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duanling Tian always felt distracted whenever he attempted to comprehend the concepts. The distraction occasionally occurred when he was trying to comprehend one concept. Then the frequency increased when he tried to comprehend another concept. I must find out the cause this time. Duanling Tian was confounded. It had greatly affected his efficiency in comprehending concepts. As time passed, Duanling Tian experimented over and over again as he tried to find the cause of the distraction when he was comprehending concepts. After an hour of experimenting, he finally found the cause. This can't be right? Duanling Tian was stunned when he figured out the answer. If there was another person in the room observing Duanling Tian, they would have noticed a total of 3 different concept fragments in Duanling Tian's hands. Just a moment ago, he discovered he could simultaneously comprehend 3 different concepts through 3 corresponding concept fragments. Moreover, the speed of Duanling Tian's comprehending the 3 concepts was quite fast. More importantly, the feeling of being distracted was gone. Ah, I see. I'm distracted due to my consciousness splitting. It should be the side effect from that time in the Crimson Sky Kingdom when I was devilified by Devil Seal Tablet for the 2nd time. It was not hard for Duanling Tian to figure this out. He still remembered the reason why he could comprehend 2 different concepts simultaneously through 2 different concept fragments. It was the side effect of being devilified by the Devil Seal Tablet. At that time, his consciousness was forcefully split into 2. This time, his consciousness was forcefully split into 3. That was what allowed him to simultaneously comprehend 3 different concepts. In conclusion, this side effect is beneficial to me. It's the total opposite of the other side effect where I can't control my emotion. The latter only caused me problems while the former is helping me. Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief after he discovered the cause of the distraction. It was always better to be aware of something than to stumble blindly in the dark. I didn't expect the problem that had been plaguing me for so long is due to my consciousness being split into 3. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. My consciousness has split into 3. I'm able to comprehend 3 different concepts at the same time. The speed of my comprehension is almost double compared to before. Duan Tian felt extremely satisfied when he thought about this. At the same time, he shut his eyes and continued to focus on his cultivation. In his hands, there were 3 concept fragments to assist him in comprehending the 3 types of concepts. At this moment, Duan Tian was totally immersed in his cultivation and comprehending the concepts. Comprehending 3 different concepts at once gave him a whole new feeling. It was extremely satisfying and not something he had ever experienced before. After cultivating for 1 night, Duan Tian was very happy even though there was no substantial improvement in his strength. He was glad his consciousness was split into 3, and he could comprehend 3 different concepts at once.
Elder Duan.
Duan Tian, who had just finished freshening up when the sun was high in the sky, heard a servant calling out to him outside his door. Yes. When Duan Tian opened his door, the servant outside passed him a spatial ring and said, "Elder Duan, the clan leader asked me to hand this over to you." The clan leader was here? Duan Tian was a little surprised when he heard the servant's words. He took the spatial ring from the servant. Yes. The servant nodded. Clan leader came early this morning. He left the spatial ring to me before he left because he didn't want to disturb your rest, Elder Duan.
Duan Tian nodded and twirled the spatial ring in his hand for a while before returning to his room. After he closed the door, he pricked his finger to establish a blood ownership claim with the spatial ring.
It seems like the clan leader is quite anxious. He shook his head and smiled before he looked inside the spatial ring. He knew what the clan leader wanted him to do. Just like he had expected, there were many medicinal materials in the spatial ring. Additionally, there was a list that listed several types of grade 1 pills that the Lu clan wanted him to refine.
However, the requested number of pills made Duan Tian speechless. Are they looking down on me?
Duan Tian could not help but smile bitterly after glancing at the pile of medicinal materials in the spatial ring and the amount of grade 1 pills jotted down on the list. Based on the requested number of grade 1 pills on the list, only 30% of the medicinal materials in the spatial ring was needed. I would only use 30% of the medicinal materials at the most to form the number of requested grade 1 pills on the list. Well, since the clan leader wants to gift me the medicinal materials, I can only accept it. Duan Tian muttered to himself as a bright smile appeared on his face. If the Lu clan's clan leader, Lu Rui, was around to hear what Duan Tian said, he would have been rendered speechless. In Lu Rui's opinion, the number of medicinal materials he provided was a little insufficient considering the number of grade 1 pills requested on the list.
Ordinarily, a grade 1 alchemist would find it difficult to form the number of grade 1 pills requested on the list even if he depleted all the medicinal materials in the spatial ring.
That was because the success rate of a grade 1 alchemist in forming pills was usually between 20% to 30%.
In fact, they rarely exceeded 30%.
Even the guild master of Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern Outerland had a success rate of around 25% when it comes to refining pills. In the Lu clan's 10,000 years of history, the only one who had more than 30% of success rate in forming grade 1 pills was the founder of Lu clan. Among the tens of grade 1 alchemists in the later generation, the highest success rate they had was at 28%.
The task he gave Duan Tian needed a success rate of 30% to fulfill it.
Naturally, he was not trying to find fault with Duan Tian. He would not be unhappy even if Duan Tian depleted all the medicinal materials in the spatial ring and still failed to form the requested number of grade 1 pills on the list. He did this to test Duan Tian's medicine refinement level. After all he knew about that Duan Tian was that he could manifest grade 1 pill fire, and he was a grade 1 alchemist with a profound insight on the medicine refinement Dao.
As for Duan Tian's actual medicine refinement level, he knew nothing about it. Fortunately, Duan Tian was not aware of Lu Rui's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have scoffed at him.
The clan leader wanted to test if his success rate of forming grade 1 pills would exceed 30%. They looked down on him too much.
It should be noted that he had the Rebirth Martial Emperor's techniques and lifelong experience in refining medicine. In terms of refining medicine, there was no difference between him and the Rebirth Martial Emperor. As long as he was not distracted, his success rate was 100%.
These medicinal materials are necessary to refine grade 1 pills. They're all extraordinarily valuable. However, more than 70% of it will belong to me after today. Before Duan Ling Tian began to refine the pills, he glanced at the pile of medicinal materials in the spatial ring again. The smile on his face became wider and wider. He took a moment to calm him down before he prepared to refine the Grade 1 pills requested on the list. Grade 1 life recovery pills were obviously on the list. As for the others, there were Grade 1 pills similar in difficulty to refine as Grade 1 life recovery pills. However, the effects were not as potent. That was why it was not as widely used as the Grade 1 life recovery pills. Obviously, since Grade 1 life recovery pills were healing pills, it would be useful if anyone was injured.
As for the other pills, the effects were not potent as well. How much should the purity be at? After Duan Ling Tian retrieved his cauldron and prepared to refine the requested Grade 1 pills, he suddenly thought of this. He was at a loss as to what to do next. With his medicine refinement level, it was undoubtedly very simple for him to refine Grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity. If I refine Grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity, will it scare the clan leader? Duan Ling Tian had to consider this issue. Oh well, I'll hold back my strength a little and refine pills with purity around 90%. Duan Ling Tian made a decision after he considered the help Lu clan had provided him. Naturally, he did not want to stand out. In fact, it was not difficult for him to refine pills with more than 95% purity. The pills on the list were all very basic and ordinary Grade 1 pills in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. If he was willing, he certainly could refine the pill with more than 95% purity. I think pills with 90% purity are sufficient to give the clan leader a scare. If I refine a pill with more than 95% purity, the clan leader might get a heart attack. Because Duan Ling Tian did not want to stand out, he decided not to refine the requested Grade 1 pills with more than 95% purity for the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. 90% purity would have to be enough. Duan Ling Tian was finally done thinking things through, and he began to refine the Grade 1 pills. Meanwhile, the spacious central main hall in the Lu clan was crowded with people. The Lu clan's clan leader, Lu Rui, sat on the main seat. Beneath him, a fat old man and a thin old man sat on each of his sides. Apart from the size difference, their height difference was also quite significant. The fat one was short and looked like a ball. The thin one was tall and looked like a bamboo. They were among the 3 strongest guardian elders in the Lu clan, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. Both were martial monarch powerhouses. A group of Lu clan's elders including Lu So stood beneath them. The Lu clan's elders all had one thing in common. They were all focused on the medicine refinement Dao. Almost all of the elders were Grade 3 alchemists apart from a few who were Grade 2 alchemists. None of them were Grade 4 alchemists. In the Lu clan, there were 2 ways of becoming an elder. First, non-alchemists who focused on the martial Dao must attain cultivation at the 9th level void transformation or above. Second, alchemists must be Grade 3 alchemists or better. Due to that reason, ordinary Grade 4 alchemists in the Lu clan were not qualified to be Lu clan's elders unless their cultivation was at the 9th level void transformation or above. Among those who were present, only Lu Yuan and Lu Gui were not alchemists. In other words, they simply came just to join in the fun. Clan leader, what pills did you request Elder Duan to refine? Lu Yuan asked as he narrowed his eyes to look at Lu Rui. After Lu Yuan said that, all the Lu clan's elders shifted their eyes to Lu Rui. They were also curious about the matter. Lu Rui smiled faintly as he listed the Grade 1 pills he requested. Initially, nobody thought anything was amiss. However, when Lu Rui disclosed the number of Grade 1 pills he had requested and the number of medicinal materials he gave Duan Ling Tian in the spatial ring, Lu So gasped and asked, "Clan leader, with the number of medicinal materials you prepared for Elder Duan, he'll need at least a 30% success rate of forming pills to produce the amount of pills you requested, right?" 30% success rate in forming pills. In our Lu clan's history, only the founder of Lu clan could do something like this. Clan leader, you're making things difficult for Elder Duan. Elder Duan won't feel dissatisfied and leave in a huff, will he? The group of Lu clan's elders discussed among themselves. Most of them were worried Duan Ling Tian would leave Lu clan in anger due to Lu Rui's provocation.
At that time, the party that would suffer a loss would be the Lu clan. Clan leader, although I'm not an alchemist, after being in the family for such a long time, even I know that most grade 1 alchemists rarely achieve a 30% success rate when forming the pills, Lu Gui said with a frown. Clan leader, what if Elder Duan really get angry because of this and leave the Lu clan? It'll be a huge loss for us. Why don't I send some more medicinal materials over? Lu Yuan added.
Elders, please don't worry. I'm doing it to test Elder Duan's skills. I'm not trying to provoke him. Lu Rui smiled when he saw how worried the elders were. However, he did not take them seriously. He only said, besides, based on my interaction with Elder Duan, he's definitely not so petty. Clan leader.
Before Lu Rui finished speaking, he was suddenly interrupted by a loud voice from outside. Elder Duan asked me to hand you the pills you requested him to refine.
What? Lu Rui's smile froze on his face as a hint of shock and incredulity appeared in his eyes when he heard the message from outside. Pa! A faint sound reverberated in the air. Lu Rui had involuntarily broken the armrest. He did not seem to have noticed it as he sat there with a blank expression.
Both Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, who sat beneath Lu Rui, simultaneously gulped before they turned to look at Lu Rui. Clan leader, you said you've just sent the medicinal materials and the list over to Elder Duan this morning? Lu Yuan asked with a startled expression. Yes. How can Elder Duan finish refining the pills in one morning? Lu Gui asked. After the rest of the Lu clan's elders recovered from the shock, they looked at Lu Rui with a puzzled expression. They too wanted to know what was going on. I don't know as well. Lu Rui shook his head as he frowned.
After a moment of silence, Lu Rui unfurrowed his brows as if he had thought of something. He muttered, maybe Elder Duan already has some of the pills I requested. That's why he asked someone to hand me those first. Lu Rui's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by the Lu clan's elders.
That should be it.
That's the only possibility. The types of grade 1 pill requested by the clan leader would need at least 10 days to half a month to complete.
Elder Duan is a grade 1 alchemist. He probably has grade 1 life recovery pills on hand. Maybe he sent those grade 1 life recovery pills to the clan leader first.
The group of Lu clan's elders discussed among themselves. Each of them had their own opinion.
Come in. Lu Rui summoned the Lu clan's disciple who had brought the pills over. Clan leader. The Lu clan disciple entered the hall and handed over the spatial ring respectfully before he turned to leave. After the Lu clan's disciple left, everyone's eyes shifted to Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan. More accurately, their eyes landed on the spatial ring in Lu Rui's hands.
Elder Duan is a knowledgeable grade 1 alchemist. But we don't know what's the purity of the grade 1 pills he refined. He should be stronger than Guild Master Qing from the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land.
That's not necessarily true. You should know that grade 1 pills refined by Guild Master Qing sometimes have more than 70% purity. The group of Lu clan's elders began to whisper among themselves. However, their eyes did not leave the spatial ring in Lu Rui's hands. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Rui pricked a finger and dripped a drop of blood to establish a blood ownership claim with the spatial ring. In the next moment, he checked the space in the spatial ring with his mind. When he saw the spatial ring was densely packed with neatly placed pill bottles, his eyes widened. How come there are so many pill bottles? Does Elder Duan has the habit of using one pill bottle to store one pill? On the Cloud Continent, there were many alchemists with weird temperament who liked to store one pill in one pill bottle. He had heard of them before. It's too wasteful. Although Lu Rui felt that storing one pill in one pill bottle was wasteful, he still took one of the pill bottles and opened it to take a look. He was mentally prepared to see one pill inside the pill bottle. However, his eyes widened again when he saw inside the bottle. 10 grade 1 life recovery pills? Lu Rui realized the pill bottle contained 10 pills. The rich medicinal aroma wafted out. The smell invaded his nostrils and relaxed him. In ordinary circumstances, he would have immediately discovered the difference in the grade 1 pills in this pill bottle from the rich medicinal aroma. However, he was not paying attention to it. What about the rest of the pill bottles? He hurriedly closed the pill bottle in his hand and checked on the others. Eventually, he discovered that every pill bottle contained 10 pills. More importantly, these pills were the pills he requested on the list. The exact types of grade 1 pills with the correct quantity that he requested. Lu Rui was dumbstruck after he confirmed it. Both Lu Yuan and Lu Gue, who sat beneath him, were puzzled. The group of Lu clan's elders in the main hall was getting antsy. They were curious about what could make the clan leader lose his composure. "Clan leader, what's wrong?" Lu Yuan and Lu Gue asked simultaneously. Lu Rui finally recovered after he heard their question. He took a deep breath before looking at everyone present as they all stared at him.
"The types of grade 1 pill I requested on the list." Elder Duan completed it. Regardless of the type or quantity, he fulfilled the request perfectly. Lu Rui said as he looked at the group of Lu clan's elders solemnly. His gaze was complicated. Boom. When Lu Rui finished his sentence, it was as though thunder had struck. Every elder, including Lu Yuan and Lu Gue, the guardian elders of Lu clan, was stunned. The clan leader's request was completed perfectly by Elder Duan? Regardless of the type or quantity, he fulfilled it without any deviation? It took a while for the group of Lu clan's elders to regain their senses. When they recovered from the shock, they began to discuss among themselves. The main hall became as noisy as a market. Elder Duan managed to refine all the pills requested by the clan leader? That's impossible. How can he refine so many pills in one morning? I think he probably already has some of the pills, so he just handed them over. The statement sparked another discussion. Apart from that, I can't think of any other possibilities. Even if someone asks Guild Master Ching of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land to personally refine those pills, he probably needs 10 days to half a month to fulfill it. And that's if he doesn't sleep and rest. Completing it in one morning? That's impossible. The Lu clan's elders quickly reached a conclusion. Elder Duan had a sufficient number of grade 1 pills that the clan leader had requested, so he just handed them over. If Elder Duan is asked to refine the pills with the medicinal materials given by the clan leader, he won't be able to refine enough pills as requested, one Lu clan's elder said. The others were deeply convinced by his words. After all, that request required a 30% success rate of forming pills. No. A voice filled with shock reverberated in the air and drowned out the voices of the Lu clan's elders. All the elders immediately looked toward the source of the voice. It was the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, who was sitting on the main seat at the very top. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Rui's hands moved as fast as lightning. Following that, one after another pill bottles appeared in his hands. He opened them and retrieved several pills. At the same time, a rich medicinal aroma wafted through the entire main hall. All the Lu clan's elders immediately felt soothed and relaxed. Some of them even took a deep breath and closed their eyes in enjoyment. They all enjoyed the smell of the medicinal aroma. Soon after, some of the Lu clan's elders regained their senses. The shock was apparent on their faces. Such strong medicinal aroma. Only freshly refined pills that have not been left in the cauldron for more than a day have that aroma. One of the Lu clan's elders could not help chiming in. He was one of the grade 2 alchemists in Lu clan. He understood the characteristics of pills very well. The medicinal aroma of freshly refined pills was completely different from the medicinal aroma of pills that had been refined for more than a day. Nothing could affect it, and that included pill bottles and spatial rings. All the pills have this medicinal aroma, Lu Rui said solemnly. His face still carried a blank expression. He still did not completely recover from the shock. How's this possible? These pills have been refined for less than a day? Medicinal aroma won't lie. Soon after, the main hall erupted in a clamor. All the Lu clan's elders had a blank expression on their faces. They found this hard to believe. In their opinion, this was almost impossible. This means these pills are refined by Elder Duan within a day. Lu Yuan asked in a daze after he gulped. Although I find it hard to believe, I have to believe the facts before my eyes. Elder Duan is not your ordinary grade 1 alchemist. Lu Rui gasped and said after he recovered from his shock. Lu Rui's words echoed in the ears of the stunned Lu clan's elders. All of them agreed with the clan leader. Does this mean, apart from being able to refine grade 1 pills at an unbelievable speed, his success rate is more than 30%? That seems to be the case. Monstrous. There was another uproar among the Lu clan's elders. It was still acceptable if he merely refined it quickly. If even his success rate was so high, how could the others compete? More importantly, Elder Duan is merely a young man around the age of 20. I thought my innate talent in refining medicine is pretty good since I managed to become a grade 2 alchemist at my age. However, I've wasted all those years living like a dog compared to him. One Lu clan's elder said before he sighed. He was one of the few grade 2 alchemists in the Lu clan. His words brought shame to the other Lu clan's elders. All of them lowered their heads. They felt like burying their heads in the sand. How's that possible? Shortly after, there was another shout. It shocked all the Lu clan's elders. They could tell it was the clan leader again. Their hearts jolted before they lifted their heads to look at Lu Rue. Did the clan leader discover something else? Bang! Just as the Lu clan elders shot their gazes at the clan leader Lu Rue, a loud bang was heard, jolting their hearts from fear. All they saw was Lu Rue standing from where he was sitting as if he had lost himself, breaking the chair before it fell to the ground. What happened exactly? What could make clan leader lose himself like that? It's definitely not something ordinary since the clan leader lost himself like that. We've to be mentally prepared. I thought so too. The Lu clan elders whispered among themselves as they continued looking at Lu Rue and prepared to the best of their abilities to mentally prepare themselves. Lu Rue stood at the front of the main hall holding a pill that dazzled in a faint glow in his hand. He had put other pills away, and Lu Rue's eyes were fixed on the pill in his hand as if he was possessed. What's wrong with the pill? All of a sudden, doubt arose in the hearts of many of the Lu clan elders. Following that, the elders turned their attention to the pill Lu Rue was holding in his hand. The pill dazzled with a faint glow as it gave off a pleasant medicinal fragrance. A grade 1 life recovery pill. They recognized the pill at first glance. How? How is that possible? Soon, the pupils of one of the older Lu clan elders shrunk. The shock on his face was as if he had seen something beyond belief. The Lu clan elder was one of the few grade 2 alchemists in the clan. He was the old man who mocked himself to have wasted most of his life. I'm afraid. The purity of this life recovery pills is only slightly above 85%. The other Lu clan elder, who was also a grade 2 alchemist, wore a shocked expression on his face and mumbled, "No, it's not just 85%. The purity of this life recovery pill is probably more than 90%. Apart from the two old men and the clan leader, the clan's last grade 2 alchemist spoke as well, looking extremely serious. 90%. A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity beyond 90%. The entire Lu clan's main hall fell into dead silence as soon as the elder spoke. The jaws of the elders dropped as a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. However, this excluded guardian elders Lu Yuan and Lu Gue, who majored in martial Dao. The rest of the elders were all grade 3 alchemists, and although they could tell that the purity of the pill the clan leader was holding onto was rather high, they dared not say how high the purity was. After all, it was a grade 1 pill. They were shocked to hear what the grade 2 alchemist elders were saying. Please take a look, 3 elders. At that moment, Lu Rue snapped back to his senses as he stood before them. He lifted his arm and tossed the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand to one of the grade 2 alchemist elders. All of a sudden, the other 2 grade 2 alchemist elders surrounded him. The purity, it's almost 91%. Almost instantly, the 3 grade 2 alchemist elders confirmed the purity of the grade 1 life recovery pill in their hand after a closer observation. 91%. The remaining grade 3 alchemist elders took a cold breath with eyes and faces filled with disbelief. Never would I have expected that Elder Duan would not only be able to refine medicine that quickly with that kind of success rate and an unprecedented pill purity. Lu Yuan said in shock. Is Elder Duan really human? Lu Gue mumbled as his pupils shrunk. If he's not even human, could he be a demon? It's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, let alone that freak of a grade 1 alchemist. Lu Yuan said. Clan leader, how about the purity of the other pills? The 3 grade 2 alchemist elders looked at Lu Rue with a burning desire in their eyes. Take a look for yourselves.
Lu Rue took a deep breath and took out 3 medicinal pill bottles as he lifted his arm to throw the 3 bottles toward the 3 Grade 2 alchemist elders. The 3 Grade 2 alchemist elders took over the medicinal pill bottles and could not wait to open them. As they poured out the pills out of the bottles, their eyes were fixated on the pills that came pouring out.
These pills seem to be quite pure as well. Yeah, the purity doesn't feel like it's any lower than the Grade 1 life recovery pill. The bunch of Grade 3 alchemist elders whispered among themselves.
These pills, their purity is 91% as well.
How is this possible? Soon, one of the Grade 2 alchemist elders said in disbelief after examining 10 of the Grade 1 pills in his hand.
They're all 91% pure? The Grade 3 alchemist elders around were stunned. The 10 Grade 1 pills in this medicinal pill bottle are all 91% pure as well. The other Grade 2 alchemist elder said before the crowd snapped back to their senses. This bottle too. The last Grade 2 alchemist elder proceeded to say. Whoa!
An uproar was heard as if thousands of voices were reverberating through the air as the 3 Grade 2 alchemist elders spoke.
How is that possible?
Even Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, who were considered outsiders, could not help but feel shocked. Isn't the pill purity in medicine refinement very difficult to control for an alchemist?
Yes, that's right. A Grade 2 alchemist elder nodded. When we alchemists refine medicine, there would always be unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, it would be very difficult to refine medicine with a precise purity figure. We can usually maintain it within a certain range. Another Grade 2 alchemist elder chimed in. He's capable of maintaining the pill's purity at 91%. This elder Duan. He's the ultimate freak among all freaks. The last Grade 2 alchemist elder said after putting the 10 pills on his hand away into the medicinal pill bottle. According to the recordings in the Lu clan's handbook that have been passed down for generations, even the ancestor who founded our clan could only refine Grade 1 pills with 82% purity during his peak. The high purity aside, the problem is, it's completely unbelievable to be able to maintain every single Grade 1 pill at a purity of 91%.
If I didn't witness it with my own eyes, I would never believe that anyone had the capabilities to achieve something like this. Lu Rue took a deep breath and said with a deep voice.
At this very moment, even him, the Lu clan leader who was from the alchemist family, could barely keep his cool. He had completely lost himself because this incident was too shocking. In the entire Cloud continent, I'm afraid it would be difficult to find another Grade 1 alchemist that's on the same level as Elder Duan. Other Grade 1 alchemists, even the guild master of the Alchemist Guild in the southern Outerland, is nothing compared to him. Lu Rue's breathing hastened as his face was filled with excitement.
I thought Elder Duan's just an ordinary Grade 1 alchemist. I never would have guessed that he's such a terrifying Grade 1 alchemist. Lu Yuan said, looking stunned.
From what the alchemists present were saying, Lu Yuan noticed how terrifying this shockingly young Grade 1 alchemist was. We have Elder Duan in the Lu clan. What else is there to worry about? Lu Gui's eyes lit up. Perhaps it's time that we discuss this with the Honorable Elder Duan about that thing. Lu Rue mumbled as he calmed his stirred emotion. Bang!
A tower of flames majestically rose into the sky behind a spacious mansion eastward of the Lu clan estate.
It was from a red-clad lady who hovered in midair. As the flames rose from her body, the red clothes on her body flapped, making her look like an elf on fire. Whoa! As flames rose from her body, heaven and earth energy was rumbling above her head and formed heaven and earth phenomenon eventually.
It was then that the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared one after the other.
In a blink of an eye, the amount of ancient horned dragon silhouettes increased to 1,000.
However, it was very unstable as it would fluctuate to 800 before elevating to 900. It was as if it was being restricted. You still can't do it? A young, purple-clad man stood at one side and asked as he watched the red-clad lady with every ounce of his attention. The lady merely nodded with her drop-dead gorgeous but cold. If looked closely, one would notice there was sweat dripping down from her forehead. The droplets that were continuously dripping formed a flowing stream down her beautiful face. Drip! Drip! Get some rest, the young purple-clad man said to the red-clad lady hovering in midair. He was Duan Tian Lang and the red-clad lady was Feng Tian Wu.
To be exact, she was the Feng Tian Wu who lost her memory.
However, Feng Tian Wu did not rest although Duan Ling Tian asked her to. She stubbornly increased the intensity of the flame burning around her body, allowing her fragrant sweat to continue dripping.
Bang!
Flames shot up to the sky, and the heaven and earth phenomenon above her head increased to more than 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes.
However, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes dropped and fluctuated between 800 to 900.
Sigh. Duan Ling Tian could not help to let out a sigh as he watched. I never expected Tian Wu who lost her memory to lose control of her origin energy and profundity. To her, it's terribly unfamiliar territory to master control over energy that she once had. I'm afraid she might need some time to take full control of her energy, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself.
The current Feng Tian Wu no longer had a fire spirit body. More precisely, she was reborn from the past fire spirit body, although the energy from the fire spirit body that imploded in her body back then almost killed her. During a critical moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was devilized by the Devil Seal tablet, inserted a mysterious black energy into her body to suppress the fire spirit body's energy in her body. The energy from the fire spirit body collapsed completely after being suppressed and eventually merged into her body for her own use. However, the origin energy in her body was activated by the energy from the fire spirit body, causing her body to go through a drastic change. First level void transformation stage.
That was Feng Tian Wu's current cultivation base.
Back then, after the collapsed energy from the fire spirit body merged with her origin energy, it helped her origin energy to elevate itself all the way to the first level void transformation stage. Apart from first level void transformation stage's origin energy, the concept fragments in Feng Tian Wu's body had transformed completely into profundity fragments. Now, she was a first-level void transformation martial artist who had mastered fire profundity. Unfortunately, she had yet to fully master her power ever since she lost her memory.
However, it was something fortunate as well, or the sword that was directed at Duan Ling Tian when she had just woken up from her slumber would have been much faster than before.
If that was really the case, Duan Ling Tian would be too slow to dodge it, and she might not be able to recall the sword in time, causing it to pierce Duan Ling Tian's heart.
It was quite fortunate that Feng Tian Wu had yet to fully control her strength after losing her memory, or it would have been a sure death for Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Apart from Feng Tian Wu getting used to her strength, there were gushes of ear-piercing whistles coming from a sword nearby. It was Xianxia practicing with the sword.
Perhaps it's time to look for the clan leader. The spirit fruit and profound assimilation formation are the things that I and Xianxia desperately need right now. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Xianxia and mumbled, "Elder Duan." Right at that moment, a bird-like voice not unlike an oriole came from afar but began getting closer. "Xiao Yun." Duan Ling Tian was doubtful as he looked at servant Xiao Yun, who walked into the backyard anxiously. "What happened?
Why do you look so anxious?"
"Elder Duan, the clan leader, is here. He's waiting for you at the main hall," Xiao Yun said respectfully.
The clan leader? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up and he began smiling. "Speak of the devil."
"I was just talking about Chow Chow and here he comes."
"Who is Chow Chow?" Servant Xiao Yun could not help but be stunned at what Duan Ling Tian said.
Ah! Duan Ling Tian was stunned and realized that there was no Chow Chow in this world. An idea flashed through his head. Duan Ling Tian, who had no idea how to explain, decided to lie. Chow Chow is how the people in our hometown addresses the clan leader. Chow Chow is the clan leader. Really? The servant Xiao Yun was a little surprised and said, "Elder Duan, please hurry. It's not good to let Chow Chow wait for too long."
Duan Ling Tian's lips twitched without him realizing after hearing what she said. The girl learned fast and applied what she learned right away.
There was a main hall in the middle of the mansion Duan Ling Tian was living in. However, he had never been here as the place was only used to welcome guests, which he never had.
Clan leader. Arriving outside the main hall, Duan Ling Tian noticed the familiar silhouette standing there. It was the clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Rue. "Elder Duan." Lu Rue's eyes lit up and he stepped forward to welcome Duan Ling Tian into the main hall himself. Is there anything that I can do now that clan leader is here? Although he figured that Lu Rui had to be here for the grade 1 pills that he asked someone to send to him this afternoon, Duan Tian pretended to be clueless.
Elder Duan, I've never expected your medicine refinement level to be this powerful. You've gotten to a heaven-defying level, Lu Rui exclaimed as he looked at Duan Tian with mixed feelings.
The terrifyingly young grade 1 alchemist before his eyes did not only have stunning medicine refining speed, his success rate was rather high as well.
The high success rate aside, its purity was ridiculously high as well. It was so heaven-defying that the purity was above 90%. In his memory, he only knew of someone in the Cloud Continent's history who was able to refine pills with a purity beyond 90%, and that person existed 10,000 years ago. He knew of such a person because of the ancestor who founded the Lu clan. The Lu clan's ancestor left behind a handbook that was passed down to this day. Only the clan leader of the Lu clan could read the handbook while the rest did not even have the right to look at it.
According to the recordings in the handbook, their ancestor was helped and advised by this person in the past, and that was their ancestor became an outstanding grade 1 alchemist.
Following what our ancestor said, the powerhouse whom he treated as his master had a comprehension far beyond a grade 1 alchemist in the medicine refinement Tao. It was hard for Lu Rui to imagine how powerful that person was.
From the handbook that ancestor left behind, I think that person was a martial emperor powerhouse. He was also the top martial emperor powerhouse on the Cloud Continent. Everyone called him a rebirth martial emperor. Lu Rui's heart jolted as he thought about this.
I remember our ancestor noting in the handbook that rebirth was the martial emperor powerhouse's appellation. The reason why the martial emperor powerhouse was given the title rebirth was that he cultivated a powerful method. As opposed to ordinary people who could only live one life, that rebirth martial emperor could live 3 lives through that method. He was living his second life when our ancestor met him. Lu Rui seemed to recall something when he thought at this point and completely snapped back to his senses. His eyes opened wide and were fixated on the young purple-clad man before his eyes.
It was then that his body began to shudder without him noticing. It was the shudder of his stirred emotion. According to the recordings in the handbook that our ancestor left behind, that rebirth martial emperor would require 10,000 years to rebirth.
Looking at the time, the rebirth martial emperor should be reincarnated into his 3rd life now. Lu Rui's became short of breath as he looked at the young purple-clad man before his eyes. Could he be the rebirth martial emperor? If he is, his being an ultimate freak makes complete sense. The rebirth martial emperor was a powerful alchemist who had knowledge of various powerful medicine refinement methods, and he should possess immense medicine refinement experiences in his blood since he was reborn. Lu Rui became excited as he continued thinking in his mind. A martial emperor powerhouse.
The young man who was standing before him was most probably a reincarnation of a martial emperor powerhouse. That being said, the young man before him would most possibly become a martial emperor powerhouse in the future.
Clan leader? Are you alright? Noticing how Lu Rui was looking at him, Duan Tian got goosebumps and could not help but ask. Elder Duan. After Lu Rui was snapped back to his senses by Duan Tian, he took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress his stirred emotions. Then, he looked into Duan Tian's eyes and asked, "Do you know about the rebirth martial emperor?"
Rebirth martial emperor. What Lu Rui said was like thunder to Duan Tian. He was shocked and those words jolted his heart.
Rebirth martial emperor.
How does he know about the rebirth martial emperor? And why did he mention about the rebirth martial emperor in front of me? Questions began to pop out as Duan Tian began to experience shock. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and did not show a thing in his expression.
Who would know if the Lu Rui standing before him could be a descendant of the rebirth martial emperor's enemy?
The Lu clan has existed for 10,000 years. That means the ancestor who founded the Lu clan existed 10,000 years ago. He might really have something to do with the rebirth martial emperor. Moreover, he must have left some notes or handbook. Otherwise, it's impossible for Lu Rui, who's the clan leader 10,000 years later, to know of the rebirth martial emperor. Duan Tian thought of many things in the blink of an eye, but as he thought this over thoroughly, he did not show any emotions on his face.
10,000 years ago, The name Rebirth Martial Emperor was heard throughout the entire Cloud Continent's inner and outer lands as he was the top powerhouse in the continent. In that era, even a 3-year-old child would cry if he heard the name Rebirth Martial Emperor. One could only guess how powerful the name Rebirth Martial Emperor back in the day. Rebirth Martial Emperor? Martial Emperor Powerhouse. Duanling Tian pretended to look lost. I've never heard of that. Although Duanling Tian did not show any emotion on his face, Lu Rui was not one to be underestimated, especially since he was the clan leader of the Lu clan. He did not believe the show that Duanling Tian put up, not one bit.
Lu Jiang. Lu Rui continued to stare into Duanling Tian's eyes and enunciated the 2 words slowly. He seemed to be confirming if Duanling Tian was the reincarnation of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. Lu Zhang was the ancestor who founded the Lu clan 10,000 years ago. He was also an outstanding Grade 1 alchemist. Lu Rui believed that as long as the young man before him was the reincarnation of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, he would definitely know of the Lu clan's ancestor. Lu Zhang. Duanling Tian was stunned by instinct after hearing what Lu Rui said. He had never heard of that name.
Lu Rui was a little disappointed after seeing how Duanling Tian was lost in his eyes. Seems like I got it wrong. Elder Duan probably isn't the reincarnation of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. Lu Zhang. Duanling Tian's heart jolted as he found memories related to that name as he browsed through the memories of both lives the Rebirth Martial Emperor lived by instinct.
The Rebirth Martial Emperor loved traveling when he was living his second life. He had helped and advised many from his hobby.
Among the people he had a greater impression on was a person named Lu Zhang.
In the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, Lu Zhang had great talent in the medicine refinement Dao, so he spent some time advising him, which made them master and disciple for a little while.
Although the Rebirth Martial Emperor did not officially take Lu Zhang as his disciple, he called the Rebirth Martial Emperor master anyway.
10,000 years ago, not many people knew about the 3 lives rebirth technique that the Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated and the cultivation method of the technique. However, Lu Zhang was among the ones who knew. Duanling Tian managed to guess quite a number of things by then,
including why Lu Rui asked him if he knew about the Rebirth Martial Emperor out of the blue.
Lu Rui undoubtedly would have guessed that he was the reincarnation of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. Seems like this Lu Zhang was the person who founded this alchemist family that has been passed down for 10,000 years.
Also, Lu Zhang probably left behind some notes or a handbook that mentions the Rebirth Martial Emperor for the Lu clan descendants. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to figure these things out. Otherwise, it's unlikely Lu Rui would know about the Rebirth Martial Emperor's existence. Moreover, he even suspects that I'm the reincarnation of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Whoosh! The sound of the wind whistling reverberated by his head, and he immediately lifted his head to look at the sky. He saw a drop of fresh blood ascending into the sky from the main hall before it vanished in front of his eyes.
At the same time, a voice entered his ears. I, Lu Rui, am taking this blood oath. I'll be killed by the 99 heavenly tribulation if I've any bad intention toward the reincarnation of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. Lu Rui took the 99 heavenly tribulation oath.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Bang! 9 claps of thunder sounded in response to Lu Rui's oath.
Clan leader, what are you doing? Duanling Tian was stunned.
Did Lu Rui manage to confirm that Duanling Tian was the reincarnation of the Rebirth Martial Emperor?
It can't be. He had been careful since the beginning. He knew he did not let anything slip. Nothing. I just wanted to prove something. It's just that I thought you might be someone else. Lu Rui answered Duanling Tian as he shook his head. He took such an oath because he was holding on to the last thread of hope. He wanted to confirm if Duanling Tian was the Rebirth Martial Emperor's reincarnation or not. Lu Rui had no regrets even if Duanling Tian was not the Rebirth Martial Emperor. He had already done everything he could. How do you know I'm not him? Duanling Tian asked as soon as Lu Rui spoke. Lu Rui was initially stunned before his eyes lit up, and his breath quickened. Elder Duan, do you mean you're really the Rebirth Martial Emperor? I supposed. Duanling Tian nodded lightly. I reincarnated through the 3 lives rebirth technique. I'll only be qualified to be called the Rebirth Martial Emperor if I can cultivate to the Martial Emperor stage and rank first on Cloud Continent.
3 Lives Rebirth Technique. When Duan Ling Tian mentioned the 3 Lives Rebirth Technique, Lu Rui no longer had any doubts about Duan Ling Tian's identity. He was certain Duan Ling Tian was the reincarnation of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. It had been 10,000 years. The number of people on Cloud Continent who knew about the Rebirth Martial Emperor was undoubtedly small, let alone people who knew about the technique the Rebirth Martial Emperor had cultivated. If he did not read the handbook that the Lu clan's ancestor left behind, it was unlikely he would know about the Rebirth Martial Emperor and that the technique he cultivated would let him reincarnate 3 times.
It's an honor to meet you. Please forgive me for not knowing your identity earlier. Lu Rui tried his best to suppress his chaotic emotion and bowed respectfully at Duan Ling Tian. Please, call me Elder Duan like you usually do, Duan Ling Tian said softly.
Yes. Lu Rui obediently followed Duan Ling Tian's instruction now that he knew Duan Ling Tian was the reincarnation of the Rebirth Martial Emperor.
This was because he knew Duan Ling Tian was going to be a martial emperor in the future. As long as he treated the young man before him well, Lu clan would have the protection from a martial emperor in the future. Moreover, he might even gain some other benefits. He had a long-term vision as the clan leader. Also, do many people in the Lu clan know about the Rebirth Martial Emperor? Duan Ling Tian asked.
Not many, Lu Rui responded to Duan Ling Tian's question immediately. Everything about Elder Duan's past was recorded in the handbook left behind by our clan's ancestor, Lu Zheng. Only the clan leader has the right to look at it. Duan Ling Tian nodded and warned, you're the only one who knows the truth regarding my identity. Don't tell anyone about this.
Yes. Lu Rui responded respectfully. Also, there's something that I need your help with, Duan Ling Tian bluntly said, when he recalled the thing that he needed to talk to Lu Rui about.
Elder Duan, please do tell.
As long as it's something that I and Lu clan are capable of doing, we'll fulfill it for you even if we have to go through hell, Lu Rui said solemnly. Judging from his attitude, it seemed as though he would not frown even if he had to climb mountains and go through hell.
Well, you don't have to go through hell for this. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Rui and asked, I suppose Lu clan has a profound assimilation formation?
Yes, we do. Lu Rui nodded. That's great. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed, and he bluntly said, I need you to activate the profound assimilation formation with a huge number of concept fragments. I need it to elevate my concepts. That's not a problem. Lu Rui responded immediately without thinking twice.
Concept fragments were nothing to the Lu clan. The clan was a second-rate force that was on the cusp of becoming a first-rate force. They basically had all the concept fragments they needed within reach. They had so many concept fragments to the point that any Lu clan's disciples with outstanding talent in martial Dao and comprehension were eligible to use to the profound assimilation formation to elevate their concepts.
I'll also need some spirit fruits. I want all spirit fruits as long as they're consumable by void martial artists. Duan Ling Tian continued to say. Void stage. Lu Rui was stunned and proceeded to remind him. Elder Duan, void stage is divided into. I know there are 4 levels in the void stage. I want spirit fruits that are consumable by martial artists at the void prying stage, void initiation stage, void interpretation stage, and void transformation stage. Duan Ling Tian interrupted Lu Rui and said, I need 1 spirit fruit each for the void prying stage, void initiation stage, and void interpretation stage. Meanwhile, I need as many spirit fruits as you can find for the void transformation stage. The spirit fruits for the void prying stage, void initiation stage, and void interpretation stage were meant for Xianxia, while the spirit fruits for the void transformation stage were for him and Feng Tianwu. Naturally, Xianxia would be able to consume the other spirit fruits once his cultivation base rose to the void transformation stage. Xianxia had comprehended the advanced level sword concept. As long as he had sufficient spirit fruits, he would be able to break through to the void transformation stage in a short period of time and become a void transformation martial artist. Yes, although Lu Rui had no idea why Duan Ling Tian wanted the low-grade spirit fruits, he agreed anyway. Put aside the fact that Duan Ling Tian was the reincarnation of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, He would not decline his request even if he was not due to his medicine refinement techniques. Go prepare it then. Also, don't forget about the soul-stabilizing grass, Duanling Tian added. Sure, Lu Rui replied before he turned around to leave. Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed as he watched Lu Rui leave. There was a smirk on his face. The identity of the reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor is not bad. Although he knew Lu Rui would not decline his request even if he did not pretend to be the reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor, he put on a disguise so that Lu Rui would put in all his effort. In Lu Rui's opinion, I'm a future martial emperor. Pleasing me doesn't only gain the Lu clan my protection. He'll benefit from me as well. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to figure out what Lu Rui was thinking. He would think the same if he was in Lu Rui's shoes. Who wouldn't try to please a martial emperor powerhouse? One must admit that Lu Rui was efficient. He visited again after merely an hour. Elder Duan. These are the spirit fruits that are currently in the Lu clan's possession. They're mainly spirit fruits for the void prying stage, void initiation stage, and void interpretation stage. We only have one spirit fruit for a void transformation martial artist. Also, I'm planning to reward those who find spirit fruits for void transformation martial artist, Lu Rui said respectfully to Duanling Tian as he passed him a spatial ring. Reward? That's a good idea. Duanling Tian took the spatial ring and nodded. He proceeded to ask, what do you plan to give as a reward to those who find the spirit fruits for void transformation martial artists? You must know that spirit fruits are expensive. The higher a spirit fruits grade, the more expensive it was. The price of spirit fruits for void transformation martial artists was exorbitant. I'm planning to use the grade 1 life recovery pills that Elder Duan refined as the reward. The purity and stunning medicinal efficacy of the grade 1 life recovery pills that Elder Duan refined is enough to cause people to fight for it. Lu Rui revealed his plan. However, I might need Elder Duan to refine more grade 1 life recovery pills. That's not a problem. Duanling Tian was optimistic about Lu Rui's plan. The grade 1 life recovery pills were undoubtedly something that all martial artists needed. During critical times, it could act as a life-saving talisman to save a martial artist's life. Especially when the grade 1 life recovery pills that he refined had more than 90% purity, and its medicinal efficacy was many times more effective than ordinary grade 1 life recovery pills. Such stunning medicinal efficacy was almost as miraculous as reviving a dead person and growing flesh on bones. Elder Duan, when do you plan to enter the profound assimilation formation? I've already prepared the concept fragments needed for the formation, Lu Rui added. Duanling Tian nodded, and proceeded to perform the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring that Lu Rui had just given him. Soon after, he saw the spirit fruit for void transformation martial artists in the spatial ring. He did not consume the spirit fruit in the past, so he was not concerned that the medicinal efficacy would drop. I'm planning to cultivate after consuming this spirit fruit. I'll look for you when it's time to enter the profound assimilation formation after I'm done cultivating. Duanling Tian told Lu Rui his plan. Naturally, he took Xianxia into consideration in his plan. After all, Xianxia's current cultivation base was too weak. If he entered the profound assimilation formation with Xianxia, it would be difficult for Xianxia's current cultivation base to handle the concept energy in the formation, let alone elevating his sword concept. Sure. Currently, Lu Rui would do whatever Duanling Tian asked of him. If that's the case, I won't disturb Elder Duan's cultivation. Subsequently, Lu Rui left after taking the hint. After Lu Rui left, Duanling Tian went to the backyard. He removed the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring that Lu Rui gave him and tossed it to Xianxia. Xianxia, I've separated the spirit fruits in there from left to right. Those are spirit fruits for the void prying stage, void initiation stage, and void interpretation stage. Spirit fruits. Xianxia was stunned when he took the spatial ring. When he performed blood ownership claim on the spatial ring and saw the spirit fruits, his eyes immediately brightened like a hunter who had spotted his prey. Why, young master? All these spirit fruits are for me? Xianxia turned to look at Duanling Tian and asked as his breath quickened. It was his first time seeing so many spirit fruits. Who should I give these to if not you?
Tian Wu, and I can't use these spirit fruits anyway, Duanling Tian said rhetorically. Although Xianxia knew Duanling Tian would say something like that, he still felt inexplicably excited when he heard the confirmation from Duanling Tian's mouth. He hastily expressed his gratitude to Duanling Tian. Thank you, young master. Thank you.
Take the spirit fruits and go back to your room to cultivate, Duanling Tian said.
Xianxia could not wait to go back to his room to cultivate. When he heard Duanling Tian's reply, he immediately left after he said respectfully yes.
Now that he had these spirit fruits, his cultivation base would be able to progress quickly. I'll be able to help young master when my strength grows. Xianxia's heart was filled with excitement the entire time he was walking back to his room.
If he did not want to be a burden to his young master by staying by his side, he must quickly raise his cultivation base.
After Xianxia left, Duanling Tian looked at Feng Tianwu, who was still trying to control her own energy. Tianwu, I'll be going into closed-door cultivation for a few days. Just stay inside the residence these few days. The moment Feng Tianwu heard Duanling Tian's words, the coldness on her face dissipated a little as she nodded. Tianwu doesn't know how to control her own strength at all after she lost her memory. I think she'll have to spend quite some time to master the strength that she possessed at her peak. After Feng Tianwu acceded to Duanling Tian's request, he took another glance at the flame that soared up from her body before turning to leave. After he arrived in his room, he took out a crystal-clear spirit fruit. This spirit fruit was the only one spirit fruit suitable for consumption by void transformation stage martial artists among all the spirit fruits that Lu Rui gave him.
I think the spirit fruit is called the red phosphorus fruit. After ransacking the rebirth martial emperor's memory, Duanling Tian quickly identified the spirit fruit that was gleaming with crimson luster as though it was lit from within.
Among the various spirit fruits that are suitable for void transformation stage martial artists' consumption, the red phosphorus fruits are only ranked in the middle. It's hard for an ordinary 6th level void transformation stage martial artist to break through to the 7th level void transformation stage by consuming it. Duanling Tian raised his brow as he muttered to himself. After all,
the gap between the 6th and 7th level void transformation stage is like a wide dividing crest that's extremely hard to cross. However, this only applies to ordinary 6th level void transformation stage martial artists.
In my case, although I'm a 6th level void transformation stage martial artist as well, I can trigger the tyrannical medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill to aid me in breaking through to the 7th level void transformation stage after I consume the red phosphorus fruit.
Duanling Tian had no doubts about this at all.
Moreover, I don't think it'll take long for me to get my hands on more spirit fruits to raise my cultivation base to the 9th level void transformation stage with the rewards that the Lu clan is offering. As for concepts, well, as long as there's the profound assimilation formation and a huge number of concept fragments, I can just comprehend them one by one until they reach the 9th level advanced stage. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, his eyes brightened. It was as though he could already see his cultivation base being raised to the peak of the void. As long as my cultivation base makes a breakthrough to the 9th level void transformation stage, and one of my concepts reaches the 9th level advanced stage, I'll be able to transform it into profundity through the profundity fragment. At that time, my cultivation base will be able to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage as long as I continue to consume spirit fruits.
Once I've made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse, the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy will also be fully displayed.
Then, my cultivation base will enter a period of rapid improvement. The more Duanling Tian thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Up until now, the medicinal efficacy that the rebirth pill exerted was still limited. Majority of it remained dormant in his body. Sometimes it released a wave of medicinal efficacy to aid him in raising his cultivation base. Although his advancement was greater than other ordinary void transformation stage martial artists, it was still awfully slow. However, once his cultivation base made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill would also enter a new explosive stage.
At that time, the difference between him and other martial monarch powerhouses would be quite distinct. It's time to begin my cultivation. Duanling Tian took a deep breath to calm his excitement. He swallowed the red phosphorus fruit in his hand in a go and allowed it to merge with his body as it turned into medicinal efficacy.
At the same time, Duan Tin could clearly feel the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill hidden deep inside his dantian begin to react. Soon after, the medicinal efficacies of the rebirth pill and the red phosphorus fruit convened and catalyzed the origin energy to move as fast as lightning as it circled around his meridians.
9 dragons were sovereign technique, roving dragon form.
Without any hesitation, Duan Tian used the mental cultivation method and closed his eyes to cultivate in total tranquility. Somehow, 3 concept fragments appeared in his hand.
If there was another person in the room, he would definitely be surprised to see the 3 concept fragments in Duan Tian's hand were 3 different types of concept fragments. Moreover, he was holding the 3 different concept fragments and comprehending 3 different concepts simultaneously without feeling any pressure.
If the story spread out, it would take all the martial artists on Cloud Continent by surprise. This was because, in the long history of Cloud Continent, there had not been such humans or demons before. Let alone comprehending 3 different concepts with the help of 3 different concept fragments. A person who could comprehend 2 different concepts with the 2 different concept fragments did not even appear in the history of Cloud Continent before. 3 types of concepts. Duan Tian was fully engrossed in comprehending the 3 different concepts. He enjoyed himself as he sensed their profoundness. He wanted to master them so he could raise the concepts he was comprehending. Meanwhile, the origin energy in his body did not remain idle. Under the urging of the medicinal efficacies of the rebirth pill and the red phosphorus fruit, it was rising quickly.
When Duan Tian was cultivating, the entire Lu clan was in an uproar. It was not just the Lu clan.
In the vast land that was owned by the Lu clan with the Lu clan's residence as the center, the shocking news traveled quickly, took everyone who heard it by surprise. The Lu clan had previously announced a shocking reward, and it continued to announce another shocking reward. There was a small village situated 500 kilometers north of the Lu clan's land. Although the village was small, it was extremely lively. This was because it was the only place within 5,000 kilometers north of the Lu clan's land that housed a restaurant. Due to the fact that it was the only restaurant there, it was always crowded. Hey! Did you all hear about it? The Lu clan just announced another shocking reward. A sturdy man who had just entered the restaurant and sat down on a wine table grinned. Lu clan? Reward. His words immediately attracted the attention of many people. The gazes were mostly filled with curiosity. What reward? What reward? Somebody could not help but ask. Hermf! Before the sturdy man had time to respond, somebody snorted in disdain. Since the reward that the Lu clan is offering this time is shocking as well, I'm sure the difficulty of the task is certainly not any easier than the previous task. I also heard that the reward the Lu clan offered previously was for the sake of finding some grass or something. However, the characteristics of the grass are extremely rare. I've never heard of anyone who has seen that kind of grass before. For the sake of this grass, the Lu clan even promised a grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. Many people in our northern mountain land were shocked and went crazy in search of that grass. Many people began to chime in. I wonder if the Lu clan deliberately announced such rewards to toy with us. I know quite a number of people. Some of them have even traveled the length and breadth of the country, but none of them have seen such grass before. A middle-aged man suddenly chimed in. Hermf! The Lu clan is one of the 2 strongest clans in our northern mountain land. Moreover, they're a distinguished family of alchemists. Do you think they're so free that they would toy with us? Someone retorted soon after.
The Lu clan has always had a good name in the 10,000 years they existed in our northern mountain land. There's no way they're toying with us. Many people echoed.
What's the reward that the Lu clan offered this time? Somebody asked the sturdy man who brought them the news. Ha! Speaking of that, the task for the reward this time is simpler than the one they announced previously. The sturdy man said as he drank his wine. Oh! Many people became interested when they heard the sturdy man's words. They remembered the sturdy man said that the reward the Lu clan offered this time was pretty shocking too. The reward had to be very good for it to be called shocking.
This time, the Liu clan has publicly announced that they're searching for spirit fruits suitable for void transformation martial artists. It's not limited to amount or type, the sturdy man said without beating around the bush. That's all. Everyone present was surprised by the sturdy man's words. All of them found it unbelievable. In their opinion, spirit fruits suitable for void transformation stage martial artists were not rare even though they were valuable. In fact, some of the people present had even consumed some not too long ago. That's right. That's all. The sturdy man nodded. What's the reward that the Liu clan offered? This was what everyone was most concerned about. The Liu clan announced that martial artists who present them with a spirit fruit suitable for void transformation stage martial artists will be able to receive a grade 1 life recovery pill, the sturdy man said. Silence descended the moment the words left his mouth. A few moments later, everyone regained their senses and began to sneer. 1 life recovery pill? Some people asked with a sneer, how's Liu clan reputable? This is just wishful thinking on their part. They wish to exchange for a spirit fruit suitable for void transformation stage martial artists with a mere grade 1 life recovery pill. Although a grade 1 life recovery pill was valuable, its value was far less than that of a spirit fruit suitable for void transformation stage martial artists. This was something everybody knew. The Liu clan actually came up with such a reward? Do they really think we're all idiots? I think only an idiot would take a spirit fruit suitable for void transformation stage martial artists and exchange it for a mere grade 1 life recovery pill. If I take a spirit fruit suitable for void transformation stage martial artists to barter in the northern mountain city's black market, I can get at least 3 grade 1 life recovery pills in return. The restaurant was in a clamor. Everyone felt the reward that the Liu clan offered was lacking. Big guy. The shocking reward you spoke of is just a mere grade 1 life recovery pill? Somebody looked at the sturdy man and sneered. Although a grade 1 life recovery pill is valuable, I wouldn't call it shocking. Another person chimed in as he looked at the sturdy man. For a moment, the sturdy man became the target of public criticism. Humph! The sturdy man snorted in disdain when faced with everyone's ridicule. What do you all know? Would I say it's shocking if it's just an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill? The sturdy man's voice drowned out the people's mockery and took them by surprise. What do you mean? Exactly. What do you mean by just an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill? Don't tell me the grade 1 life recovery pill the Northern Mountains Liu clan is offering is not an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill? Humph! Aren't all the grade 1 life recovery pills that are circulating in our southern outer land, including the ones the Northern Mountains Liu clan possessed, come from Guild Master Qing of the Alchemist Guild's main guild of the southern outer land? Many people voiced out their opinion to refute the sturdy man's words. All of the grade 1 life recovery pills circulating in the southern outer land came from the hands of the Guild Master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild of the southern outer land? The sturdy man smiled a dazzling smile. Guys, aren't your news a little too outdated? Don't tell me that none of you heard the news about a grade 1 alchemist elder joining the Liu clan? Soon after, somebody returned to their senses and remembered that the Liu clan already had their own grade 1 alchemist. Oh yeah, I remember that. The rumored Liu clan's first interim elder that caused a storm of discussion is a grade 1 alchemist. Now that Liu clan has their own grade 1 alchemist, they no longer need Guild Master Chang to refine grade 1 pills for them anymore. The Liu clan has a grade 1 alchemist already? Some people who had only recently left their houses were stunned. This was their first time hearing this news. Humph! So what if the Liu clan has their own grade 1 alchemist now? Don't tell me the grade 1 life recovery pills he refined are better than the one refined by our Guild Master Chang of the Alchemist Guild's main guild of the southern outer land. The grade 1 life recovery pills that Guild Master Cheng refined often has purity above 70%. It's not easy to refine pills better than the ones he refines. Exactly. Even if the Liu clan already has a grade 1 alchemist of their own, how could he possibly be compared to Guild Master Cheng? Let alone refining a pill that's superior to the pill Guild Master Cheng refines. Many people chimed in again. Judging from their words, one could hear the respect they had for Guild Master Chang of the Alchemist Guild's main guild of the southern outer land. How ignorant! The sturdy man enunciated each of his words clearly as he coldly glanced at the group of people who looked down on the grade 1 alchemist from the Liu clan.
His loud voice easily drowned out the din in the restaurant. Everyone's attention immediately shifted to him again. Many of their eyes looked as though they were about to shoot out fire. Ignorant? Fine. Please do enlighten us on how ignorant we are. One middle-aged man was so angry that he immediately stood up. He glared at the sturdy man and barked, "If you can't come out with a plausible explanation, I'll make sure to spill your blood until it's 3 feet high today." The moment the words left his mouth, the middle-aged man's sharp aura swept out from his body and pressured the group of people around him. "A powerhouse at the peak of the void," somebody exclaimed. For a moment, everybody stared at the middle-aged man in fear as though he was a beast that might swallow them whole. However, their attention soon shifted away from the middle-aged man at the peak of the void to the sturdy man. Looks like this guy is going to meet his doom soon. If he can't give a proper explanation today, this powerhouse at the peak of the void won't let him go. How dare he call us ignorant? Just one word and he offended all of us. He's simply looking for death. I'd like to see what he's going to say next. The crowd buried their heads together in discussion. All of them felt the sturdy man was doomed. The sturdy man's eyes were filled with dread the moment he realized the middle-aged man was a powerhouse at the peak of the void. However, the dread in his eyes soon disappeared since he felt secure knowing he had a proper explanation. All of you keep saying that the Lu clan's Elder Duan is not as good as Guild Master Chung. However, I wonder if any of you have witnessed Elder Duan refine pills with your own eyes before? Or maybe compare the grade 1 life recovery pills that Elder Duan refined to the ones that Guild Master Chung refined. The sturdy man asked after sweeping a glance at the group of people. The crowd of people immediately looked at each other, but none of them spoke up. Although this was the first time many of them heard about Elder Duan in the Lu clan, they immediately associated this Elder Duan with the Lu clan. Due to this reason, they felt as though they knew him as well. However, they could only stay silent when questioned by the sturdy man. None of them had seen the Lu clan's grade 1 alchemist elder before, let alone witnessing him refine pills with their own eyes. Naturally, they also have not seen the grade 1 pills that he refined before, so it was impossible for them to compare it as well. "What? You have nothing to say now?" The sturdy man snorted before he continued to mock them. "All of you don't know anything yet you keep insulting the Lu clan's Elder Duan. What a joke." The sturdy man's words caused the faces of the crowd to turn green and pale. "Humph. Since you put it this way, the pill refining level of the Lu clan's grade 1 alchemist elder must be high then. I'd like to hear how remarkable is the grade 1 life recovery pills that he refines since you respect him so much." "That's right. It's easy for you to say he's amazing. But if he's really that amazing, tell us the purity of the grade 1 life recovery pills that the Lu clan's elder refined. Since the Lu clan dares to use it to exchange for spirit fruits suitable for void transformation stage martial artists, could it be that the grade 1 life recovery pill's purity is at 75% or above?" Soon after, the crowd regained their senses and questioned the sturdy man since they were unwilling to let the matter go. In their opinion, only grade 1 life recovery pills with purity at 75% and above were worthy to be exchanged for a spirit fruit suitable for void transformation stage martial artists. This was because a grade 1 life recovery pill with 75% or more purity had medicinal efficacy that was a whole level higher than a grade 1 life recovery pills with purity at 70% and below. Only that kind of grade 1 life recovery pills had the same value with a spirit fruit suitable for void transformation stage martial artists. Moreover, since the beginning, they did not believe the grade 1 alchemist elder in Lu clan could actually refine a grade 1 life recovery pill with purity above 75%. In the entire Cloud continent, not just in the Outer Land, it was as rare as a phoenix's feather for a grade 1 alchemist to purify a grade 1 pill with purity more than 75% even in the Inner Land. Purity above 75%? The moment the sturdy man heard the crowd's words, he was momentarily stunned before he burst out in a fit of laughter. His laughter did not stop even after a long time. It was as though he could not control himself at all. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Laughter filled the air in the restaurant. It caused everyone's faces to darken. "Are you done laughing?" Finally, the middle-aged man at peak of the void asked coldly. His thunderous voice drowned out the sturdy man's laughter.
At this moment, the sturdy man finally stopped laughing.
What are you laughing at? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. Of course, I'm laughing at how ignorant they are, the sturdy man replied bluntly. He glanced at the middle-aged man once before he turned to look at the others. Please do enlighten me then on how ignorant they are. The middle-aged man's attention was firmly fixed on the sturdy man as he enunciated each word slowly while the people began to get angry. Do you really think it'll be our loss to exchange a spirit fruit suitable for void transformation stage martial artist for a grade 1 life recovery pill that the Liu clan offered?
Do all of you really think that only grade 1 life recovery pills with purity at 75% and above are worthy to be compared to spirit fruits suitable for void transformation stage martial artists in terms of value? The sturdy man asked as he looked at the people in the restaurant. Although none of them verbally confirmed it, the looks in their eyes undoubtedly confirmed it.
Very good. When the sturdy man saw how no one denied this, he narrowed his eyes and recounted the news he heard without leaving a single detail out.
Let me enlighten all of you then. According to the news that Liu clan spread out, the grade 1 life recovery pills that the Liu clan offers in exchange for a spirit fruit that's suitable for void transformation stage martial artists has more than 90% purity. 90%.
The moment the words left the sturdy man's mouth, silence immediately descended in the restaurant. Even the powerhouse at the peak of the void who was glaring at the sturdy man was shocked. He was in a daze for a very long time.
90%.
90%. The sturdy man's words kept replaying in everyone's minds. They were in shock for a long time. A grade 1 life recovery pill?
With 90% purity?
Soon after, someone regained their senses first. He snorted as he looked at the sturdy man. You're not fooling us, are you? A grade 1 life recovery pill with 90% purity? Even those grade 1 alchemists in the inner land might not be able to refine such pills.
90% purity?
What a joke.
I don't care if all of you believe it, but there's no way I'll believe this. I don't believe it either.
The people in the restaurant regained their senses one by one and chimed in at the same time.
Judging from their words, it was apparent they did not believe the sturdy man's words.
At this moment, the powerhouse at the peak of the void glared at the sturdy man who was standing before him. His imposing aura swept out again and pressured the sturdy man. Barf! The sturdy man was not prepared for the wave of aura that made his vital blood and energy run amok in his body. His face turned pale immediately as he threw up a mouthful of blood.
However, he did not dare to show any anger at all even though he was injured. Who knew if he would offend this powerhouse at the peak of the void again? Who would avenge him if he was really killed by this man? Are you telling the truth? The powerhouse at the peak of the void asked in a deep voice. Of course. Although the sturdy man was injured by the other party, he did not dare to ignore his question. He quickly replied that reward is really announced by the Liu clan.
They said they'll give anyone a grade 1 life recovery pill with 90% purity in exchange for a spirit fruit that's suitable for void transformation stage martial artists. The moment these words left the sturdy man's mouth, the people in the restaurant fell silent again. It was apparent the sturdy man was not lying to them.
The Liu clan is an ancient family with 10,000 years of legacy in our northern mountain land. Logically, it's unlikely for them to make a false promise to deceive us, someone muttered a moment later.
That's right.
The most important thing for an ancient family like the Liu clan is their reputation. They would never offer such a reward unless they really have grade 1 life recovery pills with 90% or more purity. Many people nodded their heads in agreement. In the northern mountain land, be it the Liu clan, the alchemy clan, or the O clan, the weapons crafting clan, both of them were ancient families that had a 10,000 years legacy.
All this while, these two great clans valued their reputation a lot and had a good reputation in the northern mountain land. Well, you have a point there, but a grade 1 life recovery pill with 90% or more purity.
Isn't that a little too unbelievable? Somebody smiled wryly.
Indeed, it's too unbelievable.
From my understanding, even the grade 1 alchemist who founded the Liu clan 10,000 years ago, the person recognized as the best alchemist in our northern mountain land in 10,000 years, could only refine a grade 1 life recovery pills with 80% purity at the most.
I've also heard of this before. The rumor is indeed like this. The people in the restaurant buried their heads together in discussions. Many of them still felt this was too good to be true.
If the Liu clan could really produce a grade 1 life recovery pill with 90% or more purity,
then the one who refined such grade 1 life recovery pills must be the grade 1 alchemist elder who recently joined the Liu clan. Someone voiced out his speculation. I heard that the grade 1 alchemist is a young man who's not even 30 years old yet. Another person added. However, the words that left his mouth was similar to a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples.
What? Not even 30 years old? A grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old yet?
The entire restaurant was in an uproar.
Most of the people present only knew that a grade 1 alchemist elder recently joined the Liu clan, but they did not know the grade 1 alchemist elder was a young man who was not even 30 years old yet. Similar to the grade 1 life recovery pills with 90% or more purity, a grade 1 alchemist who was not even 30 years old yet shocked them to the core. Soon after, somebody suggested, if you want to see if this is true, just bring a spirit fruit suitable for void transformation stage martial artists to the Liu clan and you'll get your answer immediately.
That's right.
The others nodded their heads in agreement one by one. Whether it was a donkey or a horse, one would only find out after one had brought it out for a walk.
Liu clan's residence.
Crack.
Crack. In the master bedroom in a spacious residence to the east, the sound of bone cracking suddenly reverberated in the air. The sound was particularly pleasant to the ear.
The sound came from a young man who was stretching his limbs after he had just gotten out of bed.
The purple-clad young man had a pair of dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked extremely handsome and dazzling. At this moment, he had a smile on his handsome face. If there was a second person here, that person would feel as though he was bathed in a spring wind if he saw the smile on his face. The bottleneck heading to the 8th level void transformation stage has appeared.
I just need one more spirit fruit suitable for void transformation stage martial artists and I'll be able to successfully break through to the 8th level void transformation stage. After making a breakthrough to the 8th level void transformation stage, I'll also need another spirit fruit to break through to the 9th level void transformation stage.
The purple-clad young man muttered to himself. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duanling Tian, who had successfully made a breakthrough in his cultivation base after consuming the red phosphorus fruit.
However, my concepts have not made any progress at all in these few days, he murmured as he extended both his arms out and opened his palms.
Without warning, Duanling Tian's hands trembled as he clenched his hands. Bam! At this moment, milky white flame suddenly rose from his body. The flame violently skyrocketed into the sky as though it was trying to pierce through the ceiling above his head. As the milky white flame soared up, rolling airwaves swept out and caused the tables and cabinets in the room to shake. It was as though an earthquake had occurred. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy whirled above Duanling Tian's head and continued to gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon. In the next moment, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. They writhed as they descended, looking very lifelike. Just his origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. This was the norm for a 7th level void transformation stage martial artist.
Previously, my full strength was equivalent to 3,500 ancient horned dragons with the help from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword.
Duanling Tian recalled.
Not long ago, my sword concept was raised from the 5th level to the 8th level advanced stage. Due to that, my strength was also raised and was equivalent to the strength of 3,800 ancient horned dragons. Right now, my cultivation base has made a breakthrough to the 7th level from the 6th level void transformation stage. Because there's a gap between the two of them, my strength has increased with an additional 200 ancient horned dragons after my origin energy has transformed.
Along with the double boost granted by the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, my full strength now, after I cast all my techniques, is equivalent to 4,200 ancient horned dragons. Duanling Tian had a brand new understanding of his own strength. Currently, I can even defeat a powerhouse at the peak of the void. A confident and dazzling smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face. I wonder if Tian will manage to harness her own strength now? His heart jolted, and he quickly left the room for the backyard.
Tian Wu's not here. When Duan Ling Tian arrived in the backyard, he did not see Feng Tian Wu at all. After asking the servants, he found out that Feng Tian Wu had stopped coming to the backyard since 2 days ago. Instead, she had been staying in her room.
Elder Duan. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to leave the backyard, he noticed servant Xiao Yun rushing toward him.
Yes. Duan Ling Tian looked at servant Sten Yun in confusion.
Elder Duan, Si Chao Chao I is waiting for you in the main hall. Servant Xiao Yun replied breathlessly when she arrived before Duan Ling Tian. Chao Chao. Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. He realized the Chao Chao servant Xiao Yun was referring to was actually Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Don't tell me the clan leader has already gotten the spirit fruits suitable for void transformation stage martial artists? Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. He left the backyard in a haste as he rushed to the main hall. I wonder how many spirit fruits suitable for void transformation stage martial artists he managed to obtain? It would be great if he managed to obtain 2 types of spirit fruits that I've never consumed before. With just a little time, my cultivation base would make a breakthrough to the 9th level void transformation stage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he made his way to the main hall.
Soon after, he arrived at the main hall and saw Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan. Elder Duan. Lu Rui bowed respectfully to Duan Ling Tian.
He knew very well that as long as this young man did not meet with any mishaps, he would eventually become a martial emperor. Due to this reason, he did not dare to be disrespectful.
Clan leader, did you ask for me because there's news about the reward? Duan Ling Tian asked as he suppressed the excitement in his heart.
Yes. Lu Rui nodded. How many? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. A hint of excitement could be seen on his face. He could no longer suppress it.
What do you mean by how many? Lu Rui was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. He looked at Duan Ling Tian blankly. He did not understand why Duan Ling Tian would ask such a question.
I thought the reward for the spirit fruits that we offered has yielded some results? Duan Ling Tian was confused as well. When Lu Rui heard Duan Ling Tian's question, a pang of realization hit Lu Rui. He finally understood why Duan Ling Tian would ask such a question. Elder Duan, I asked to speak to you not because I've obtained the spirit fruits. It's because I have some news regarding the first task that you had me post up. The earlier task? Duan Ling Tian did not understand initially. However, he quickly remembered. His face was filled with excitement as he asked urgently, Clan leader? You mean, you have news about the soul-stabilizing grass? The soul-stabilizing grass. It was none other than the rare treasure that would help Feng Tian Wu restore her memory. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the soul-stabilizing grass was undoubtedly much more important than the spirit fruits suitable for void transformation stage martial artists. There was an abundance of the latter on Cloud Continent, and it was not difficult to search for them. However, the former was extremely rare and precious. Yes. Lu Rui nodded. Today, a man visited the Lu clan. He said he came across the soul-stabilizing grass in a remote mountain range. Did that man bring the soul-stabilizing grass with him? Where's he now? The moment Duan Ling Tian heard Lu Rui's words, his eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. That man didn't bring the soul-stabilizing grass with him. Lu Rui shook his head. He had expected Duan Ling Tian to ask those questions. His words were like a splash of cold water on Duan Ling Tian's head. It woke him up instantly. He didn't bring the soul-stabilizing grass with him? Duan Ling Tian frowned. A confused expression was clearly written on his face. No, Lu Rui shook his head. According to him, a demon that could transform into a human being is guarding the soul-stabilizing grass in the remote mountain range. He's no match for that demon, so there's no way for him to get his hands on the soul-stabilizing grass at all. A demon? Duan Ling Tian's frown deepened. That demon is so strong? The soul-stabilizing grass was an extremely rare treasure on Cloud Continent. It was not unusual for a strong demon to guard the place where it grew. According to that man, that demon's strength is at the peak of the void. Lu Rui continued saying indifferently, a demon's strength at the peak of the void is nothing. I'm planning to ask Elder Ji to follow him into the mountain range to obtain the soul-stabilizing grass. Naturally, Duanling Tian knew the Elder Ji that Lu Rui spoke of. Lu Ji was one of the 3 great guardian elders of the Lu clan. Previously, he had encountered Lu Ji once when he had just joined the Lu clan. However, they did not meet again after that. However, I haven't asked Elder Ji to follow that man to harvest the soul-stabilizing grass yet. As far as I know, in the case of grass-type medicinal materials, it's best to refine them into medicine as soon as they're harvested so that their medicinal nature will remain at its optimum. Lu Rui voiced out his own concerns.
Elder Duan, does the soul-stabilizing grass have this kind of particular requirement? If not, I'll find Elder Ji immediately and ask him to go with that man to bring the soul-stabilizing grass back.
That's true, but it's only applicable to other ordinary grass-type medicinal materials. The soul-stabilizing grass cannot be grouped together with the other ordinary grass-type medicinal materials, Duanling Tian said.
The soul-stabilizing grass and the immortal spirit herb that he obtained from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure were no ordinary grass-type herbs.
Naturally, the immortal spirit herb was even more valuable compared to the soul-stabilizing grass. After all, the immortal spirit herb was a legendary herb that even the rebirth Martial Emperor did not encounter in his 2 lives. On the other hand, the rebirth Martial Emperor had seen the soul-stabilizing grass a few times before. In that case, I'll look for Elder Ji now. Once Lu Rui was done speaking, he immediately turned to leave. Clan leader, Duanling Tian called out to Lu Rui. Is there anything else, Elder Duan? If it's about the soul-stabilizing grass, please be rest assured, Elder Duan. With Elder Ji personally going on the trip, it's not difficult to obtain the soul-stabilizing grass. Lu Rui looked at Duanling Tian in confusion before he reassured him.
Clan leader, I'm not doubting Elder Shi's strength, but I just want to harvest the soul-stabilizing grass together with him. Duanling Tian voiced out his intention. Recently, he had been staying in the Lu clan's residence and cultivating for the past few days. Due to this reason, he wanted to go out and get some fresh air.
Naturally, the main reason was he wanted to see if the place where the soul-stabilizing grass grew had other rare treasures or not.
According to the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, the soul-stabilizing grass is an extremely valuable and rare herb. The place where the soul-stabilizing grass grows must have a good environment. Such an environment would be suitable for the growth of many rare treasures. Duanling Tian's heart jolted as his eyes lit up in anticipation.
In his opinion, his luck had been quite good ever since he came to the Lu clan. First, he had obtained the soul-fixing root from the Lu clan, and now he had obtained some news about the soul-stabilizing grass. This time, he might obtain other rare treasures as well on this trip to harvest the soul-stabilizing grass with Elder Ji. Elder Duan, you want to go as well? Lu Rui was stunned. Yes. Is there any problem? Duanling Tian asked.
Well, there's no problem but I'm just thinking about your safety, Elder Duan. Unfortunately, Elder Yuan and Gui have just left the house a few days ago. It'll take them 2 weeks before they return. Lu Rui's face was filled with concern when he finished his sentence. Isn't Elder Ji coming along? A warm feeling rose up in Duanling Tian's heart. He shook his head and smiled. With Elder Ji there, why are you still worried that something will happen to me?
Don't tell me there are people who dare to offend the Lu clan here in the northern mountain land. Duanling Tian felt that Lu Rui was being overly protective of him regarding this matter.
However, he could empathize a little.
After all, he was not just a mere grade 1 alchemist who could refine grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity to Lu Rui. He would also be a martial monarch in the future. He could not afford to make even the smallest mistake.
You have a point. The moment Lu Rui heard Duanling Tian's words, he nodded his head in embarrassment. He also noticed that he had been a little too overprotective. In the northern mountain land, only the O clan was qualified to be compared to their Lu clan. The other few second-rate forces were not even enough for Lu clan to scratch their itch.
Each of those second-rate forces had their own martial monarch, but their strength was no match for any of the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders. I'm going with you. When Duanling Tian and Lu Rui were walking out of the main hall, a cold voice that sent shivers running their spines entered their ears. When they turned their heads over to look, they saw a fiery elf-like figure standing nearby.
It was a woman dressed in red who looked so beautiful that her beauty could topple a country. The only flaw she had was the coldness on her face. Even her body exuded an icy aura that was extremely arrogant and unapproachable. The few words she had spoken seemed as though it was enough to condense the air into ice.
Tian Wu. Duanling Tian recognized the red-clad woman with just a glance. He was slightly astonished as he asked, "Why are you here?" "I'm going with you." Feng Tianwu repeated her words from earlier and ignored his question. Her tone remained indifferent, but it was not as cold as before. "Just come if you want to go together." Duanling Tian smiled. "All right." After hearing Duanling Tian's reply, Feng Tianwu, who radiated a chilly aura, flew out and followed Duanling Tian like a shadow. "You're Miss Tianwu?" "I'm Lu Rue, the clan leader of Lu Clan." Lu Rue greeted Feng Tianwu with a smile. Although he had seen her before, she was lying in the ice coffin then and did not have any interaction with him.
He did not dare to be negligent now that he finally met Feng Tianwu in person. This was because he had learned some things about her from the servants serving Duanling Tian. He knew the reason Elder Duan was looking for the soul-fixing root and the soul-stabilizing grass was for her.
From this matter alone, he could see how Elder Duan treasured this woman. Due to this reason, he did not dare to be negligent at all.
This woman might also become a martial emperor in the future. She was not somebody he could afford to offend. However, Feng Tianwu did not bother with Lu Rue's perfunctory greeting at all. She did not even raise a brow. She completely ignored Lu Rue.
Lu Rue was left feeling awkward for a moment. "Elder Duan, let's look for Elder Ji." In an attempt to cover up his awkwardness, Lu Rue quickly gestured to Duanling Tian before he led the way out. "Tianwu, let's go." Duanling Tian motioned to Feng Tianwu and followed Lu Rue's lead. Feng Tianwu did not respond but silently followed Duanling Tian like his shadow. Soon after, under Lu Rue's guidance, Duanling Tian met Lu Ji, one of the three great guardian elders of the Lu clan. Again, "Elder Duan." Lu Ji greeted Duanling Tian enthusiastically when he saw him again. A hint of respect for Duanling Tian could be seen in the depth of the old man's eyes. A few days ago, he found out that Elder Duan could refine grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity. He really admired him from the bottom of his heart. "Elder Ji." Duanling Tian also greeted Lu Ji with a smile. "This must be Miss Tianwu, I suppose?" Lu Ji's gaze quickly landed on Feng Tianwu, who was by Duanling Tian's side. He greeted her with a faint smile. The corner of Lu Rue's mouth twitched a little as an evil smirk slowly formed on his face when he saw this. In his opinion, Feng Tianwu would definitely ignore Elder Ji, similar to how she had ignored him earlier. Elder Ji would definitely be embarrassed.
However, the smile on the corner of his mouth froze immediately.
"You're very strong." He realized that Feng Tianwu had spoken.
She actually spoke to Lu Ji? The scene before his eyes completely crushed his inner fantasy.
"Thank you, Miss Tianwu. You flatter me." Lu Ji politely replied upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words. It was apparent he knew the relationship between Duanling Tian and her was not simple.
"Elder Ji, you'll go with Elder Duan and Miss Tianwu this time." At this time, Lu Rue looked at Lu Ji and explained the situation to him without missing any details.
"No problem." Lu Ji agreed straightforwardly before he looked at Duanling Tian again. "Congratulations, Elder Duan, for finding the thing you've been looking for. I've still yet to get my hands on it." Duanling Tian shook his head gently before saying, "Let us depart as early as possible. I fear things might change if we depart any later."
"I can leave now," Lu Ji responded. "I'll bring all of you to meet that person and let him bring all of you to search for the soul-stabilizing grass." Upon hearing the eagerness in Duanling Tian's words,
Lu Rue dove right into the topic without any hesitation and brought Duanling Tian and the other two to the place where he temporarily put up the man who brought them the news.
Soon after, a short and foolish-looking middle-aged man with a missing front tooth appeared in front of Duanling Tian.
Third level void transformation stage. Duanling Tian's spiritual energy immediately probed the cultivation base of this foolish-looking middle-aged man.
After the foolish-looking middle-aged man's gaze swept past Duanling Tian, Lu Rue, and Lu Ji, it landed on Feng Tianwu. His gaze remained fixed on her as he yelled, "Whoa! A beauty!"
"I'll dig your eyes out if you keep looking," Feng Tianwu warned with the slightest movement of her lips. Her voice was so cold. It was as though it originated from an extremely cold thaw hole.
However, it seemed as though the lecherous middle-aged man did not hear what Feng Tianwu said as he continued to fearlessly stare at her beautiful face.
Bang!
At the moment Feng Tianwu was about to attack, a loud explosion reverberated in the air.
Feng Tianwu only saw something flashed before her eyes before the lecherous middle-aged man flew back. A silhouette similar to purple lightning followed behind.
In just an instant, the lecherous middle-aged man fell on the ground. His vision was suddenly blocked as he was struggling to stand up. He did not have a chance to react at all when a foot landed on his face.
Bang!
Duanling Tian stepped on the lecherous middle-aged man's face. He remained motionless and sturdy like Mount Tai no matter how much the lecherous middle-aged man struggled.
Coldness filled Duanling Tian's face similar to Feng Tianwu. His eyes gleamed fiercely. Ever since Feng Tianwu tried to sacrifice herself for him by triggering the energy from the fire spirit body, he had completely accepted Feng Tianwu as his woman. How could he tolerate someone who insulted his woman? If he did not have any use for this person, he would have immediately smashed the man's head. Feng Tianwu's heart jolted a little as she watched what was happening before her eyes. She could not help but feel a little happy.
Perhaps our relationship really wasn't simple in the past, Feng Tianwu mumbled to herself.
Clan leader, I want him dead.
I want him dead. At this moment, the lecherous middle-aged man whose head was being stepped by Duanling Tian looked at Lu Rie in the distance as soon as he realized he could not struggle out of Duanling Tian's constraint.
If he's not dead, I definitely won't tell you where the grass is. The lecherous middle-aged man continued to shout. A grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. Now there won't be any grade 1 spirit weapon. Duanling Tian said softly as he partially stepped on the lecherous middle-aged man's head into the ground.
The lecherous middle-aged man was puzzled when he heard what Duanling Tian said. This is Elder Duan. Lu Clan is only helping him to offer the reward. He's the one giving out the promised reward, Lu Rue said slowly as he looked at the lecherous middle-aged man sympathetically.
If you don't give me the grade 1 spirit weapon, I won't bring you to the grass. The lecherous middle-aged man's eyes gleamed fiercely as he threatened after eating a few mouthfuls of soil.
I smashed a watermelon in just one kick previously. But I've never kicked a human head before. I wonder if it's tougher than a watermelon, Duanling Tian mumbled to himself as he stepped on the lecherous middle-aged man's head.
No. The lecherous middle-aged man's expression changed drastically when he heard what Duanling Tian said and screamed in fear. I'll bring you there. I'll bring you there. He was really afraid the young man whose strength was much more powerful than his would really kick his head like a watermelon. With his ability, he would certainly die if Duanling Tian kicked his head. Didn't you say that you won't bring me there? Duanling Tian said calmly. His tone was bone-piercingly cold. I was kidding.
Yes,
I was kidding. The lecherous middle-aged man panicked and explained with all his might when he noticed the coldness in Duanling Tian's voice.
Watch what you're looking at. If you look at what you're not supposed to again, I'll show you how to write the word regret. Duanling Tian scoffed as he withdrew his foot.
Yes. The lecherous middle-aged man responded immediately. He dared not look at Feng Tianwu anymore, not even to sneak a glance.
Lu Rue and Lu Ji looked at each other after witnessing what had happened. There was a knowing look in their eyes.
It seemed like they were right. Elder Duan and Feng Tianwu had an extraordinary relationship. Lead the way, Duanling Tian shouted. His eyes gleamed when he looked at the lecherous middle-aged man.
Yes. The lecherous middle-aged man was afraid of Duanling Tian now, and he did not dare to delay. He took the lead and flew up to the sky before heading east at the speed of light. Duanling Tian ascended into the sky with Feng Tianwu after saying goodbye to Lu Rue. He caught up with the lecherous middle-aged man slowly and steadily.
Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ji ascended into the sky and caught up with Duanling Tian and the rest in just an instant. How did you find out there's soul-stabilizing grass growing in that place? Duanling Tian calmly asked as he looked at the lecherous middle-aged man. Soul-stabilizing grass? The lecherous middle-aged man was stunned. The grass that I'm looking for, Duanling Tian said. I found it by accident when I was passing by that place. I was lucky I managed to escape in time. Otherwise, I would have been killed by that demon. The lecherous middle-aged man recounted what happened. There was an expression of fear on his face. How far is it to get there from here? Duanling Tian asked again. With our current speed, we'll take 1 day at the most to get there, the lecherous middle-aged man said. A day was not considered long to Duanling Tian. It would pass in just a blink of an eye. Dawn broke on the second day and shone its light on the land and Duanling Tian. He noticed they were fast approaching a mountain range in front of them. It's right there. At this moment, the lecherous middle-aged man said to Duanling Tian and the others. To be more precise, he was talking to Duanling Tian and Lu Ji. He dared not look at Feng Tian Wu at all. It was obvious he remembered Duanling Tian's warning. Whoosh! 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 With their speed, they arrived at the mountain range in just a short time. They only stopped flying when they arrived above the mountain range. Elder Duan, about the 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. The lecherous middle-aged man stammered as he looked at Duanling Tian. Humph! I'll definitely give you the 10 grade 1 life recovery pills if you bring me to what I want. Where did you see the grass? Lead the way, Duanling Tian said with a scoff. Thank you, Elder Duan. The lecherous middle-aged man was relieved after he received confirmation from Duanling Tian. He thanked Duanling Tian with a joyful expression. Here. Subsequently, he led the way and flew toward the side of the mountain range. Soon after, they arrived in a long and narrow canyon. There was fog lingering in the canyon that affected the visibility of the area. It's over there. The lecherous middle-aged man took the lead and walked ahead. His speed was quick, as though he was afraid he might not be able to find the soul-stabilizing grass if he was late. Although the lecherous middle-aged man's speed was quick, Duanling Tian and the others did not feel any pressure at all and caught up to him easily. The deeper they went into the canyon, the thicker the fog became. They could not see what lay ahead at all. This caused Duanling Tian to frown. Whoosh! Soon after, something flashed before Duanling Tian's eyes. He noticed Lu Ji was ahead of him as he followed closely behind the lecherous middle-aged man who was leading the way. Elder Duan, please follow me closely with Miss Tian Wu. As long as the both of you stay within 10 meters of me, there's nothing the demon at the peak of the void could do to the both of you even if he attacks. Lu Ji said confidently to Duanling Tian and Feng Tian Wu. He was confident in his ability. However, Duanling Tian did not know what to say in response to that. One must know that Duanling Tian was capable of standing his ground as long as the demon at the peak of the void did not comprehend 3 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts. Thank you, Elder Ji. However, he still expressed his sincere gratitude to Lu Ji. Duanling Tian and Feng Tian Wu walked next to each other as they followed closely behind Lu Ji. At the same time, Lu Ji followed closely behind the lecherous middle-aged man. The 4 of them headed deep into the canyon in that sequence. Wait! They did not how long had passed, and Lu Ji had vanished from their sights a few times prior to this. However, Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically this time, and he immediately halted his movement. Feng Tian Wu stopped moving as well. Feng Tian Wu looked at Duanling Tian doubtfully. There's an illusory formation merged with a hidden formation here, Duanling Tian said with an ugly expression on his face. Elder Ji and that fellow have fallen into the illusory formation. They're stuck there since they're unprepared. Illusory formation. Feng Tian Wu still looked skeptical. She had forgotten what an illusory formation was after losing her memory. Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian was observing his surroundings, a familiar voice shouted from behind him. Who's that? Although Duanling Tian found the voice familiar, he could not recall to whom the voice belonged. He turned around immediately. He saw 2 silhouettes in just a glance. He saw a gray-clad young man who was close to middle age and an old man with white hair and white eyebrows. It was the gray-clad man who had shouted earlier. Lu Song. Duanling Tian recognized the gray-clad man immediately. His face turned somber as his eyes gleamed. It's you. What? Are you surprised? The gray-clad man was the Lu clan's first young master Lu Song. He was the blood brother of the Lu clan's third young master Lu Huai, whom Duanling Tian killed when he just arrived at the clan. However, Duanling Tian ignored Lu Song's question that was filled with mockery. He looked at the old man next to Lu Song and asked in his deep voice, "You're the one who set up the illusory formation and merged it with the hidden formation?" He still remembered the old man's surname was Guan.
That's right. The old man did not deny it. Instead, he looked at Duanling Tian with a gleam in his eyes. "However, I didn't expect you to notice the illusory formation that I set up. How did you figure out it's merged with the hidden formation?" The old man asked as he looked at Duanling Tian in fear.
"You're not the only inscription master on Cloud Continent," Duanling Tian replied coldly.
The hidden formation was an inscription formation that could hide other inscription formations. Only inscription masters with spiritual energy at the martial monarch stage could inscribe and set up such a formation.
If Duanling Tian was not an inscription master, he would not be able to notice the illusory formation that was merged with the hidden formation. Moreover, he was not just an average inscription master, he was an outstanding one. Therefore, he realized what was happening with the help of his spiritual energy after Lu Ji and the lecherous middle-aged man entered the illusory formation and encountered the hidden formation. That was the reason why he managed to stop in time and did not enter the illusory formation.
"You're an inscription master?" The old man's eyes narrowed. He had a shocked expression on his face when heard Duanling Tian's words.
Previously, he had made an effort to research the purple-clad young man standing before him.
He knew this purple-clad young man had to be strong when he found out that the young man killed a Lu clan's elder with an 8th-level void transformation cultivation base.
He was stunned when he found out about this monstrous person with such powerful ability. Moreover, he was also a grade 1 alchemist. And now, according to what the purple-clad young man said, he was an inscription master as well. Furthermore, he was an inscription master who managed to figure out the hidden formation.
"What do you think?" Duanling Tian responded with a question. At this moment, Lu Song, who was standing next to the old man, suddenly said, "Humph. Duanling Tian, it doesn't matter if you're an inscription master or not. You're destined to die today." His deep voice was extremely cold when he spoke.
When Lu Song spoke, there was killing intent and vengeance in his eyes as he stared at Duanling Tian. He could not wait to slash Duanling Tian with thousands of blades into 10,000 pieces. "Lu Song." Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes at Lu Song. "I'm curious. How did you all know that I'll be coming this way? You even set up the illusory formation beforehand. My observation skill is quite good. That fellow is definitely not in cahoots with both of you." Duanling Tian looked at the old man next to Lu Song as he spoke. The old man was the one who set up the illusory formation. The illusory formation was merged with the hidden formation. It was extremely troublesome to set up and would take a few hours to complete.
The fellow that Duanling Tian mentioned was naturally the lecherous man that brought him here.
First of all, Duanling Tian was certain the lecherous man was working for Lu Song. It would have been impossible for Duanling Tian not to notice if that was the case.
That was why he thought it was odd. If the lecherous man was not Lu Song's man, how did Lu Song and the old man next to him manage to get here before they did?
They arrived here earlier than they did. Duanling Tian could tell from the illusory formation that they set up. "That idiot? Of course, he's not one of us." Lu Song glared at Duanling Tian with killing intent as he grinned. "He's just a pawn that I used. Also, do you really think the herb you want is here?" Duanling Tian could not help but frown at Lu Song's words. "What do you mean by that?" Duanling Tian figured something was not right.
"Elder Guan, why don't you tell him? Tell him what happened before he dies. Be quick about it. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to kill him when that Lu Ji escapes from the formation," Lu Song said to the old man next to him. The way he looked at Duanling Tian was as though he was looking at a dead man. "Duanling Tian, you killed my brother. Today will be the day you die.
I want you to die in despair and regret," Lu Song said as the killing intent in his eyes intensified. "Yes, young master." The old man responded respectfully before he looked at Duanling Tian and said coldly, "How can you not understand this when you're also an inscription master?"
"The thing that you want isn't here at all." The old man enunciated each word slowly. Each of the words was like a giant hammer smashing repeatedly on Duanling Tian's chest. It caused the expression on his face to turn extremely unsightly.
Duan Tian took a deep breath. He was initially confused, but his mind was clear now as he thought to himself, "There's no soul-stabilizing grass here?" All of a sudden, his eyes narrowed when he thought of something. "Both of you planned this since the beginning?" Duan Tian asked as he looked at Lu Song and the old man. It was obvious he had figured it out. "Seems like you're not entirely dumb." Lu Song grinned. The fellow didn't see the soul-stabilizing grass, nor did he encounter some demon at the peak of the void who was guarding the soul-stabilizing grass. Everything he saw was an illusion from the illusory formation you set up.
"Am I right?" Duan Tian asked in his deep voice as he stared at the old man.
"That's right," the old man said expressionlessly. "If that bastard really did encounter a demon at the peak of the void, do you really think he would be able to escape?" Naturally, the bastard the old man was referring to was the lecherous man that led Duan Tian here. "I knew it." Duan Tian turned somber. He could not help but laugh at himself. He thought he was extremely lucky to obtain the soul-fixing root that Tianwu needed and subsequently received news about the soul-stabilizing grass. So there was no soul-stabilizing grass after all. The soul-stabilizing grass the lecherous man saw was just an illusion created by the illusory formation the old man next to Lu Song set up. This included the demon at the peak of the void.
It was all just an illusion.
It was all part of Lu Song's scheme.
Naturally, he knew what Lu Song's objective was. He wanted to avenge Lu Huai.
Lu Huai was Lu Song's blood brother. Although Lu Song did not show any hints of wanting retribution when they first met, Duan Tian knew it was the contrary due to his spiritual energy. The deeper he hid the vengeance, the more terrifying it would be when it exploded. What happened today undoubtedly proved this point. Initially, everything was going according to plan, but what caught us by surprise is that you didn't enter the illusory formation, the old man continued to say. The old man and his young master planned to kill Duan Tian once he entered the illusory formation. However, they did not expect Duan Tian to discover the illusory formation.
It doesn't matter whether he enters the illusory formation or not. It was not set up for him anyway. Now that Lu Ji has entered the illusory formation that we set up for him, he won't be coming out for now, Lu Song said. His voice had turned even colder now.
His eyes gleamed with vengeance as he looked at Duan Tian. Lu Ji was the Lu clan's guardian elder, and he was a martial monarch powerhouse. Although the old man next to him was also a martial monarch powerhouse, he was not confident he could defeat Lu Ji.
However, Lu Ji could no longer protect Duan Tian now that he had entered the illusory formation.
In his opinion, Duan Tian was like a fish on his chopping board. He could do whatever he wanted to him. "Duan Tian, do you regret killing my brother Lu Huai now?" Lu Song asked coldly as he looked at Duan Tian. He did not wait for Duan Tian's response as he continued to say, "It's useless even if you regret it now.
Today, I'll put you through hell to avenge my brother who's in heaven now." Lu Song's tone turned colder as he spoke.
Regret. Faced with Lu Song who had fallen into the sea of vengeance, Duan Tian looked calm as he slowly said, "I'm so sorry. I might regret other things, but I don't regret killing your brother Lu Huai. Not even now." Duan Tian's words were akin to giving a slap to Lu Song's face. "You're asking for death." Lu Song glared at Duan Tian with rage. His voice was dripping with killing intent.
"What? Do you want to fight me?" Duan Tian smiled. He looked amused when he saw Lu Song glaring coldly at him. Lu Song's face turned somber when he heard Duan Tian's words and said, "Of course, I'll fight you. But not now." Duan Tian was stunned. He did not know what Lu Song meant by that. Soon after, he figured out the meaning behind Lu Song's words.
"Elder Guan, severe his Dantian. Don't kill him."
"I want to torture him slowly so he'll die in despair," Lu Song said through clenched teeth as he looked at the old man next to him.
"Yes, young master," the old man replied and glared at Duan Tian. Origin energy rumbled on his body. It was majestic as it created terrifying airwaves that made the wind whistle in the air. At this moment, all the plants and flowers in the canyon were swaying violently from the wind. Fwa! Meanwhile, Heaven and earth energy rumbled above the old man's head as the heaven and earth phenomenon formed.
2,000 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared. His origin energy alone was equivalent to 2,000 ancient horned dragons' strength.
It was the indication of a first-level martial monarch stage. However, that was not the end. Bang! The milky flame that was rising on the old man's body changed its color suddenly. It turned red before it rose into the sky, casting a red glow on the lingering fog. Whoosh! Another 2,000 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared in the air. First-level monarch stage fire profundity.
There were green energy and bolts of lightning that looked like purple electric snakes entwined around the flame rising from the old man's body.
Another 2,000 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared.
9th Advanced Level Thunder Concept.
9th Advanced Level Wind Concept. Duanling Tian, I bet you didn't expect this. Elder Guan's a powerful martial monarch. It's easy for him to kill you. Lu Song laughed maniacally, feeling pleased.
He looked at Duanling Tian. In his opinion, Duanling Tian must be feeling terrified and hopeless at this moment.
However, he stopped laughing when he saw how calm Duanling Tian was. His face turned pale. There was a hint of embarrassment and rage in his eyes. Elder Guan, do it! Lu Song shouted in anger.
Bang!
An explosion reverberated in the air as the scorching aura spread in all directions. Duanling Tian did not have time to react at all. The speed of the old man next to Lu Song was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, the world before Duanling Tian's eyes was bathed in a red glow. It was as though he was standing in a sea of flames. The scorching aura that was sweeping toward him made sweat drip from his forehead to his face. Bang! When a loud explosion sounded, Duanling Tian noticed a tremor in the sea of flames before it withdrew. It began to shrink before his eyes.
Eventually, the sea of red flames withdrew until it revealed the silhouette of a person. It was an old man whose body was covered in flames. However, the flames on the old man's body was a little burnt out and weak now.
Wah!
The old man's face suddenly paled before he spat out a mouthful of blood as he shuddered.
Blood fell on the ground like blooming red roses. You! The old man looked at the spot next to Duanling Tian. To be more precise, his eyes were fixed on the red-clad lady standing next to Duanling Tian.
From the beginning until the end, the red-clad lady was just standing next to Duanling Tian quietly.
Neither Lu Song nor the old man saw her as a threat since the beginning. They did not think she would pose a threat to them because she was so young.
However, both of their eyes were trained on her now.
Soon after, they lifted their heads immediately as though they had noticed something. Both of them saw the heaven and earth energy that was rumbling above the red-clad lady's head just a second ago had now formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. Ancient horned dragon silhouettes were forming quickly.
1,000, 2,000,
3,000. The number was still increasing. In the end, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes stopped at 8,000. 8,000 ancient horned dragon strength.
Fire profundity. Sword profundity. The old man exclaimed loudly. There was fear in his eyes when he saw the sword-shaped flame forming on the red-clad lady's body.
At this moment, the old man took a deep breath as he looked at the red-clad lady in fear. He tried to probe by asking, Demon monarch. In the old man's opinion, the beautiful red-clad lady looked like she was only in her early 20s. A lady at such a young age had comprehended two types of monarch stage profundities. It was obvious the red-clad lady was a martial monarch powerhouse like him. However, it was impossible for a human martial artist to be a martial monarch powerhouse at such a young age. Therefore, it was very likely that the red-clad lady was a demon monarch powerhouse. A demon monarch powerhouse was the equivalent of a martial monarch martial artist. The red-clad lady ignored the old man's question. Instead, she coldly responded with another question. You want to kill him?
If one took a closer look, one would notice her originally cold face had turned even colder at this moment.
The red-clad lady stood there while her body was shrouded in a scorching sword-shaped flame. However, the old man whom she was staring at did not feel the heat. The only thing he felt was bone-piercing chills from all directions.
The old man remained silent and did not answer the red-clad lady's question. However, there was a hint of fear in his eyes now.
Anybody who has the intention to kill him must die. The red-clad lady moved her beautiful lips. As soon as the word die was heard, she completely vanished before Lu Song's eyes. Be careful, Elder Guan. Lu Song exclaimed in panic as his facial expression changed dramatically.
However, when he turned to look at the old man, he noticed the old man shuddering before he fell to the ground. There was no breath left in him. He's dead. The red-clad lady stood before the old man's corpse. Her clothes were flapping in the wind like burning flames.
Elder Guan. Lu Song mumbled to himself as he shifted his focus from the old man's corpse to the red-clad lady. He was traumatized. His face had lost all its colors.
Although he hated the red-clad lady for killing the biggest support he had, he did not dare to show it on his face.
Plop! Lu Song kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to the red-clad lady as Duanling Tian watched in shock. Please spare my life. Please spare my life. The red-clad lady glanced at Lu Song begging on the ground and said coldly, I won't kill you. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Lu Song thanked her immediately and kowtowed even harder. His head soon began to bleed. Whoosh! The red-clad lady moved like a fire elf and soon arrived next to Duanling Tian. She said softly, I don't want to dirty my hands by killing him.
Let me do it, Duanling Tian said as he smiled.
The red-clad lady was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had lost her memory.
Duanling Tian only found out the day before that Feng Tianwu had full control of her strength now after her memory loss.
She was currently a first-level void transformation martial artist who had mastered 2 types of third-level monarch stage profundities.
Without origin energy, she was able to perform attacks that were equivalent to 8,000 ancient horned dragons' strength just by depending on profundities.
That was the reason why Duanling Tian was fearless earlier. He knew he was safe as long as he had Tianwu by his side. Just as he had expected, Tianwu did not disappoint. She killed the martial monarch powerhouse next to Lu Song in just an instant. Her movement was as smooth as flowing water, and it was a clean cut. Anybody who has the intention to kill him must die. What Feng Tianwu said to the martial monarch powerhouse next to Lu Song earlier echoed in Duanling Tian's ears. Her words were cold with a hint of rage mixed in it. Duanling Tian's heart was filled with warmth. Although he knew Tianwu still could not recall her past, he also knew that she knew him in the depth of her heart. He could see that from her anger earlier. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling suddenly sounded at this moment. The sound seemed to be moving further and further away. It was Lu Song attempting to run away before Duanling Tian had a chance to attack him. What a joke!
Duanling Tian killed an 8th-level void transformation Lu clan's elder before. Would it not be easy for him to kill a 5th-level void transformation martial artist like Lu Song? Run?
Do you think you can run?
Lu Song heard a mocking voice after he ran tens of meters away.
He lifted his head to look at the source of the voice and saw familiar silhouettes waiting in front of him. A purple-clad young man appeared before him. How's it possible that you're so fast? Lu Song's eyes widened. He stopped moving and asked with fear written all over his face. You're a peak-level void stage powerhouse.
Seems like you're not entirely dumb. Duanling Tian looked at Lu Song in surprise. His current ability was similar to a peak-level void stage powerhouse.
Plop! Lu Song kneeled down once again and kowtowed as he begged since he knew it was impossible for him to escape from Duanling Tian. However, he was kowtowing to a different person now. He was kowtowing to Duanling Tian. Elder Duan, please spare my life. Elder Duan, please spare my life.
I promise I won't return to the Lu clan as long as Elder Duan spares my worthless life. I won't contend for the clan leader position with Lu Bai anymore. Elder Duan, I beg you. I beg you. Lu Song did not stop kowtowing as he begged with all his might.
He did not look like the Lu clan's first young master at this moment. He looked wretched as though he had no dignity.
How's a coward like you worthy of taking over the position of clan leader? Duanling Tian glanced at Lu Song in disgust. He did not bother to waste any more of his time on him and immediately killed him.
If Lu Song did not try to seek for revenge from Duanling Tian, Perhaps he might still be the Lu clan's first young master. However, he chose to take revenge on Duanling Tian. He was digging his own grave. All right, where should I go now? At this moment, a familiar voice entered Duanling Tian's ears. Elder Ji. He saw Lu Ji escaping from the illusory formation in the distance. Although it was not surprising, he was still rather shocked. He had observed the illusory formation with his spiritual energy, and he calculated it would take at least half an hour for an ordinary martial monarch powerhouse to escape it. However, Lu Ji only took 15 minutes to get out. Elder Duan? Lu Ji heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duanling Tian's voice. I finally got out. He thought he might have entered an illusory formation when he turned around and realized that Duanling Tian, Feng Tianwu, and the lecherous middle-aged man who was walking in front of him had vanished. Subsequently, he began to look for the path to get out of the illusory formation. Eventually, he managed to escape after 15 minutes. Lu Ji's eyes suddenly narrowed. His eyes were trained on an old corpse on the ground. He frowned as he looked at the familiar face. Isn't that Guan Li? Lu Ji was one of the Lu clan's 3 guardian elders. Therefore, he recognized most of the elders in the clan, especially since he was an old man himself. One of the people he knew included Guan Li. He was the clan's foreign elder who was always at the Lu clan's first young master's side. Suddenly, Lu Ji lifted his head and looked into the distance, as though he had noticed something. Lu Song. He recognized the corpse lying tens of meters away with just a glance. His eyes narrowed again. Elder Duan, what happened? Lu Ji took a deep breath and looked at Duanling Tian skeptically. Elder Ji, don't you find it strange that they're here? Duanling Tian asked with a faint smile on his face as he faced Lu Ji's skeptical look. Yes, it's a little strange. Lu Ji nodded. Actually, the thing that I want isn't here. Duanling Tian sighed and told him everything that had happened without missing any details. What? Lu Ji's expression changed dramatically. Lu Song set this up to lure Elder Duan out so he could kill you? There was a hint of coldness in Lu Ji's eyes when he looked at the 2 corpses on the ground now after he took a deep breath and calmed his emotion. I've spoken to Lu Song before this, asking him to let go of the grudge he had. He promised me he won't seek revenge from Elder Duan. Lu Ji paused as he spoke to this point before he continued to say, I didn't expect him to break his own promise and come up with such a scheme to lure Elder Duan here. An angry expression appeared on Lu Ji's face as he spoke. He was angry that Lu Song deceived him. He did not doubt what Duanling Tian told him. There was no reason for Duanling Tian to lie to him. The fact that Lu Song and the old man next to him were here explained many things. But where did they find a martial monarch inscription master to set up the illusory formation? Lu Ji frowned in confusion. He was certain the illusory formation he was trapped in was the work of a monarch stage inscription master. Naturally, Lu Ji only asked that question because Duanling Tian did not tell him the illusory formation was set up by the old man next to Lu Song. Therefore, Lu Ji thought the old man was just a peak-level void stage martial artist. Duanling Tian arrived next to the old man's corpse when Lu Ji was lost in his thoughts. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a sword formed from origin energy appeared when Duanling Tian lifted his arm. The sword dashed toward the old man's corpse at the speed of light. The sound of sword whistling in the air caught Lu Ji's attention. Subsequently, Lu Ji saw Duanling Tian stabbing the sword into the old man's corpse and took out 3 fragments from his body. Initially, Lu Ji did not notice anything when he looked at the 3 fragments in Duanling Tian's hand. However, his eyes were soon firmly fixed on the fragments when he took another look. He was eyeing one of the 3 fragments in Duanling Tian's hands. There were scorching red flames around the fragment. Lu Ji was stunned. He only regained his senses after a while. He exclaimed in his deep voice, Profundity fragment? At this moment, Duanling Tian put away the first-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity and 2 ninth-level concept fragments in his hand and smiled lightly. It was great he obtained a Profundity fragment. A Profundity fragment was comparable to a martial Monarch powerhouse, although it was just a first-level Monarch Stage Profundity fragment. If it was given to a martial artist at the 9th level Void Transformation Cultivation base who had comprehended the 9th advanced level fire concept,
That person would be able to comprehend the fire profundity and become a martial monarch powerhouse.
When did this Guanli break through to the martial monarch stage? Lu Ji snapped back to reality when Duanling Tian put the 3 fragments away. He looked puzzled as he continued to stare at the old man's corpse. It was obvious Lu Ji did not know the old man next to Lu Song was a martial monarch powerhouse. At this moment, he could not help but exclaim inwardly, "How unfortunate! A martial monarch powerhouse is dead just like that." In his opinion, if Guanli was still alive, there was a high possibility that he would become the Lu clan's 4th guardian elder in the future. At that time, Lu clan's ability would elevate to the next level as a whole. That's not right. Lu Ji suddenly narrowed his eyes as though he had recalled something important.
Since Guanli was already a martial monarch powerhouse, the person who killed him was undoubtedly a martial monarch powerhouse as well. Furthermore, that person was definitely a martial monarch powerhouse that was stronger than Guanli. Otherwise, how did that person manage to kill Guanli?
Elder Duan. Who was the one who killed Guanli? Lu Ji asked Duanling Tian after he took a deep breath and looked at him. What do you think? Duanling Tian replied calmly. It seemed like he knew Lu Ji would ask this question.
Lu Ji was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's response. He looked at Duanling Tian before moving his gaze to Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to him. It's impossible this lady killed him. During the journey here, she depended on Elder Duan's origin energy to fly in the air. Lu Ji then shifted his gaze back to Duanling Tian.
That means it's either Elder Duan or a powerhouse protecting Elder Duan in the dark, Lu Ji speculated. After comparing both, he thought the latter was more possible.
Apart from Duanling Tian's young age, he thought it's most likely the latter because Duanling Tian was an outstanding grade 1 alchemist.
It would be a little ridiculous if such a young grade 1 alchemist was also a martial monarch powerhouse. Therefore, he did not believe Duanling Tian was a martial monarch powerhouse. Since there's nothing Elder Duan needs here, we'll return then. There was fear in Lu Ji's eyes when he looked at Duanling Tian. He was even more polite when he spoke now.
He could tell that Guanli was killed in one blow judging from the injuries on his body.
Although he did not know Guanli's cultivation base, it was impossible for him to kill Guanli in just a blow even if Guanli was only a first-level monarch martial artist. That was the reason why he thought the powerhouse secretly protecting Duanling Tian was more powerful than he was. That was why there was such a drastic change in the way he treated Duanling Tian now. Duanling Tian did not reject Lu Ji's suggestion. He left together with Lu Ji after he spoke to Feng Tianwu. They headed straight to the Lu clan's estate after leaving the place and arrived safe and sound after a day.
Pa!
A loud thud came from the Lu clan's main hall. The sound came from the clan leader Lu Rue slamming the new chair he had been sitting on. There were pieces of wood all over the floor.
Lu Song, how dare you? Lu Rue shouted. There was rage in his voice. It was obvious that he had found out about what Lu Song did.
Lu Rue took a deep breath and looked apologetically at the purple-clad young man before him. Elder Duan, this is our Lu clan's fault. Please forgive us. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duanling Tian. Since Lu Song's dead, let's just forget about it, Duanling Tian said calmly. He had no intention of dwelling in the past. Yes, Lu Rue responded respectfully. The old man standing next to the purple-clad young man, Lu Ji, suddenly frowned. He thought he saw a glimpse of fear in the clan leader's eyes when he looked at the young Elder Duan.
Does the clan leader knows about the powerhouse hiding behind Elder Duan? Even the clan leader's afraid of that powerhouse? Lu Ji speculated. Oh, right, Elder Duan. It just so happened that 2 people came on separate occasions on the day you left.
They traded spirit fruits for void transformation martial artists with the grade 1 life recovery pills that you refined. Lu Rue changed the subject and talked about the task they had posted.
2 people?
2 spirit fruits. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up. He did not expect such a pleasant surprise the moment he came back. I hope the 2 spirit fruits are ones I've not consumed before. If that's the case, I can break through to the 9th level void transformation stage within a short period of time. Duanling Tian's heart was beating fast. His body even trembled a little from the excitement even though no one noticed it.
Duan Tian quickly suppressed the excitement and asked curiously, "Clan leader, how many grade 1 life recovery pills did you trade for the spirit fruits?"
"1 grade 1 life recovery pill for 1 spirit fruit," Lu Rui said honestly.
"Only one?" Duan Tian was stunned when he heard that. People are willing to trade their spirit fruit for only 1 grade 1 life recovery pill?
In his opinion, the value of a grade 1 life recovery pill was incomparable to a spirit fruit suitable for void transformation martial artists. Of course, nobody would trade if it's just an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill, but it's definitely not a loss to trade for the grade 1 life recovery pill with purity above 90% that Elder Duan refined, Lu Rui said as he shook his head. The value of the grade 1 life recovery pill with purity above 90% isn't limited to its medicinal efficacy. However, its medicinal efficacy is enough to make people fight for it. The grade 1 life recovery pill with purity above 90% has medicinal efficacy and healing effect that's 5-folds greater compared to the usual grade 1 life recovery pill with purity less than 70%. During critical times, such grade 1 life recovery pills could save lives. Even Lu Rui himself became excited as he spoke.
Duan Tian was stunned when he heard that.
At this moment, all he wanted to do was to return to his room to cultivate. After taking the 2 spirit fruits from Lu Rui, Duan Tian headed back to his residence with Feng Tianwu.
Duan Tian passed the red phosphorus fruit that seemed like it was shrouded in red flames to Feng Tianwu and said, "Tianwu, consume this red phosphorus fruit for your cultivation. You take it." Although Feng Tianwu hardly spoke, she was straightforward when she did.
"I've consumed this red phosphorus fruit once. It's useless for me to take it again. You can have it." Duan Tian told the truth when he realized Feng Tianwu was unwilling to take it. One of the 2 spirit fruits he obtained from Lu Rui was the red phosphorus fruit that he had consumed before. That fruit was given to him by Lu Rui previously.
His current cultivation base was elevated due to the red phosphorus fruit that he consumed.
Feng Tianwu only accepted the red phosphorus fruit after hearing what Duan Tian said. "Thank you." Feng Tianwu moved her beautiful lips and thanked Duan Tian immediately. "There's no need for thanks between you and me." Duan Tian looked at Feng Tianwu fondly before he bade her goodbye and returned to his room to cultivate. Feng Tianwu also returned to her room after Duan Tian left. However, what Duan Tian did not know was the 2 grade 1 life recovery pills with more than 90% purity created an uproar after they left the Lu clan. The Cloud Continent had Ruoshi River as the demarcation line dividing the outer land and the inner land.
The outer land was mainly made of 4 directions, which were the northern outer land, southern outer land, western outer land, and eastern outer land. The northern mountain land was just an area located close to the Ruoshi River on the north of the southern outer land. There were 2 other areas on both sides of the northern mountain land closer to the Ruoshi River that belonged to the southern outer land. The northern divergent land located on the east side of northern mountain land was quite outstanding as well, even though it was not as popular as the northern mountain land.
Naturally, the northern mountain land was popular was because of the O clan and the Lu clan. The 2 clans were ancient clans that had existed for 10,000 years. They were the 2 oldest forces in the entire southern outer land.
More accurately, there were no other forces that had existed for 10,000 years like the O clan and the Lu clan in the entire outer land. Perhaps on Cloud Continent, there were forces similar to O clan and Lu clan that had existed for 10,000 years. However, those forces were located on the other side of the Ruoshi River, which was the inner land. The O clan and the Lu clan were the only 2 forces that had existed for 10,000 years in the outer land.
Due to that, the northern mountain land was famous in the entire southern outer land. In the intersection of the northern mountain land and northern divergent land lay a vast city. The city was bustling with people constantly entering and exiting.
The city was called the Alchemist City.
There was a tower located at the central zone of the Alchemist City. The building was a landmark of the city. There were square plaques hanging outside of the tower from top to bottom with a word written on each of them.
It read Alchemist Guild if one was to read them from top to bottom.
People did not stop walking in and out of the tower, similar to how there were always people entering and exiting the Alchemist City. If one took a closer look, one would notice that most people going in and out of the tower had a badge on their chest. It was the Alchemist badge. One would be able to tell the grade of an alchemist just by looking at the badge on their chests.
The tower in Alchemist City's central zone was where the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land was located. The Alchemist Guild that ruled the entire southern outer land.
Whoosh! At this moment, a person flew at lightning speed and arrived above the tower in just a blink of an eye. However, that person stopped moving as soon as he arrived in the air above the tower. I'm here to see the guild master. There's something that I need to report to him. It was an azure-clad old man. He looked at an azure-clad middle-aged man who was blocking his way with fear in his eyes, as though the azure-clad middle-aged man was some destructive beast. The azure-clad middle-aged man stood there emotionlessly. He seemed to be one with the heaven and earth, giving an immense pressure to the azure-clad old man.
The azure-clad old man did not know when sweat began to drip down his forehead. Let him in. At that moment, an ancient voice came from the top of the tower. Although the voice sounded old, it was energetic. Yes, the azure-clad middle-aged man who did not move earlier responded respectfully when he heard that voice. Almost as soon as the azure-clad middle-aged man responded, he vanished entirely in the air as though he was never there in the first place. People from the Alchemist Guild are so powerful. I'm afraid only a handful of people in the southern outer land are able to defeat them. The azure-clad old man mumbled softly to himself and took a deep breath. When he regained his senses, he flew into the top tower and arrived in a spacious room.
An old man in a silver robe sitting before a table at the side of the room was enjoying a cup of tea in his hand quietly.
Guild Master. The azure-clad old man bowed respectfully to the silver-robed old man.
Why didn't you stay put in the northern mountain land? Why did you come to the Alchemist City? The silver-robed man asked. He did not even look at the azure-clad old man as he continued to enjoy his tea.
Guild Master, I came to Alchemist City to show you this. The azure-clad old man lifted his arm and an exquisite box appeared in his hand. The entire box was made of jade and it looked expensive.
Unfortunately, the silver-robed old man did not even deign to turn his head. He sat there and calmly said, "You should know that I, Xianxia, think nothing of this ordinary things." There was arrogance in the old man's tone.
The silver-robed old man before him was the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the entire southern outer land. Was there anything that he had never seen before?
It was true that ordinary things were not worthy of his eyes. However, the azure-clad old man looked at the exquisite jade box in his hand and proceeded to say confidently, "Guild Master, I think this is definitely something worth looking at." He finally turned around after listening to what the azure-clad old man said. He looked at the azure-clad old man. "I'm curious. Bring it to me." He knew the azure-clad old man before him very well.
The old man used to follow by his side. He was currently the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, while the old man was an outstanding grade 2 alchemist.
He knew the azure-clad old man would not have come if it was not important. "Yes," the azure-clad old man responded respectfully. He took a few steps forward and placed the exquisite jade box on the table before Xianxia. "Pa!"
Xianxia opened the jade box immediately. There was a pill in the jade box that he was extremely familiar with. He could not help but frown when he saw that. "This is the thing you want me to see?" Xiangxia's face turned somber. He was ready to reprimand the old man for deceiving him when he suddenly fell silent.
He was stunned.
How's this possible?" Xianxia stood up suddenly and stared at the pill in the exquisite jade box. He could not move his eyes away from the pill. His body began to tremble from his chaotic emotion.
"Miracle! It's a miracle!" He took a deep breath after a while and picked up the pill from the exquisite jade box with his shaking hands. His movement was gentle as though he was caressing his lover. 91% purity. He finally suppressed his emotion and calmed down. However, he still could not take his eyes off the pill in his hand.
Naturally, as a grade 1 alchemist, he could tell the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand had 91% purity. He had only heard of pills with such purity, but he had never seen one before.
There's a myth that's passed down in our alchemist guild. 10,000 years ago, there was once a powerful martial emperor who could refine pills with more than 90% purity. However, it's just a myth. It's been 10,000 years. Nobody knows if it's real or not. He had tens of thousands of thoughts running through his mind. He could not calm down at all. He finally calmed down and asked the azure-clad old man urgently, "Where did you get this grade 1 life recovery pill?" "Guild Master, my direct disciple obtained this from the Lu clan." The azure-clad old man responded immediately.
Lu clan. He frowned after hearing what the azure-clad old man said. "I've been refining grade 1 pills for the Lu clan. The grade 1 life recovery pills I refined only have 70% purity at the most.
But this grade 1 life recovery pill has purity above 90%. He said as he looked at the pill in his hand.
He knew he did not refine this pill. "Guild Master, you don't know this. A person with the surname Duan joined the Lu clan recently and became the clan's first interim advisor.
He's a grade 1 alchemist," the azure-clad old man explained. "He's the second grade 1 alchemist in the southern outer land after Guild Master." Grade 1 alchemist? His eyes narrowed when he heard the azure-clad old man's words. He joined the Lu clan?
Yes. The azure-clad old man nodded.
"Do you mean this grade 1 life recovery pill was refined by the alchemist with the surname Duan?" He asked. "It's very likely," the azure-clad old man proceeded to say. "Lu clan is giving out rewards earlier for those who provide spirit fruit suitable for void transformation martial artists. A spirit fruit for a grade 1 life recovery pill." Initially, everyone thought Lu clan was being stingy, but everyone went crazy when they found out the grade 1 life recovery pills Lu clan is using to trade have purity above 90%. The azure-clad old man paused for a while before he continued to speak. "My direct disciple gave me this grade 1 life recovery pill right after he obtained it. I found it unusual, so I came to see you immediately." The azure-clad old man spoke in one breath. "You did great." He nodded at the azure-clad old man as his eyes gleamed with a hint of satisfaction. "It looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Lu clan to meet that alchemist whose surname is Duan. There's another thing, Guild Master." The azure-clad old man seemed to have recalled something. He looked at the azure-clad old man with doubts in his eyes. "That alchemist with the surname Duan from the Lu clan, I heard he's a young man. He's not even 30 years old yet," the azure-clad old man said. "What?" His eyes widened when he heard the azure-clad old man's words. The initial calmness had turned into shock. Grade 1. Grade 1 alchemist, and he's not even 30 yet? Are you sure?" He looked at the azure-clad old man intently. "I'm sure." The azure-clad old man nodded. "I've seen him once during the alchemist competition together with the other alchemists."
He revealed his grade 1 alchemist identity by displaying his grade 1 pill fire at that time and joined the Lu clan, the azure-clad old man said affirmatively. "He's not even 30.
A grade 1 alchemist. He narrowed his eyes. Since he's a grade 1 alchemist, it's unlikely he's a demon. But if he's a human, how did he become a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age? Furthermore, he managed to refine grade 1 pills with 90% purity. The more he thought about it, the more skeptical he became. It was too shocking for a human less than 30 years of age to become a grade 1 alchemist. Moreover, this grade 1 alchemist could refine grade 1 pills with 90% purity. That was unbelievable. Even the number 1 alchemist on Cloud Continent known to the public, the Guild Master of the Alchemist Guild's Supreme Main Guild, can only refine grade 1 pills with 80% purity at the most. Moreover, it depends on luck as well. That Guild Master became a grade 1 alchemist when he was not even 40 years old and was known as the top genius among alchemists.
However, he only managed to refine grade 1 pills with 80% purity after he was 100 years old.
Even if that alchemist who joined Lu clan is more talented than the Guild Master, since he became a grade 1 alchemist before turning 30, it's quite impossible for him to refine pills with more than 90% purity. His thoughts were spinning. Finally, he came to a conclusion. He must have some unique medicine refinement technique. Even if that's not the case, he must be hiding some great secrets. Otherwise, it's impossible for a kid like him to refine pills with such high purity. A hint of greed appeared in His eyes. Chang He's expression returned to normal, and he said to the azure-clad old man, "You may return." "Yes." The azure-clad old man dared not delay and left after he responded.
After the azure-clad old man left, greed flashed through Cheng He's eyes once again as he looked at the grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity in his hand. He immediately flew out of the top of the tower. "Follow me to Northern Mountains, Lu clan," Cheng He spoke to the air.
Whoosh! As soon as Chang He was done speaking, an azure silhouette appeared out of thin air with a rumble.
It was the azure-clad middle-aged man who blocked the azure-clad old man's way earlier.
"Let's go." Chang He took the lead and flew away. He vanished in a blink of an eye. The azure-clad middle-aged man moved and soon caught up to Chang He. He flew behind him like his shadow.
On a platform in a spacious side hall in the Northern Mountains, Lu clan,
a purple-clad young man and a middle-aged man sat with their legs crossed on the platform. The middle-aged man's eyes were closed. The purple-clad young man looked at another middle-aged man and nodded to him. "Clan leader, let's begin." The middle-aged man nodded and lifted his arm. Mist surrounded the platform, shrouding both the middle-aged man and the purple-clad young man in a blink of an eye.
If there was an inscription master here, he would be able to tell the platform shrouded in mist was the Profound Assimilation Formation.
The Profound Assimilation Formation was an inscription formation that refined a massive number of concept fragments into concept energy and helped with boosting one's concepts at lightning speed. The Profound Assimilation Formation would consume a ridiculous number of concept fragments each time it was activated. It was impossible for a person to handle the consumption without a certain level of ability. Whoosh! 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 Whoosh!
As the mist rose, the middle-aged man who was standing outside lifted his arm once again as concept fragments shot out from his hand one after another and merged with the Profound Assimilation Formation.
Upon closer inspection, one would see there were only 4 types of concept fragments the middle-aged man was tossing into the formation.
They were the wind concept fragments sparkling in green energy, earth concept fragments with a khaki glow, thunder concept fragments rumbling in purple energy, and sword concept fragments with sword-shaped energy. Whoosh! 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 Whoosh!
Concept fragments shot out of the middle-aged man's hand as though he was getting rid of trash. In a blink of an eye, he had tossed out 1,000 fragments into the formation.
The middle-aged man looked calm. It did not seem like he was unwilling at all.
"Is it worth it?" An ancient suddenly sounded as the middle-aged man was tossing close to 2,000 concept fragments into the formation. Soon after, a skinny old man with white hair appeared next to the middle-aged man.
The skinny old man wore a loose robe. He was handsome with white eyebrows and white beard. He resembled a saint more than an ordinary person. Former clan leader. The middle-aged man stopped whatever he was doing when he heard the old man's voice.
When the old man appeared, he bowed at the old man respectfully without further delay. The middle-aged man was the clan leader of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. The 2 men in the Profound Assimilation Formation were obviously Duan Ling Tian and Xiong Quan. "It's worth it." Lu Rui nodded solemnly after he greeted the old man. He knew the reason why the old man asked such a question.
The close to 2,000 concept fragments he had tossed into the formation were almost all of the 4 types of concept fragments that Lu clan had in store. No matter how well off the Lu clan was, it would still more or less affect the clan.
At the very least, it would affect all the talented Lu clan's disciples who had comprehended the 4 concepts, since they would not be able to enter the Profound Assimilation Formation to boost their concepts in the near future.
What he had done would limit the Lu clan's disciples' growth to a certain level.
That was the price he had to pay.
However, he thought it was worth it.
The old man's gleamed like stars in the sky. He proceeded to ask, "I assume you're so certain of your decision because he's not just a grade 1 alchemist who's able to refine grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity?" The old man had a teasing look on his face when he looked at Lu Rui. Lu Rui could not help but force a smile when he saw the way the old man looked at him. He knew the former clan leader must have figured something out. Otherwise, he would not have asked such a question. The old man was the clan's former clan leader, Lu Qiu.
Compared to Lu Rui's stunning medicine refinement talent, Lu Qiu earned himself the position back then with his domineering martial ability.
Although Lu Qiu was not an alchemist, His talent in the martial Dao was terrifying.
Even now, nobody in the Lu clan knew how powerful this former clan leader who willingly gave up his position was.
However, everybody knew that the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders who were martial monarch powerhouses might not be able to defeat the former clan leader even if all 3 of them worked together.
This former clan leader was the real guardian angel of the Lu clan.
Former clan leader, please don't put me in a difficult position. I've taken the 9-9 heavenly tribulation oath before Elder Duan. I'll be killed by the thunder penalty if I tell you something I'm not supposed to, Lu Rui said helplessly. Although he was the current clan leader of Lu clan, he was nothing compared to the old man standing before him position-wise. The old man standing before him had one-of-a-kind power. The current clan leader would even be dismissed immediately should the old man wished for it. 9-9 heavenly tribulation? Lu Qiu raised his white eyebrows. Somebody took the 9-9 heavenly tribulation oath earlier for no reason, causing 9 claps of thunder to rumble and wake me up from my sweet dream. So that brat was you.
Brat? Perhaps the former clan leader, Lu Qiu, was the only one who dared to call the current clan leader, Lu Rui, a brat in the entire Lu clan.
However, Lu Rui was not mad. Instead, he looked apologetic. I didn't know you were resting, former clan leader. All right, let's not talk about things that don't matter. Lu Qiu interrupted and waved a hand dismissively.
His eyes gleamed as he said, of course you can't tell me what it is since you took the 9-9 heavenly tribulation oath. But it shouldn't be a problem if you give me some hints here and there. A sly smile appeared on Lu Qiu's face when he spoke.
Lu Rui shook his head and said, former clan leader, you can't say that. If you figure out Elder Duan's real identity from my hint, I'll be killed by the 9-9 heavenly tribulation's thunder penalty. Real identity? The smile on Lu Qiu's face widened.
Lu Rui forced a smile on his face when he realized he had said too much. Previously, the former clan leader did not know Lu Rui took extra care of Elder Duan because of his real identity.
Seems like our Elder Duan isn't someone simple. Let me think about it. Lu Qiu began to rack his brain as he muttered. A grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old and can refine grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity. Also, you're extremely respectful to him. His real identity's undoubtedly admirable even to a brat like you. Lu Qiu continued to mull over it with a frown on his face. Lu Rui's lips twitched when he heard Lu Qiu's mutterings. He did not expect the former clan leader would come so close to the truth with the limited information he was given. A grade 1 alchemist who refines grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity became a grade 1 alchemist before turning 30. Moreover, his ability's pretty decent since he managed to kill an 8th level void transformation martial artist. Lu Qiu continued to mutter to himself as he pondered.
It was obvious he knew everything that Duan Lingtian had done since he joined the Lu clan. Lu Qiu mumbled in Lu Rui's ears without missing a beat. Lu Rui forced a smile. He already knew fairly well that the former clan leader could probably figure out Elder Duan's real identity just as he had expected.
Suddenly, Lu Qiu, who was mumbling as he paced in perfect harmony, stopped moving. His pupils shrunk. Lu Rui, that brat, is he the person that was mentioned in the handbook our ancestor left behind? Lu Qiu eventually asked while looking at Lu Rui. He saw Lu Rui nod before he could even finish what he was saying. Since he had already gotten the answer he wanted, he did not press the matter and ask any further.
Never would I have expected that our Lu clan would be in contact with him once again, Lu Qiu could not help but exclaim after a moment of silence.
It was clear that he had figured out Duan Lingtian's real identity. As the Lu clan's former clan leader, he knew fairly well about the contents of the handbook that only Lu clan leaders were allowed to read.
There was a period of time where he treated the powerful being 10,000 years ago as his idol, and now the reincarnation of his idol had appeared before his eyes. Former clan leader, do you think I made the right choice?
Is it worth it? Lu Rui looked at Lu Qiu and asked with a smile. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Concept fragments shot out of Lu Qiu's hand as he lifted his arm. Those were the 4 types of concept fragments that Duan Lingtian and Xianxia required. Very soon, 100 concept fragments were tossed in. However, there were only 100 concept fragments since those were all he had with him.
Lu Rui, you brat.
Toss the 4 types of concept fragments that you have into the formation. What are you looking at? Do it right now. Lu Qiu realized Lu Rui spacing out while he spoke to him and got a little angry.
Yes, Lu Qiu snapped back into reality and put in all 4 types of concept fragments he had in his spatial ring into the profound assimilation formation, leaving nothing behind. Lu Rui's lips did not stop twitching. Although Lu Qiu did not answer him directly earlier, what Lu Qiu had done was undoubtedly agreeing to his choice.
There were at least 2,000 concept fragments that had been tossed into the profound assimilation formation from the very start. Almost there. Lu Rui thought to himself secretly. No, these concept fragments are still insufficient. I've to go to the 3 old guys to get them to give us all the fragments they have. Lu Qiu's voice was heard in Lu Rui's ears. At the next moment, all Lu Rui could feel was a gust of wind next to him before Lu Qiu vanished.
Who was the one who doubted my choice earlier? Lu Rui's lips twitched once again as he wore a confused expression. Naturally, Duanling Tian had no idea what happened outside the profound assimilation formation. Even if he did, he would not have the time and energy to bother himself with such trivial matters.
He had all his spiritual energy integrated into the profound assimilation formation and was controlling the formation on a whole different level.
Compared to the time when he was at the 5-element sect, he was now able to control the profound assimilation formation with much more ease. The concept energy that he managed to absorb this time was no longer a mere 10th like it was in the past.
His spiritual energy now allowed him to control more than 60% of concept energy easily, allowing it to merge into his body to boost his concept comprehension. Since he could now divide his consciousness into 3, he could absorb 3 different types of concept energy to boost his comprehension simultaneously.
He put the concept energy refined from the Earth concept fragments on hold as he continued improving his comprehension of the other 3 concepts.
Sword concept,
Wind concept,
thunder concept.
Although he comprehended the fire concept as well, it was unnecessary for him to improve it intentionally. As soon as his wind concept improved, the fire concept would improve naturally. After all, his fire concept originated from the wind concept.
In the beginning, he could not help Xianxia as he was absorbing the concept energy refined by the sword concept fragments. It was what Xianxia needed. Without knowledge of how much time had passed, Duanling Tian could finally help Xianxia improve his sword concept after he successfully broke his sword concept through to the 9th advanced level. Duanling Tian partially absorbed the 60% concept energy refined from the sword concept fragments through the profound assimilation formation that he controlled, and he managed to successfully break through after absorbing merely 10% of it.
After all, his sword concept had broken through to the 8th advanced level earlier.
He was only 1 level from reaching the top, and naturally that meant the peak of concept.
The profound assimilation formation would refine the concept fragments while the concept energy lingering in it could only elevate a person's concept to the 9th advanced level.
It was impossible to elevate it to a level higher.
Whoosh! The concept energy refined by the sword concept fragments arrived before Xianxia like a sharp sword piercing the sky with Duanling Tian's maneuver.
Whoosh! With the aid of Duanling Tian's spiritual energy, the concept energy merged into Xianxia's body successfully.
Without noticing what was happening, Xianxia quietly absorbed the concept energy that was sent his way.
As Duanling Tian absorbed the other 3 types of concept energy while elevating them at the same time, Xianxia's sword concept was already elevating at a terrifying speed.
I never expected Xianxia's cultivation base to elevate to void interpretation stage with the spirit fruits within such a short period of time. I think it shouldn't be too hard for him to elevate it to the void transformation stage if he's given a little more time.
Duanling Tian was distracted from thinking about other matters while he absorbed the 3 types of concept energy greedily. I wonder how many concept fragments clan leader had tossed in. The concept energy refined through the profound assimilation formation is too much.
Those that I'm controlling right now might be enough to elevate the 3 concepts I have to the 9th advanced level, Duanling Tian thought to himself.
It's only because of the spirit fruit for the void transformation martial artist that the clan leader gave earlier that I managed to successfully break through to the 9th level void transformation stage. Duanling Tian's focus shifted his focus to his cultivation base. After consuming a spirit fruit after he returned from his trip, he managed to successfully break through to the 8th level void transformation stage. He consumed another spirit fruit earlier and successfully broke through to 9th level void transformation, leaving him only a step away from achieving the martial monarch stage. Now, since I've comprehended the 9th advanced level sword concept, I can begin to comprehend the sword profundity using the sword profundity fragments. As long as I'm given sufficient time, breaking through to the martial monarch stage is definite. Duan Ling Tian's emotion was a little stirred as he thought of this point. He was eager to immediately bring out the sword profundity fragment from his spatial ring to begin his comprehension of the sword profundity. However, he managed to hold on to that thought. My priority now should be elevating the other 3 concepts. If I manage to elevate them to the 9th advanced level, then I'd be able to use relative profundity fragments to comprehend the profundities. Duan Ling Tian was pumped as he thought about it. Absorb, absorb, absorb.
Currently, Duan Ling Tian was greedily absorbing the 3 types of majestic concept energy greedily. He could already clearly feel the continuous elevation of the wind, thunder, and earth concepts. Time passed silently, and even if Duan Ling Tian had no idea how long had passed, the only thing in his mind at that time was to continue absorbing greedily. He had no idea what was happening out there.
Naturally, he had no idea that the guild master of the main alchemist guild in the southern outer land of Cheng, he had arrived at the Lu clan. He remained in the clan and waited for Duan Ling Tian to reveal himself. There were 2 silhouettes standing outside of the profound assimilation formation. There was a majestic middle-aged man and another old man who looked like a saint. Former clan leader, what's happening? The middle-aged man was the current clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Rui. He could not help but frown as he anxiously asked the old man next to him, "It has been 2 months. Why is Elder Duan not coming out yet?"
"Don't worry," said the former clan leader, Wuxia. Instead of being as anxious as Lu Rui, he said with a calm face, "Don't forget the person who created this profound assimilation formation." Lu Rui was stunned when he heard what Lu Qiu said.
At that moment, he seemed to recall something as he racked his brain. His pupils shrunk as he thought to himself, "I almost forgot. According to the handbook that our ancestor left behind, it was the rebirth martial emperor who created the profound assimilation formation.
Elder Duan's the reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor.
He knows the profound assimilation formation very well. He must have gotten the very best in there." Lu Rui was sure of it as he recalled everything. The longer he stays in the profound assimilation formation, the more he would be able to elevate himself. "Seems like Elder Duan is going to soar this time," Lu Rui exclaimed.
"It's just the Lu clan's luck to be able to meet Elder Duan. We've to cherish our great luck," Lucas said in all seriousness.
"Understood." Lu Rui nodded. He knew that even if the former clan leader did not remind him.
"Clan leader." At that moment, a hurried voice was heard outside. "Miss Tian Wu's here."
"Miss Tian Wu?" Lu Rui was stunned at first but later forced a smile. "It seems like Miss Tian Wu is getting impatient from the wait. Let her in if she wants to." A while later, a gorgeous red-clad lady whose face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost entered. "Where is he?" Feng Tianwu asked in a cold tone while looking at Lu Rui. Lu Rui looked at the profound assimilation formation nearby after hearing Feng Tianwu's question. All he could see was mist. Bang! A gust of flame arose from Feng Tianwu's body as Lu Rui looked at the profound assimilation formation. The rising flame formed a sword shape eventually. The sword-shaped flame rose into the sky while scorching airwaves swept out. It was majestic. All of a sudden, Lu Rui and Lu Qiu felt that they were placed in a stove where they were burnt by fire. Whoosh! Before they managed to react to what happened, they saw the gorgeous red-clad lady with the extreme coldness on her face move.
All they could see was the flame in her hand forming a sword before it shot toward the profound assimilation formation.
A path would open from the shockwave wherever the flaming 3-foot sword passed while it gave off a crisp buzz.
However, the powerful sword seemed as if it had entered cotton when it landed on the profound assimilation formation without so much as even making an impact.
Whoosh! 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 However, Feng Tianwu, who had a layer of frost on her beautiful face, did not give up from the failed attempt. She proceeded to continuously shoot sword-shaped flames from her hand as if it would never exhaust her. Feng Tianwu only showed signs of slowing down after shooting out quite a number of swords, while the flaming sword she held in her hand collapsed and eventually vanished. Meanwhile, Lu Rui and Lu Qiu, who were standing aside, were dumbstruck. Their eyes were locked on the sky above Feng Tianwu's head. The silhouettes of 8,000 ancient horned dragons faded before they eventually vanished.
The strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons? Lu Rui and Lu Qiu looked at each other and saw the shock of disbelief in each other's eyes.
Clearly, Feng Tianwu's abilities terrified them. Demon Monarch. The both of them had the same thought in the next moment. They speculated that Feng Tianwu was a demon monarch. To be precise, she was a powerful demon monarch.
To them, it was impossible for Feng Tianwu to become a martial monarch powerhouse if she was a human only in her early 20s.
However, what they did not know was that although Feng Tianwu could use monarch stage profundities, her cultivation base was only at the first-level void transformation stage. Such a cultivation base was not even worth mentioning, especially when she had mastered the two profundities. Seems like the old guy next to Lu Song wasn't killed by the powerhouse hiding behind Elder Duan's back like Elder Ji mentioned. He had to be killed by Miss Tianwu. As opposed to Lu Qiu's shock for knowing nothing, Lu Rui knew a lot more, which also caused him to think a lot more. Realizing her inability to break the profound assimilation formation, Feng Tianwu recalled the two profundities and waited quietly without moving. As time passed silently, Feng Tianwu remained still. She did not move from the beginning until the end. It was as if she had turned into a sculpture. Lu Rui, you brat. Do you know about her? Suddenly, Lu Qiu, who could no longer suppress the curiosity in him, asked Lu Rui through a voice transmission.
I only know that she's Elder Duan's friend. I've no idea about her exact background, Lu Rui replied through a voice transmission. If she is what I think she is, she must be a powerful demon monarch.
Elder Duan is worthy of being a reincarnation if he actually managed to meet a demon monarch powerhouse who willingly gives her heart to him, Lu Qiu exclaimed as he communicated with Lu Rui through voice transmissions. Lu Rui nodded in agreement. He thought the same as well. The world inside the profound assimilation formation was completely different.
There were people concerned about Duan Lingtian's safety from the outside while he happily enjoyed himself in the baptism of concept energy that was going on inside the formation. Half awake, he could sense the tremendous elevation of his concepts with every passing second and minute. The elevation of his concepts would also elevate his abilities. Duan Lingtian indulged himself in such sensation.
As Duan Lingtian continued indulging himself by absorbing the three types of concept energy, Xianxia, who sat cross-legged nearby, was also enjoying the baptism of concept energy refined from the sword concept fragments as well. To top it off, his sword concept elevated at a terrifying speed as well. However, Xianxia was in a deep sleep and was unable to feel anything happening to his personal elevation, while Duan Lingtian could feel every change in his concepts clearly. He absorbed concept energy in a completely passive mode.
Time passed by silently. Duan Lingtian had no idea how long it passed, but he jerked before suddenly waking up.
My wind concept. It has broken through to the 9th advanced level. Duan Lingtian did not open his eyes. Instead, he relished in the feeling the wind aura surrounding his body gave him as he slightly lifted his arms. At that moment, the wind surrounding his body was no different from natural wind. Duan Lingtian knew fairly well that this was how his wind concept acted when he had already achieved the peak comprehension.
The next step would be comprehending the wind profundity.
I am a true peak-level void transformation martial artist now. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he thought to himself. Although his abilities were comparable to a regular peak-level void transformation martial artist before he entered the profound assimilation formation, it was still only his abilities. His cultivation base and comprehension he had of the different concepts were leaps and bounds from what a true peak-level void transformation martial artist understood.
Now that his cultivation base had elevated to the 9th level void transformation stage, his two concepts broke through to the 9th advanced level. This was the symbol of a peak-level void transformation martial artist. Although his abilities were comparable to a peak-level void transformation martial artist in the past, it was merely a comparison for the sake of comparing,
especially since he was not even considered a true peak-level void transformation martial artist at that time.
However, he was now considered to be a true peak-level void transformation martial artist at that moment. Without noticing, the green energy surrounding his body began to rapidly rotate as if it had now transformed into a green divine dragon lingering around Duanling Tian. Bang! All of a sudden, the green divine dragon opened its mouth and began shooting flames. The majestic flames rumbled before it morphed into a divine dragon in a blink of an eye.
Now, it was a red divine dragon. Regardless of size or aura, the red divine dragon was similar to the green divine dragon. It was a divine dragon transformed from his 9th advanced level fire concept. There was no need for Duanling Tian to comprehend his fire concept separately. As long as there was an elevation in his wind concept, his fire concept would follow suit. It was just like what was currently happening. Since Duanling Tian had comprehended the 9th advanced level wind concept, the fire concept that he had never intentionally comprehended successfully broke through to the 9th advanced level as well. His fire concept originated from his wind concept. They were related to one another, so the changes came following the changes to his wind concept. At the next moment, the two divine dragons vanished as Duanling Tian recalled both concepts.
I should continue. Seize the opportunity to elevate my thunder concept to the 9th advanced level. After that, I'd go for the earth concept.
Since his sword and wind concept had broken through to the 9th advanced level in succession, Duanling Tian proceeded to absorb the last two types of concept energy since he was feeling particularly focused. His thunder and earth concepts elevated at the speed of light. They were inching closer to catching up to his sword and wind concepts. South of the Liu clan estate where the Liu clan served their guests was an individual mansion with a courtyard slightly smaller than the mansion. However, any guest who was allowed to stay at the mansion upon arrival at the clan would definitely be someone with an outstanding identity. They would be treated as an honorable guest by the clan. Meanwhile, usual guests would stay in individual compounds without servants to serve them. However, there was an old man sitting in the pavilion at the front yard of an individual mansion in the south. He wore a silver robe and enjoyed his tea quietly as he sat before the stone table.
The elder Duan of the Liu clan must be some big shot. Seems like he's really planning to let me wait for 3 to 5 months, the silver-robed old man said to the servant next to him calmly. Whoosh! Before the servant managed to react, a silhouette appeared in the pavilion out of thin air. The two servants standing on both sides of the pavilion had changed expressions from the absurd appearance of a man.
Should I force the clan leader to give us an answer? It was an azure-clad middle-aged man who appeared. He asked the silver-robed old man in a testing manner as he looked at him. There's no need for that. The silver-robed old man shook his head lightly. We're here to look for someone, not for trouble. A guest should suit the convenience of the host. I can wait. Also, I have a strong gut feeling that the Liu clan elder will show himself very soon. The silver-robed old man mumbled softly. As the silver-robed old man was mumbling, the azure-clad middle-aged man vanished. The two servants had changed expressions once more as they shuddered from the scare. Soon, a month had passed. The mist that had accumulated in a spacious side hall in the Liu clan estate gradually faded away.
Soon, the only person who was waiting in the side hall slowly opened her eyes as she cultivated cross-legged under the sky.
Her pair of bright eyes looked like flowing water, and they could make all men fall with a mere glance.
However, her drop-dead, seemingly frost-covered, gorgeous face gave off a cold aura that made it seem as if she would reject all who approached her.
As the mist faded, two silhouettes and a platform clearly appeared before her eyes. She had completely ignored the middle-aged man. She immediately locked her eyes on a young purple-clad man, and never once did she look away. Ah! The young purple-clad man who sat cross-legged on the platform exhaled and opened his eyes.
His eyes were light bright lamps that could light up the starry night sky.
Ha ha ha! At that moment, a laugh of excitement completely broke the silence in the side hall.
Xianxia was laughing.
Before he followed Duanling Tian into the profound assimilation formation, he found out from Duanling Tian that martial artists who entered the formation would have their concepts elevated. The first thing he did when he woke up from a long deep sleep was to try and cast his sword concept. When he cast the sword concept, He looked at the heaven and earth energy that was rumbling above his head. He witnessed the formation of the heaven and earth phenomenon that displayed 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The heaven and earth energy drove by the sword concept alone formed 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. It was the symbol of the 9th advanced level sword concept. How could Xianxia not be happy about it? Although he knew his sword concept would elevate before he entered the profound assimilation formation, he did not expect the elevation to be this drastic. It was so drastic to the point that it elevated all the way to 9th advanced level. It was the peak of the concept. He was one step away from achieving sword profundity. Profundity was usually exclusive to martial monarch powerhouses. However, he realized that profundity was not exclusive to martial monarch powerhouses when he witnessed Feng Tianwu casting the fire and sword profundity. His situation was similar to Feng Tianwu. She was only a first-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended 2 profundities. She comprehended 2 monarch stage profundities. Moreover, those were not ordinary profundities. It was not a joke. Compared to ordinary monarch stage profundity, she possessed 4,000 ancient horned dragons' strength from each profundity. Feng Tianwu was only a first-level void transformation martial artist, but she had comprehended 3rd-level monarch stage fire profundity and 3rd-level monarch stage sword profundity. Young master, my sword concept broke through to the 9th advanced level. Xianxia was elated as he looked excitedly at Duanling Tian. There was a hint of pride in the depth of his eyes as well. Not bad. Duanling Tian only nodded when he heard Xianxia's words. He was not surprised at all. He had already expected Xianxia's breakthrough. 9th advanced level sword concept? However, just because Duanling Tian was not surprised, it did not mean that Feng Tian was not surprised too. Although her expression remained cold, there was a hint of surprise in the depth of her bright eyes. She was surprised by Xianxia's breakthrough. She had seen Xianxia casting his sword concept previously. Therefore, she knew the level of Xianxia's sword concept very well. To her surprise, Xianxia had comprehended the 9th advanced level sword concept. Young master, your comprehension is so much stronger than mine. This time, your improvement must be much more drastic than mine. Xianxia calmed his chaotic emotion as he looked at Duanling Tian. When Xianxia spoke, Feng Tianwu looked at Duanling Tian. There was curiosity in her bright eyes. She was curious about Duanling Tian's breakthrough in the profound assimilation formation. It's not bad, I guess. Duanling Tian only gave a short and calm response to Xianxia's question. He then looked at Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, why are you here? Waiting for you, Feng Tianwu responded. As usual, she was stingy with her words. Ever since she lost her memory, she had been aloof and taciturn even though she had learned about her past from Duanling Tian. Therefore, Duanling Tian was not surprised by Feng Tianwu's short response. Although he was not surprised, his heart jolted when he heard her response. Based on Feng Tianwu's response, she had been waiting for him here for a long time. He could not help but feel moved and mumbled, "Silly girl. Let's head back," Duanling Tian said to Feng Tian and Xianxia. He seemed to have suddenly recalled something. He had a look of concern on his face when he walked out of the side hall. Feng Tianwu and Xianxia were stunned when they saw Duanling Tian's abrupt departure. They had no idea why Duanling Tian had left in such urgency. They followed him curiously. After leaving the side hall, Duanling Tian flew to the east side of the Liu clan's estate. It was the direction of the mansion he was currently living in. It seemed as though he was missing home. Naturally, he did not miss his current home. He was just eager to head back so he could comprehend profundity using profundity fragment. His cultivation base was not at the elementary stage of the 9th level void transformation. With the help of the rebirth pills overbearing medicinal efficacy and the spirit fruit he consumed earlier, his cultivation base had reached the peak of the 9th level void transformation. He was just half a step away from achieving the martial monarch stage. The only thing lacking was profundity. One could say that everything is in order except for the final push. As soon as he comprehended profundity, his cultivation base would successfully break through to the martial monarch stage. At that time, he would become a martial monarch powerhouse. A martial monarch powerhouse would not only have powerful abilities like outstanding martial artists, but he would also have everlasting youth. Everlasting youth? What did that mean? It meant that he would maintain his appearance at the moment he broke through to the martial monarch stage for the rest of his life as long as he was willing. Naturally, powerhouses who had broken through to the martial monarch stage could opt for natural aging if they wanted to. In fact, many martial monarch powerhouses opted for the latter. There were many martial artists on Cloud Continent who had broken through to the martial monarch stage when they were in their middle age. If they wanted, they could maintain their middle-aged appearance until they died. However, they were not solitary people. Their mindset would change when they looked at their sons growing up to become adults, turning into middle-aged men before they eventually grew old. Many of them chose to age naturally after breaking through to the martial monarch so they would look age-appropriate for their offsprings. Would it not look ridiculous for a powerhouse to appear as though he was in his middle age while his grandchildren appeared older than him? After all, none of the martial monarch powerhouses could guarantee their sons and grandchildren would break through to the martial monarch stage to maintain their youth. Additionally, many martial monarch powerhouses also did not choose everlasting youth for the sake of their wives. How would a martial monarch powerhouse feel having to look on as his beloved wife age day by day? How would he feel as he witnessed her losing her teeth, her hair turning white and wrinkles appearing on her face while he maintained his middle-age appearance? Naturally, every martial monarch powerhouses had different decisions. In the Cloud Continent's history, there were some young martial monarch powerhouses who had chosen everlasting youth. They watched as their elderly children called them father and their elderly grandchildren called them grandfather. In their opinion, there was nothing odd about it. Seniority had nothing to do with outer appearance. Martial monarch stage. Martial monarch stage. Duanling Tian was eager to head back. He wished he had a pair of wings so he could fly faster. However, many thoughts were running through his mind the entire time. The sword concept, wind concept, thunder concept, and earth concept I had comprehended had broken through to the 9th advanced level. I have all 4 profundity fragments for them. I can divide my consciousness into 3 thanks to the after effect of the Devil Seal tablet that I used twice. I can simultaneously comprehend 3 different profundities through the profundity fragments. Which 3 concepts should I pick to turn into profundities first? Ugh! This is annoying. Duanling Tian was caught in a dilemma. Why do all 4 concepts have to break through to the 9th advanced level at the same time? Sometimes it doesn't seem like it's a good thing to comprehend too many 9th advanced level concepts. Duanling Tian sighed. If someone else heard that, they would probably give him a slap and call him an ingrate and shameless. I must save a slot for the wind concept among the 3 concepts. I must comprehend the wind profundity through the wind profundity fragment. Naturally, he would use the monarch stage profundity fragments to break through to the monarch stage profundity. Although he had an emperor stage wind profundity fragment with him, he could not use it just yet. To be exact, he would have to wait until he had comprehended the 9th level monarch stage wind profundity to be able to use the emperor stage wind profundity fragment. However, apart from the 2nd level emperor stage wind profundity fragment that he obtained from the martial emperor's secret treasure previously, he had an 8th level monarch stage wind profundity fragment as well. He could not use the former currently, but he could use the latter. He planned to use the latter to comprehend the wind profundity once and for all and break through to martial monarch stage to become a martial monarch powerhouse. He prioritized the breakthrough of the wind concept because the fire profundity would be simultaneously raised to the same level. Giving the wind concept priority was undoubtedly a wise choice. Soon after, Duanling Tian returned to the mansion he was residing in. After he spoke to Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, he returned to his room immediately and sat on his bed with his legs crossed. Meanwhile, he held 3 fragments in his hands. There were 3 profundity fragment. More accurately, there were 3 monarch stage profundity fragment. One of it was undoubtedly the monarch stage wind profundity fragment. With it, one could progress from the 9th level advanced wind concept and comprehend the monarch stage wind profundity in a short amount of time. Wind concept was the concept Duanling Tian wanted to elevate. If he managed to transform the wind concept into wind profundity, he would automatically comprehend another profundity as well. It was the fire profundity. Apart from that, he had 2 other monarch stage profundity fragments. One of them was the 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity fragment. It was different from the previous profundity fragment he obtained from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. This profundity fragment was one of the 3 profundity fragments he found within the body of the Tempest Sword Monarch from the Sword Monarch's treasure. At that time, there were 2 other profundity fragments within the Tempest Sword Monarch's body. A 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind profundity fragment and a 3rd-level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragment. He exchanged the former for an 8th-level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragment, and he used the latter to return a favor to the 5-element sect. This sword profundity fragment was the only sword profundity fragment in Duan Ling Tian's hand. The reason he was in a rush to break through the sword concept and complete the transformation into sword profundity was due to the word sword, left behind at the Azure Forest of the Imperial Kingdom by the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. The word sword contained an obscure message. He had memorized it so that he could comprehend it any time he wanted. The word sword contained the sword Dao that could help him elevate his sword concept to sword profundity. That was the reason he picked the sword concept to comprehend. He had a feeling that once he comprehended the sword profundity, it would improve tremendously when he comprehended the sword Dao in the word sword. The last profundity Duan Ling Tian chose to comprehend was the earth profundity. The choice was obvious since the earth profundity was similar to the earth concept. It could communicate and draw support from earth energy if one was close to the ground. It was one of the strength of the earth profundity. The thunder profundity fragment was temporarily abandoned by Duan Ling Tian. I'll comprehend these 3 profundities first. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian gently closed his eyes and calmed his heart while he comprehended 3 different profundities through 3 different profundity fragments. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the 9th level void transformation, and he had comprehended 5 types of 9th level void transformation stage concepts. He was no doubt an anomaly among all the martial artists at the peak of the void. When the 5 types of 9th level void transformation stage concepts pressured each other, it would be very easy for him to comprehend the profundity even though it was slower compared to using profundity fragments to comprehend it. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian could simultaneously comprehend 3 different profundities through 3 different profundity fragments. The speed of him comprehending profundities would definitely be faster. Elder Duan. At the moment when Duan Ling Tian was about to begin comprehending the 3 profundities, an urgent voice sounded from outside the room. The clan leader's here. He's waiting for you at the main hall. The clan leader? Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and knitted his brows together. Couldn't he come earlier or later? Does it have to be now? Although he complained about it, he still put the 3 profundity fragments away and stopped his comprehension. He got off the bed and left the room. Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the main hall. Elder Duan, you finally exited the profound assimilation formation after 3 months. It must have been a fruitful trip for Elder Duan. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui's eyes brightened after he saw Duan Ling Tian. It was all right. Duan Ling Tian nodded, but he did not show much joy on his face. Fruitful trip? Naturally. After entering the profound assimilation formation, he managed to elevate all his concepts to its peak, which is the 9th level advanced stage. Moreover, his wind concept could raise his fire concept to the same level. That meant he actually mastered 5 type of 9th level advanced concepts. 5 types of 9th level advanced concepts were equivalent to 5 types of 9th level void transformation stage concepts. What does that mean? It meant that if he used all 5 types of 9th level void transformation stage concepts, it would be equivalent to 5,000 ancient horned dragons' strength without the origin energy, the support from earth energy, and the fueling of the fire concept with the wind concept. It would be even more frightening if he used the earth energy and fuel the fire concept with the wind concept. Currently, I should be invincible compared to everyone below the martial monarch stage. Duan Ling Tian secretly thought. Elder Duan, I know I shouldn't bother you since you just came out of the profound assimilation formation, Lu Rui said slowly as looked at Duan Ling Tian. When he said that, Duan Ling Tian gave him a look. It made him paused and smiled bitterly in response. However, I'm out of ideas this time. Guild Master Chang had been waiting for 3 months. Lu Rui continued to say, there a helpless expression on his face when he spoke. Guild Master Chang? He had waited for 3 whole months. When Duan Ling Tian heard Lu Rui's words, he was puzzled. Who's that? Why did he wait for me for such a long time?
Guildmaster Cheng is the guildmaster of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. He's also a grade 1 alchemist like you, Lu Rue answered Duanling Tian.
Guild Master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land? Why is he looking for me? Duanling Tian asked with furrowed brows. There was a hint of annoyance in his voice.
He should have been comprehending profundities through the profundity fragments now, but he was interrupted because of some guild master from the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land.
Due to that, he had an extremely bad impression of the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, even though he had not met him. He didn't say, but I'm certain it has something to do with the grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity that you've refined. Lu Rue guessed. Duanling Tian nodded in agreement. It was the only possibility. Go and tell him that I'm not interested in meeting him no matter who he is, Duanling Tian said in a slightly nonchalant tone.
He would not be bothered even if it was the guildmaster of the Alchemist Guild's supreme main guild from the inner land, let alone a mere guildmaster of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land.
Haha, I came from afar just to have a chat with you and exchange knowledge in medicine refinement. Elder Duan, you don't have to keep me 1,000 miles away.
Before Lu Rue could respond, a loud laughter sounded from outside the main hall.
Following that, Duanling Tian and Lu Rue saw two figures walking into the main hall.
The one in the lead was a silver-clad old man, while a green-clad middle-aged man followed at the back. Unlike the bright smile on the old man's face, the green-clad middle-aged man had an indifferent expression.
The voice from earlier obviously belonged to the silver-clad old man.
Lu Rue's face sank when he saw their sudden appearance.
This place was not just Elder Duan's temporary residence. It was also the Lu clan's estate.
Their sudden entrance was not only disrespectful to Duanling Tian, but it was also disrespectful to the Lu clan. Elder Duan, I'm Cheng He, the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. The silver-clad old man introduced himself to Duanling Tian.
Cheng He did not seem to notice the dark expression on Duanling Tian's face and proceeded to seem to introduce the green-clad middle-aged man. This person behind me is the guard provided by the Alchemist Guild in the inner land. His name is Lang Qi.
Lang Qi lifted his head slightly and nodded faintly as a greeting when he heard Cheng He's introduction.
That's how Lang Qi is. I hope Elder Duan don't mind. Cheng He looked at Duanling Tian as the smile on his face turned brighter. How he is has nothing to do with me. However, you entered my residence without my permission. Duanling Tian paused as he looked at Cheng He coldly. He continued to say, Your parents, didn't they teach you manners? His tone turned scathing as he continued talking. Your parents did not teach you manners? After Duanling Tian said that, Lu Rue, who standing next to him, instantly froze. Although he could see that Elder Duan was mad, he did not expect him to be so blunt.
This old man before them was the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. He was the top grade 1 alchemist in the southern outer land.
Naturally, he was the top alchemist before Elder Duan appeared.
However, he was still a valuable grade 1 alchemist after all. Elder Duan had undoubtedly disrespected him with the way he criticized him.
However, Lu Rue disregarded this matter. He remembered Elder Duan was not an ordinary person. 10,000 years ago, people like Cheng He would not even be qualified to tie Elder Duan's shoelaces in his past life. Shua! The minute Duanling Tian finished his sentence, Cheng He's smile froze on his face before it turned distorted. The green-clad middle-aged man looked at Duanling Tian again with coldness in his eyes. He exuded a terrifying aura from his body that was headed straight for Duanling Tian like blades and swords. Wherever the aura passed, the air seemed to condense. Duanling Tian remained unperturbed. He did not take it seriously at all.
Although Duanling Tian did not take it seriously, it did not mean others would not take it seriously.
Who? Lu Rue moved like a breeze and stood in front of Duanling Tian. Boom!
The vast aura pressed against Lu Rue. It caused him to turn red before he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered all over the ground. It was extremely terrifying.
Boom!
Lu Rue was injured by Lang Qi's aura and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lang Qi's aura swept out again and pressed against him, forcing him to take a few steps back.
Wah! Wah! With every step back, Lu Rui spat out a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. Boom! Despair showed in Lu Rui's eyes when he saw the third wave of Leng Qi's aura swept out. Although he was a martial artist at the peak of the void, his strength was nothing compared to the Lu clan's 3 major guardian elders who were martial monarch powerhouses. He was just like an ant at their mercy in the eyes of martial monarch powerhouses like Leng Qi. He was already breathless and injured when the other party merely exuded his aura. If Leng Qi did that a few more times, it was highly likely he would be killed by Leng Qi's aura. Humph! At the moment when Lu Rui thought he was going to die, he felt a strong breeze next to him. A purple figure stood in front of him and shielded him. Elder Duan. Lu Rui's face changed dramatically when he saw the familiar figure. The reason he had rushed to the front was to help Elder Duan. That was why he became anxious when he saw Duan Ling Tian shielding him. He thought everything he had done was in vain. However, his expression froze on his face in the very next moment. God! What did he see? He watched as the purple-clad young man stood in front of him and allowed Leng Qi's aura to sweep over his body. However, he was not affected at all. He stood there as still as a mountain. Elder Duan's strength. He's so strong. Lu Rui's face was filled with amazement. Although he knew about Elder Duan's background, and how he had killed one of their Lu clan's elder who was at the 8th level void transformation, he thought Elder Duan's cultivation was at most on par with him, which was at the peak of the void. However, the current scene had undoubtedly changed his view of Elder Duan. He's worthy of being the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor. He's already at the martial monarch stage at such a young age. Lu Rui thought Duan Ling Tian was a martial monarch powerhouse based on the fact that he could directly face Leng Qi's aura. It made one wonder what his expression would be like if he found out Duan Ling Tian was not a martial monarch powerhouse. And on the other hand, Cheng He, who was initially calm, was stunned. He had a solemn expression on his face when he saw Duan Ling Tian was unaffected by Leng Qi's aura. Who is he? Not only is he a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age, but he could also face Leng Qi's aura. Cheng He was completely shocked by Duan Ling Tian. When Leng Qi realized his aura did not affect Duan Ling Tian, there were some changes on his indifferent face. Suddenly, Leng Qi stepped forward. His hand extended out as fast as lightning as it headed toward Duan Ling Tian. Boom! 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 In that instance, the heaven and earth energy stirred at the void above Leng Qi's head. It was followed by a thunderous air explosion that showed his power. Duan Ling Tian's face sank. His eyes gleamed coldly when he saw Leng Qi aiming his hand at him. Currently, his strength had greatly improved. Hence, he was able to stay as calm as still water in the face of a martial monarch powerhouse like Leng Qi. Duan Ling Tian was calm, and his face turned solemn. He could see that Leng Qi was not an ordinary martial monarch powerhouse. At least, he was not one that Duan Ling Tian was a match for, even though Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to ordinary martial monarch powerhouses. When Duan Ling Tian was about to retreat, a short-lived sound of sword whistling reverberated in the air. He was stunned when he heard how familiar that sound was. In the next moment, he saw a sword-shaped flame sweeping toward Leng Qi with great momentum. Tian Wu. When Duan Ling Tian saw the sword-shaped flame, his face changed dramatically. He recognized the person. It was Feng Tian Wu. More accurately, it was the Feng Tian Wu who had amnesia. So, Duan Ling Tian moved in the next moment. However, he did not rush toward Leng Qi, nor did he rush to Feng Tian Wu, who was attacking Leng Qi with her sword. His target was Cheng He, who stood at the side while he watched all the action. Whirlwind. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane and flew toward Cheng He. He did not hold back and exerted all his strength. All 5 9th-level void transformation concepts were cast. It was equivalent to 5,000 ancient horned dragons' strength. The 9th-level advanced Earth concept drew support from Earth energy and added another 500 ancient horned dragon strength. He fueled the Fire concept with the Wind concept. As the 9th-level advanced Wind concept merged with the 9th-level advanced Fire concept, the latter surged and added another 500 ancient horned dragon's strength. All of the concepts Duan Ling Tian had comprehended when fully exerted were equivalent to 6,000 ancient horned dragon's strength. Additionally, His 9th level Void Transformation's origin energy gave him another 1,200 Ancient Horn Dragon strength. His current speed was driven by 7,200 Ancient Horn Dragon strength. So, due to that, Duanling Tian was so fast that Chang He, who was a first-level martial monarch, could not react in time. An ordinary first-level martial monarch stage martial artist's origin energy fully exerted was equivalent to 2,000 Ancient Horn Dragon strength. A first-level monarch stage profundity was equivalent to 2,000 Ancient Horn Dragon strength. Two types of 9th level Void Transformation stage concepts were equivalent to 2,000 Ancient Horn Dragon strength as well. In total, it was 6,000 Ancient Horn Dragon strength. Chang He belonged in the ordinary category.
Therefore, Duanling Tian had an additional 1,200 Ancient Horned Dragon strength compared to Chang He. In an instant, Duanling Tian arrived near him. On the other hand, Lang Qi's killing intent rose when he faced Feng Tianwu. However, his face changed dramatically and he became anxious when he noticed Cheng He's situation.
Following that, he hurriedly swatted Feng Tianwu's attacking sword aside. Meanwhile, Chang He quickly flew to the side as his piercing gaze shifted from Feng Tianwu to Duanling Tian.
Boom! His palm met with Feng Tianwu's sword that contained more than 8,000 Ancient Horned Dragon strength. It completely neutralized the force contained in Feng Tianwu's sword and forced her to take a few steps back.
Feng Tianwu paled, and her body was on the verge of collapsing. It was apparent she was suffering from internal injuries. "Don't kill him." At this time, an urgent voice sounded and caused Feng Tianwu and Lu Rui's faces to change dramatically. Bang!
Feng Tianwu was startled by a large explosion. There was panic in her eyes.
In the distance, the purple-clad young man was batted away with a boom. The purple-clad young man had decided to charge at Chang He when he saw Feng Tianwu. It was a case of trying to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. Ouch! Duanling Tian vomited blood as his body flew out like a fired arrow. The only thing he felt was the sharp pain in his body. That feeling was very uncomfortable. The part that hurt the most was his chest, followed by his internal organs and finally all over his body. Pain. It hurts. These were the thoughts running through Duanling Tian's mind. Due to his injuries, Duanling Tian found it hard to mobilize his origin energy. Due to that, he was batted off by Lang Qi's palm. He flew back in the distance before he finally fell to the ground.
Who?
A flame-like figure immediately lunged toward Duanling Tian. Although the red-clad woman did not say anything, the anxiety between her brows displayed her emotion. Elder Duan. Lu Rui's face changed dramatically as he hurried over.
When he flew toward the injured Duanling Tian who had fallen to the ground, a weird bead appeared in his hand. He crushed it the instant it appeared. Duanling Tian would have recognized the bead if he saw it. It was a bead inscribed with detection inscription. Once it was crushed, it would be detected by the intended people and they would come rushing over.
In the entire Lu clan, there were only a few people Lu Rui could summon by crushing the bead. They had to be at the martial monarch stage or higher.
I'm all right. Duanling Tian, who laid on the ground, was miraculously able to stand after he consumed a grade 1 life recovery pill he had refined.
Undoubtedly worthy of being a grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity, Chang He's eyes brightened as he witnessed this scene. His breathing instantly quickened. Imagine it. If he could obtain the method of refining grade 1 pills with such high purity, his status in the Alchemist Guild of Cloud Continent would definitely rise. It was even possible for him to be the guild master of the Cloud Continent's Alchemist Guild, the supreme main guild. At that time, he would be worshipped by other alchemists.
I must obtain the method of refining grade 1 pills with such high purity. Cheng He's gaze gradually turned steely. This was the reason why he shouted at Lang Qi to spare Duanling Tian's life. He still wanted to obtain the method of refining grade 1 pills with such high purity from Duanling Tian.
He would have come in vain if Duanling Tian died. Duanling Tian had accurately guessed Chang He's thought. That was why he had risked himself to save Feng Tianwu with the tactic of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. If he did not do that, Feng Tianwu would have certainly died. Although he risked his life by doing so, he made a gamble that He would stop Lang Qi from killing him. The fact proved that he was right. Duanling Tian. Don't blame me for being brazen since I gave you face. And you didn't want it. Chang He looked at Duanling Tian and coldly said, I'll spare your life today if you tell me the method of refining grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity. Chang He was here for Duanling Tian. After everything that had transpired, Chang He finally stopped playing games and stated his intention for coming to the Lu clan. Duanling Tian was not surprised by the turn of events since he had already guessed Chang He's intention since the beginning. Lu Rue, who was standing aside, looked upset after Chang He stated his intention. Most people did not know about the reason behind Duanling Tian's grade 1 alchemist status at such a young age, and his ability to refine extremely pure grade 1 medicinal pills. However, Lu Rue was one of the few who knew the secret behind it. Duanling Tian was a formidable alchemist in his past life. He had cultivated medicine refinement Dao to an extremely high level, and he had retained all his memory and experience when he reincarnated. That explained his innate talent in medicine refinement and why he was a natural grand alchemist. He was able to condense pill fire of various grades as long as his cultivation was sufficient. Cheng He thinks that Duanling Tian has some sort of secret technique that helps him refine medicinal pills with extremely high purity since he's so young. It was not difficult for Lu Rue to figure out Cheng He's thoughts and intention. As the clan leader of Lu clan, he was calm and wise. Lu Rue knew for a fact that Cheng He was wasting his effort. The ability to refine medicinal pills with an extremely high purity that Duanling Tian possessed was nearly impossible for anyone else to replicate. His ability was inherited from a lifetime worth of hard work and accomplishment of a powerful being from the past. What if I refuse to share the secret to my ability with you? What would you do? Will you kill me? Duanling Tian calmly replied. He was completely unmoved by Chang He's threats. First, I will kill all those you care for. Then, I will torture you slowly until I break you before I would even consider killing you, Chang He said coldly. He intentionally shifted his gaze to Feng Tianwu when he spoke. There was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. Duanling Tian's face changed when the words left Chang He's mouth. Every dragon had a reverse scale. One would certainly die if one touched it. Duanling Tian's reverse scale was the people he cared about. He would not complain or hesitate if someone stronger wanted to kill him since he would accept that he was weaker. However, he would not sit still if someone wanted to kill or harm the people he cared about. Duanling Tian stared at Chang He coldly and said with a straight face, Chang He, you're playing with fire. Playing with fire. Those who played with fire would get burned. This was the meaning Duanling Tian was implying. Playing with fire? Chang He laughed uproariously. I cannot speak for everyone, but I'm rather confident of my ability to play with fire. I can even control and master grade 1 pill fire. There's no reason for me to fear ordinary fire. Chang He looked at Duanling Tian mockingly as though Duanling Tian had cracked a joke. Chang He stared at Duanling Tian coldly as he asked, So, you've made up your mind? Duanling Tian looked at Chang He with contempt before exclaiming, Humph. Useless trash. Chang He stared at Duanling Tian calmly. He patiently said, I won't be affected by your words. It seemed as though Chang He was completely unruffled by Duanling Tian's ridicule. I know what you're doing. You think by infuriating me, I'll rush into a battle with you directly. Although I'm not sure how you achieved such power at such a young age, I'm sure I'm no match for you. I'm a fool if I fall into your trap. Duanling Tian's face changed after Chang He called him out. However, it seemed as though he had noticed something and recovered a moment later. Who? 3 gusts of wind blew into the main hall. The silhouettes of 3 elderly figures appeared and surrounded Lu Rue and Duanling Tian. The silhouettes belonged to 3 old men. One of them was as round as a ball, the other was as thin as a stick, and the final one had an average body size. Duanling Tian recognized all 3 of them. They were the guardian elders of Lu clan, Lu Yuan, Lu Gue, and Lu Ji. They were the pillars of Lu clan and were all martial monarch powerhouses. Clan leader, Elder Duan, and Miss Tianwu. The 3 of them greeted Lu Rue along with Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu after they appeared before they simultaneously looked at Chang He and Lang Qi guardedly. They rushed over to the main hall as soon as they noticed Lu Rue had crushed the bead inscribed with detection inscription.
As the guardian elders of Lu clan, they were very familiar with the current clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue. They knew Lu Rue would never crush that bead unless he was in dire straits. That was why they had rushed here without any hesitation or consideration. Who? Soon after, another gust of wind blew into the main hall, and another elderly silhouette appeared. This silhouette belonged to a man with white hair and brows. He looked very similar to an immortal. The old man stood next to Lu Rue calmly. Former clan leader. When the old man appeared, Lu Rue and the 3 guardian elders of Lu clan all greeted him respectfully. The old man was none other than the previous clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Qiu. Former clan leader? The previous clan leader of Lu clan. Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the previous clan leader of Lu clan to still be alive. Moreover, he was currently here in the hall. Lu Qiu greeted Lu Rue before he glanced at Chang He and Leng Qi. How impressive. The Alchemist Guild now dares to challenge the Lu clan's honor. Lu Qiu said sarcastically. There was a tinge of anger in his voice. Chang He forced a smile on his face and greeted Lu Qiu. I've long heard that you're the most powerful in the Lu clan, and I must say, I'm impressed after meeting you. Lu Qiu completely disregarded him and focused his attention on the azure-clad middle-aged man. Leng Qi. Flash. Without any warning, Lu Qiu shot toward Leng Qi like a cannonball being shot out of a cannon. Flash. Leng Qi also flew toward Lu Qiu like a bullet at the same time without any hesitation. Both of their silhouettes vanished at the same time. Bang! A loud explosion resonated in the air. Everyone saw Lu Qiu and Leng Qi was around 10 feet apart. They each took about 5 steps back before stopping and focused on the other party. A powerful sonic explosion spread out from the point Lu Qiu and Leng Qi separated before it quickly turned into a strong gust of wind that ruffled everyone's clothes. The heaven and earth phenomenon that was brewing in the void above disappeared as swiftly as it appeared. The battle between Lu Qiu and Leng Qi was over in a blink of an eye. Everyone knew both of them were evenly matched. Lu Qiu glanced at Leng Qi and said, no wonder the Alchemist Guild came here to challenge the Lu clan's honor. It's because they have you. You're good as well. Leng Qi's face was still as cold as ever, but there was a hint of fear in the depth of his eyes. In a blink of an eye, everything was resolved. The brief battle between Lu Qiu and Leng Qi ended with a tie. At this moment, Chang He's grin had frozen on his face. He did not expect Lu Qiu would be as powerful as Leng Qi even though Chang He knew Lu Qiu was the strongest person in the Lu clan. Damn it, Lu Qiu! Chang He could not resist cursing Lu Qiu in his heart. This meant that his 3-month wait was all for nothing. So near yet so far. He blamed his failure on Lu Qiu, the former clan leader of Lu clan. His plan would have succeeded if it was not for Lu Qiu. Former clan leader is no doubt the strongest person in Lu clan and is well deserving of that title as well, Chang He said with admiration. There was a smile on Chang He's face since Lu Qiu's arrival even though he was constantly cursing Lu Qiu in his heart. Chang He knew he had lost his chance after Lu Qiu's arrival. Hence, he left with Leng Qi without further ado. Thank you, former clan leader. Duan Ling Tian smiled and thanked Lu Qiu after he saw Chang He and Leng Qi leaving in a haste. You're welcome, Elder Duan. Lu Qiu was flattered when he heard Duan Ling Tian thanking him. Duan Ling Tian noticed Lu Qiu's gaze on him was somewhat unnatural since the beginning. He confirmed his suspicion when he saw how flattered Lu Qiu was after he thanked him. Could it be that he has found out about my real identity? Duan Ling Tian suspected Lu Qiu had already figured out his identity. Duan Ling Tian felt more and more confident of his suspicion as minutes passed. Hold on. Clan leader swore by 99 heavenly tribulation to keep my identity a secret. How did former clan leader find out about it? This puzzled Duan Ling Tian, and he could not help but ask Lu Rue about it through voice transmission. Lu Rue explained the matter to Duan Ling Tian, including the former clan leader's suspicion about his identity. Oh, now I understand. Duan Ling Tian understood everything after the explanation, and the unanswered questions in his mind were resolved. 2 silhouettes left as fast as 2 bolts of lightning above the Lu clan's estate. The 2 silhouettes belonged to Chang He and Leng Qi.
However, the direction they were headed in was not in the direction of the Alchemist Guild. Lu Clan, Lu Qiu, I won't let this slide so easily. Chang he murmured as his eyes gleamed coldly. Let's go. We'll head to the O Clan first. Then we'll head to the Weapons Craftsmen's Guild in the southern outer land.
Cheng He closed his eyes and flew ahead after he spoke to Long Qi. Are you feeling better? After the Lu clan's senior officials left, Duanling Tian looked at Feng Tianwu, who had just consumed a grade 1 life recovery pill, with obvious concern on his face.
Feng Tianwu nodded slightly. At this moment, the coldness on her beautiful face had faded a little, and a faint blush was revealed on her face.
You. Why did you do that? Feng Tianwu stared into Duanling Tian's eyes. What do you mean by why did I do that? Duanling Tian was stunned. He did not know what Feng Tianwu meant. Earlier, that old man wouldn't have retaliated if you didn't attack him, Feng Tianwu said.
As one of the parties involved, she knew very well what had happened.
Duanling Tian did that just to save her. Naturally, she could see he had taken a great risk by doing that. He could have been killed for saving her.
I won't let anything happen to you. Duanling Tian's reply was simple and clear.
I won't let anything happen to you. That short sentence made Feng Tianwu's heart pound and filled her with happiness. In that instant, Feng Tianwu's gaze on Duanling Tian softened. Besides, you attacked him to save me. If something happens to you because of that, I won't be able to explain it to Uncle Feng. In fact, I won't be able to forgive myself for it, Duanling Tian said solemnly. Feng Tianwu nodded slightly. The coldness on her face had almost fully disappeared when she faced Duanling Tian.
However, Feng Tianwu's face turned cold again when a loud voice sounded from outside.
Young master, what happened? It was Xianxia who came late.
It was obvious that she had only accepted Duanling Tian. It did not include anyone else. Nothing, it's just a small matter, Duanling Tian said as he smiled faintly. A small matter? Xianxia frowned as he looked at the bloodstains on the main hall's floor. Could it be a small matter when there was so much blood?
Young master, are you hurt? Xianxia asked anxiously as he looked at Duanling Tian with concern. The blood belongs to the others, Duanling Tian said. He thought to himself, well, most of it belongs to the others. Most of it belonged to Lu Rie. However, some belonged to him after he was injured by Lung Qi. In order to not worry Xianxia, he did not elaborate further. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that.
I'll go back to my room and continue cultivating. Feng Tianwu left after she said that to Duanling Tian. She came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Young master, I'll also go back to my room and continue my cultivation. After Xianxia confirmed that Duanling Tian was fine, he was also anxious to resume his cultivation. Currently, his only hope was to improve his cultivation base so that he could be more of a help to his young master. Go! Duanling Tian nodded.
Feng Tianwu and Xianxia left one after another, and Duanling Tian was the only one left in the main hall.
Chang He, Lung Qi. Duanling Tian's face instantly darkened as his eyes gleamed coldly. If it was possible, he wanted to kill both of them with his own hands.
Qing He had threatened him with those who were close to him. He had treated Qing He as a dead man the moment he touched his reverse scale. If he had the chance, he would not let Qing He live.
As for Lung Qi, he would not let him off even though he was just a lackey because he dared to hurt Tianwu. Strength? I'm still too weak. Duanling Tian hated that he was currently too weak. If his strength had surpassed Lung Qi, none of this would have happened. I'll keep comprehending profundities through profundity fragments. As long as I can comprehend the wind profundity, sword profundity, and earth profundity, my strength will improve to another level. At that time, my origin energy will transform, and my cultivation base will be at the martial monarch stage.
Once I enter the martial monarch stage, the potent medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill that's hidden deep in my dantian would be triggered. At that time, my cultivation base would improve by leaps and bounds. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as his eyes brightened. Finally, he seemingly transformed into a gust of wind and returned to his room.
After Duanling Tian returned to his room, he instantly retrieved 3 profundity fragments to simultaneously comprehend 3 different profundities.
Once all three concepts complete the transformation and turn into profundities and I enter the first-level martial monarch stage, my strength will change dramatically. Duanling Tian was 100% certain about that. Currently, he was prepared to improve three types of concepts. If any of it transformed into a profundity, even if it was just a first-level monarch stage profundity, it would add an extra 1,000 ancient horned dragon's strength. That's one-fold more compared to before the breakthrough. Three types of profundities would add another 3,000 ancient horned dragon's strength. Moreover, as long as he comprehended the first-level monarch stage wind profundity, he would also obtain the first-level monarch stage fire profundity. That would mean he had elevated four concepts into profundities. Four types of ninth-level void transformation stage concepts compared to four types of first-level monarch stage profundities. The former was equivalent to 4,000 ancient horned dragon strength, whereas the latter was equivalent to 8,000 ancient horned dragon strength. The difference was obvious. If the latter was added with the first-level monarch stage earth profundity that could draw support from the earth energy, and he fueled the fire profundity with the wind profundity, his strength would equal to the strength of 10,000 ancient horned dragons. That was only the strength of the profundities. A first-level martial monarch stage's origin energy, when fully exerted, was equivalent to 2,000 ancient horned dragon strength. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword granted a one-fold increase, which meant that he would have an additional 2,000 ancient horned dragon strength. With his ninth-level advanced thunder concept, Duanling Tian's full strength was equivalent to 15,000 ancient horned dragon strength. Naturally, the heaven and earth phenomenon would also have an earth-shattering change. Just like how one ancient horned dragon's silhouette could replace 10,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes, there would be a new heaven and earth phenomenon to replace the 10,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 15,000 ancient horned dragon strength. I should be on par with that Lang Qi. However, it's still lacking if I want to win him, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Although he could not identify Lang Qi's actual cultivation base with his spiritual energy, he could discern how strong Lang Qi was from his attacks. Both Lang Qi and the former clan leader didn't use any spirit weapons when they fought. According to my estimation, their strength should be more than the strength of 10,000 ancient horned dragons. Their cultivation base should be around the fourth-level martial monarch stage. Duanling Tian speculated. At that time, both Lang Qi and Lu Qiu gave their best in the fight. However, they did not reveal their actual strength since the battle was short-lived. The stirring heaven and earth energy did not have time to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. All of this was merely Duanling Tian's deduction. Nevertheless, Duanling Tian had the combined memories of the rebirth martial emperor's previous two reincarnations. He trusted his own judgment. As the days passed, Duanling Tian's residence seemed to have regained its peace. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, still visited from time to deliver some spirit fruits suitable for void transformation martial artists. Most of these spirit fruits were given to Feng Tianwu. As for the spirit fruits that she had consumed before, they were all given to Xianxia. Naturally, Xianxia still could not use them since he had not broken through to the void transformation stage. Currently, he was still working on breaking through to the void interpretation stage. He had comprehended the ninth-level advanced sword concept, and it was impossible to elevate to sword profundity without the help of a profundity fragment. Therefore, he focused on improving his cultivation base with spirit fruits. Feng Tianwu and Xianxia kept improving. Ever since the day Cheng He and Lang Qi left, Duanling Tian had locked himself in his room. He had only left his room once. At that time, he had asked his servant to pass the spirit fruits that Lu Rui sent to Feng Tianwu. He did not leave his room ever since then. Elder Duan haven't come out from his closed-door cultivation? Many of the Lu clan's elders visited Duanling Tian eagerly to ask about medicine refinement Dao. However, all of them left disappointed. In the beginning, most of the Lu clan's elders thought Duanling Tian wouldn't be closed-door cultivation for just a few days. However, they did not see Duanling Tian in the following 3 months. Eventually, they figured Duanling Tian was in a strict closed-door cultivation. From then onward, those Lu clan's alchemist elders never visited again. They stayed at home and waited for news. They had ordered the servants in Duanling Tian's residence to inform them immediately the moment Duanling Tian came out of his closed-door cultivation. Elder Duan haven't come out from his closed-door cultivation?
the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, who came to visit Duanling Tian again, smiled bitterly when he learned that Duanling Tian had not come out yet. He could only leave. I'm afraid we can't continue with the quest. We're almost out of the grade 1 life recovery pills refined by Elder Duan. Lu Rue sighed as he stepped out of the house.
He asked me to pass this to you. Lu Rue heard in a different voice.
Following that, Lu Rue heard the sound of wind whistling from behind as though something was flying toward him.
Lu Rue turned around in a hurry and raised his hand to catch the object flying toward him. He realized that it was an ownerless spatial ring.
It's her. Through his peripheral vision, he saw a blurry fiery red figure in the depth of the estate. He was no stranger to that figure. It was Feng Tianwu, Elder Duan's soulmate who sacrificed herself for him. She also seemed to be a strong demon monarch powerhouse. This is... Elder Duan gave this to me? Soon after, Lu Rue's eyes shifted back to the spatial ring in his hands. At once, he realized the he Feng Tianwu mentioned was their Lu clan's first interim advisor, Duanling Tian.
After Lu Rue pricked his finger and dripped his blood on the spatial ring to establish ownership, he looked inside. There were 10 pill bottles neatly arranged in a row.
After opening up a pill bottle, he saw the pills inside were all glowing faintly. All this was familiar to him. These were grade 1 life recovery pills. As it turns out, Elder Duan was already prepared. Lu Rue shook his head and smiled before he turned to leave. Above the sky of the northern mountain land, 5 figures passed by as fast as lightning.
It was 5 travel-weary individuals who came from afar. 3 of them led the group as an azure-clad middle-aged man and a blue-clad old man followed closely from behind.
The 2 old men in the lead were talking. Chang He, you don't have to wait long before you become a grade 1 alchemist who can refine pills with more than 90% purity, a gold-clad old man said to the silver-clad old man.
I don't know how that boy managed to refine grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity. But I hope things will go as you said, Chang He said with a faint smile. There was a hint of greed in the depth of his eyes.
Guild Master Chang, I'll help you this time. I hope you'll keep your promise. A middle-aged man walked shoulder to shoulder with the 2 old men. He looked ordinary, but he had really bright eyes. His hands were holding on to a sheathed long blade. He seemed to emit a piercing aura similar to a sharp blade when he stood there.
Currently, he was also looking at Cheng He. Clan leader of O clan, you may rest assured that I won't break my promise. Cheng He said solemnly.
All right then. The middle-aged man with a piercing aura nodded faintly and kept quiet. Chang He, previously you said the target this time is the Lu clan's grade 1 alchemist who looks no older than 30 years old. The gold-clad old man suddenly asked. Yes. Chang He nodded seriously. He's not only a grade 1 alchemist. Even his cultivation base is shocking. If I have to guess, I would say his strength is around the 2nd level martial monarch stage. Grade 1 alchemist. 2nd level martial monarch stage. A young man not older than 30 years old? Apart from the azure-clad middle-aged man who had already known about the matter, the 3 individuals' faces changed at once. Even the middle-aged man with a piercing aura was not an exception. He was shocked. It sounded too unbelievable. A human martial artist who became a grade 1 alchemist before the age of 30 would have been known as a monster prodigy favored by the gods. Moreover, that person was also a 2nd level martial monarch stage martial artist? Chang He, are you trying to trick us? The gold-clad old man's face darkened slightly as he looked at Chang He solemnly. The middle-aged man with a piercing aura also looked at Chang He with a sharp gaze that felt like 2 blades hanging over Chang He.
Trick? Chang He glanced at the gold-clad old man like he was looking at an idiot. He was rendered speechless for a moment before he said, Why would I trick you?
Do I look like I have so much free time on my hands? Why would I risk offending both of you at once? Both the gold-clad old man and the middle-aged man with a piercing aura withdrew their gazes when they heard Chang He's words.
I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's the truth.
You can see for yourselves when we arrive at the Lu clan's estate tomorrow. Chang He said to the gold-clad old man. A grade 1 alchemist under the age of 30. There's never been a demon alchemist in the history of Cloud Continent. That's why he can only be human. The fact that he's also at the second-level martial monarch stage is incredible. The gold-clad old man mumbled to himself with narrowed eyes after he heard Chang He's words. No. He's not necessarily human, the middle-aged man with a piercing aura suddenly said as though he had recalled something. He's not necessarily human? After the middle-aged man had spoken, apart from the two old men beside him, even the azure-clad old man and the blue-clad old man looked at him. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, and they were left wondering about the middle-aged man's words. The middle-aged man was the Northern Mountains O clan's clan leader, O Lai. He was also the strongest person in the O clan. The O clan was as famous as the Lu clan in the Northern Mountain Land. They were a famous family of weapons craftsmen. However, O Lai was not a weapon craftsman. He became the clan leader of O clan due to his unbeatable strength in the entire O clan. As such, O Lai had the highest status in the O clan. The power he had in the O clan was a lot more than the power Lu Rui had in the Lu clan. That was because even though Lu Rui was the clan leader of Lu clan, the former clan leader Lu Qiu was the true leader. Naturally, Lu Qiu usually remained hidden and he never interfered with Lu Rui's management of the Lu clan. Lu Qiu's status at the Lu clan was not only because he was the former clan leader, but he was also the strongest person in the Lu clan. On the other hand, the former clan leader of O clan was just an ordinary grade 2 weapons craftsman. Therefore, the status of the O clan's former clan leader was far beneath the current clan leader, O Lai. O Lai, although you're not a weapons craftsman, you're from a family of weapons craftsmen. Don't you know non-humans can't be an alchemist or weapons craftsman? Chang He asked with a frown. Yes, if he isn't human but a demon, it's impossible for him to be an alchemist or a weapons craftsman. Let alone a grade 1 alchemist, the gold-clad old man added. Both the blue-clad old man and the azure-clad middle-aged man standing behind the gold-clad old man and Chang He nodded in agreement. No matter what, a demon could not become an alchemist or weapons craftsman. That was the law on Cloud Continent. For countless years, no one had heard any demons that had broken the law. I just said he's not necessarily human. When did I say he's a demon? O Lai asked as he glanced coldly at the gold-clad old man. That? You mean, the gold-clad old man was stunned after hearing O Lai's words. Under the curious eyes of the four men, O Lai slowly opened his mouth and said the word variant. Variant. When O Lai said that, it was as though lightning had struck the four other men. All of them, including Qing He, was stunned. Variant. They were naturally no stranger to it. A variant was the product of a human and a demon. They were either trash or monsters. The latter had mysterious and unique innate abilities. Moreover, they also possessed shocking innate talent in martial Dao that exceeded ordinary humans or demons. Most importantly, variants could become grade 1 alchemists or grade 1 weapon craftsmen because they were half human, unlike pure demons who could not condense pill fire or weapon flame. Chang He was first to react and he muttered, "After listening to O Lai, I really think it's possible. It's very likely he's a variant." After that, he turned to look at the azure-clad man who followed him since the beginning. "Lung Qi, what do you think?" "Probably," Lung Qi said and nodded. "A variant." The shock was apparent on the gold-clad old man and the blue-clad old man's faces. Eventually, the gold-clad old man nodded. Barring unforeseen factors, then he should be a variant. After all, his achievement isn't something ordinary humans can achieve at that age. Everyone else nodded in agreement. "I don't care whether he's a variant or not. I'll get the method of refining pills with more than 90% purity from him." Cheng He enunciated each word clearly as greed shone in his eyes. "Lung Qi alone is a match for that old fellow, Lu Qiu. As long as Lung Qi distracts Lu Qiu, it'll be easy for the rest of us to defeat the monarch stage martial artists in Lu Clan." The gold-clad old man said, "It won't be difficult to capture Duanling Tian. However, Chang He, you must be prepared. He probably won't tell you the method of refining pills with more than 90% purity even if you capture him." "You don't have to worry about that," Chang He said confidently. "How? You've got a plan." The gold-clad old man's eyes brightened. "Tell us." "There's a strong woman who seems to be a demon monarch powerhouse around Duanling Tian. Her strength is probably at the second-level demon monarch stage that's equivalent to a second-level martial monarch stage martial artist." Chang He said slowly.
You've already said that earlier. I'm asking you, how are you planning to make Duan Tian tell you the method? The gold-clad old man asked again as he knitted his brows together.
Since I mentioned the woman, naturally it's because it's related to her. Chang, he said snappily to the gold-clad old man before he continued saying casually, if Duan Tian isn't cooperative, I'll torture the woman in front of him until he cooperates. A sinister smile appeared on Chang He's face when he finished his sentence. You're really despicable. The gold-clad old man looked at Chang He. However, why are you so certain he will spill his secrets for that woman? That's not an ordinary secret, you know.
You don't know this, but that boy is really affectionate, Chang He said with a smile. Previously, he almost died for that woman.
Oh, the gold-clad old man's interest was piqued the moment he heard Chang He's words. What do you mean?
Whether it was O Lai, the clan leader of O clan, or that blue-clad old man standing behind the golden-clad old man, both of them were looking at Chang He curiously. It was apparent they were interested in this matter as well.
Previously, Leng Qi had almost killed that woman. At the very last minute, he suddenly attacked me. Due to that, Leng Qi was distracted. Chang He added. At that time, Leng Qi managed to injure him as well, even though he managed to rescue that woman. If I didn't ask Leng Qi to spare his life, he would have already died in Leng Qi's hands. Chang He finished his words in one breath.
This variant is different than most types of rumored variants. It's said that most variants are cold-blooded. It's very rare for them to show their true emotions, let alone sacrificing their own lives to rescue other people, the gold-clad old man lamented.
I don't care if he's different from other variants. This time, I'll pry the secret I want from his mouth. Confidence was written on Chang He's face as his eyes gleamed coldly. A day passed very quickly. During the second day, a building complex in the far distance appeared before Chang He and the other four. We've arrived at the Lu clan, the gold-clad old man announced.
As the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, this was not his first time going to the Lu clan. The difference was, in the past, he had always been treated as an honored guest in the Lu clan whenever he went there and had always been warmly welcomed.
This was the first time he went there to kidnap a person from the Lu clan. Originally, he was unwilling to offend the Lu clan, but the thing Chang He promised him was just too tempting. Due to that, he decided to help Chang He even though this meant he might ruin his friendship with the Lu clan. That way, when they arrived above the Lu clan's estate, Chang He immediately looked toward the eastern side of the Lu clan's estate. His body moved with a flash as he flew out and arrived at the sky above that area in just a blink of an eye. Following behind Chang He was O Lai and the gold-clad old man. Further behind them were Leng Qi and the blue-clad old man.
The blue-clad old man was just like Lang Qi. If Lang Qi was described as Ching He's shadow, then this blue-clad old man would be the gold-clad old man's shadow.
As the only well-known Grade 1 alchemist in the Southern Outer Land, and the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the Southern Outer Land, the gold-clad old man highly regarded by the Inner Lands Alchemist Guild.
For this reason, the Inner Lands Alchemist Guild sent the blue-clad old man to protect him.
Soon after, Chang He and the other four arrived at the sky above a spacious residence. Duan Tian, show your ass now. Chang He roared loudly without any warning. The origin energy in his voice swept out, spreading to the entire Lu clan's estate. For a moment, the entire Lu clan's estate erupted in an uproar. Somebody's here to look for Elder Duan? Asking Elder Duan to show his ass the instant he arrives? Looks like these visitors didn't come with good intention. Many of the Lu clan's disciples discussed among themselves. They were no strangers to Duan Tian's name. After all, he was the only Grade 1 alchemist in their Lu clan. Although those people obviously came with bad intentions to target Duan Tian, none of them were really worried. In their opinion, their Lu clan was one of the strongest clans in the northern mountainland, so they would be able to protect Elder Duan well. However, contrary to the Lu clan's disciples' optimism, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui's face was extremely grave. Damn it!
It's that Cheng He again. Previously, Cheng He had left in disappointment. After 3 months, he finally made his appearance again. He definitely came with bad intention.
It looks like Chang He has found himself support. Lu Rui and the three great guardian elders of Lu clan gathered and rose up into the air. They could not see the faces of the 5 figures standing in the distance. However, they knew one of them had to be Cheng He. They had a feeling Leng Qi, who always followed and guarded Cheng He, was there as well. Let's go have a look. Let's see who Cheng He brought with him that he had the confidence to come back again. Lu Yuan, who was as fat as a ball, took the lead to fly out first. His eyes gleamed coldly. Lu Rie, Lu Gue, and Lu Ji followed closely behind him. In just a few moments, the 4 of them had also arrived at the sky above the eastern side of the Lu clan's estate. There were already 2 people locked in a deadlock with Cheng He and the other 4 at the sky above the eastern side of the Lu clan's estate. The atmosphere was extremely heavy, as though it would explode at any given time. Lu Rui was not unfamiliar with these 2 people. They could see the 2 were none other than the woman always beside Duan Ling Tian, the first interim advisor of their Lu clan, and the middle-aged man who always followed Elder Duan everywhere. Looks like Duan Ling Tian has become a coward. How dare he asks a woman like you to come out instead? However, other than Duan Ling Tian, you're my target as well this time, Cheng He said casually. His eyes gleamed when he looked at the red-clad woman standing nearby. You dare to insult him? Almost at the instant Cheng He's words left his mouth, flames skyrocketed from the beautiful woman's body before it solidified into a sword-shaped flame. Her voice was icy, and she looked at Cheng He as though he was a dead man. After she said that, and before Cheng He had time to respond, she made her move. Whoosh! A 5-foot-long sword slashed out as her body followed suit. The tip of the sword-shaped flame was fixed on Cheng He and approaching at an extremely fast speed. It was as though she had transformed into a bolt of fiery lightning. It was so fast that Cheng He paled instantly. It has only been 3 months. How's it possible that her strength has gone up so much? There was only one thought in Cheng He's mind. Meanwhile, the sword-shaped flame had already arrived near Cheng He. The speed was so fast that Cheng He could barely dodge the attack. Humph! A snort sounded in the air. Cheng He's heart was thumping rapidly in his chest, and he was incredibly tensed. In the next moment, a flash of green figure materialized in front of Cheng He. The moment Cheng He saw the green figure, he breathed a sigh of relief. He instantly relaxed, and his heartbeat gradually returned to normal. He knew he was no longer in danger since that person in front had made his move. Bam! Just as this thought appeared Cheng He's mind, the green figure charged toward Feng Tianwu and clashed with the fiery red sword that Feng Tianwu had transformed into with her sword as a loud explosion reverberated in the air. As the 2 waves of energy clashed together, the airstream in the air exploded and set off a series of vibrating airwaves. The airwaves spread out in all directions and continued to transform into a flurry of hurricanes. Whoosh! 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 The hurricanes were so huge that it seemed as though the eastern side of the Lu clan's estate was attacked by some sort of demonic wind. Some of the servants with low cultivation base were miserably blown away. As for the crowd in the air, only their robes fluttered loudly in the wind. None of them were injured at all. Their gazes were trained on the 2 people who were clashing. The 2 of them finally separated after the loud explosion. The energy swimming around the green figure had dissipated and revealed his true identity. It was a green-clad middle-aged man. Because of his fast attack, the heaven and earth energy that was whirring above his head did not even have time to gather into heaven and earth phenomenon before it dissipated. Unlike the green-clad middle-aged man who remained unmoved in his spot, the fiery red gigantic sword transformed from both human and sword was sent flying back before finally coming to a stop a few dozen meters away. Barf! The sword-shaped flame died down. The red-clad woman holding a 5-foot-long flexible red sword spat out a mouthful of blood. Her delicate face was extremely pale. The heaven and earth phenomenon gathered by the heaven and earth energy above the red-clad woman's head began to disperse. It was the silhouettes of 2,000 ancient horned dragons and a silhouette that was a dozen times bigger than the ancient horned dragons that were spiraling as it descended. It was also a dragon, but not an ancient horned dragon. Its body was tough and long, like an ancient horned dragon that was magnified a dozen times. Naturally, the details were totally different as well. Whether it was the sharp claws or the scales on its body, this dragon exuded a majestic aura. The ancient horned dragons were not comparable to it.
If the ancient horned dragons were considered as young dragons, this dragon would be like a matured dragon. Not only were the details on its body completely different from ancient horned dragons, but even the head was different from the ancient horned dragon.
The ancient horned dragon's head looked slightly ferocious, a little different than the legendary divine dragon with pure bloodline. However, this dragon that was a dozen times bigger than an ancient horned dragon was not too different from the legendary divine dragon. Moreover, its pair of sharp eyes were constantly emitting a majestic aura.
The silhouette of the ancient black dragon. Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, was shocked when he saw this.
Lu Yuan was staring at the scene before his eyes in bewilderment. His small eyes were as big as saucers as he muttered to himself, "Clan leader, didn't you say Miss Tianwu can only cast over 8,000 ancient horned dragon strength at the most? How's this possible?" Miss Tianwu's attack could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to gather into silhouettes of one ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Lu Ji said solemnly, "The strength of an ancient black dragon is formed from 10,000 ancient horned dragons. If it's calculated using ancient horned dragons, Miss Tianwu's current strength is equivalent to the strength of 12,000 ancient horned dragons." Lu Gui gasped. This was a far cry from the strength of over 8,000 ancient horned dragons that their clan leader told them about. I didn't know too." Lu Rui was staring in shock at the red-clad woman who was heavily injured in the distance. His face was completely blank. He could not understand what he was seeing at all. Don't tell me Miss Tianwu has been holding back her strength all this while? Although he did not really believe this, he really could not come up with another plausible explanation.
Miss Tianwu. Lu Rui and the other three old men's expression immediately turned grave when they saw Feng Tianwu injured. No matter what, she was Elder Duan's woman after all. How would they explain to Elder Duan now that she got injured in front of them? Meanwhile, Xianxia, who was originally standing next to Feng Tianwu, also turned grave when he saw her getting injured. He glared at the green-clad middle-aged man as he snarled coldly, "You're looking for death."
At this moment, due to his wrath, the origin energy on his body soared up and transformed into a milky white sword-shaped flame that seemed to envelop his entire being as it emitted a tyrannical aura. Whoosh! The heaven and earth energy whirred above the air and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,120 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons.
Ninth-level advanced sword concept was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons.
When the origin energy of a 9th-level void interpretation stage martial artist was fully unleashed, it was equivalent to the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons. This was all the strength Xianxia could unleash now. "You're looking for death."
Originally, when Qinghe and the others saw how Xianxia snarled coldly at the green-clad middle-aged man, their expression darkened slightly in an instant. The red-clad woman and this middle-aged man were unfamiliar to them. In their opinion, the fact that this middle-aged man dared to yell at the person who heavily injured the red-clad woman meant that he must be quite powerful as well. They did not think it was possible for him to be any weaker than the red-clad woman.
However, the moment they saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above the middle-aged man, they could not help but stare at each other in puzzlement with an odd expression on their faces. The person they originally thought was a powerhouse turned out to be a person who could barely scratch the threshold to the peak of the void. What an ant! The green-clad middle-aged man who had just injured Feng Tianwu was none other than Leng Qi. His body disappeared completely in front of Xianxia as soon as he spat those words out. Bang!
Chills were creeping up on Xianxia's skin. He realized he might be facing his doom when a loud bang reverberated not far in front of him. The rolling airwaves spread out and created a flurry of hurricanes once again. Xianxia felt as though he was caught in the hurricane. Before he even had time to react, he was already sent flying by the powerful airwave.
He clenched his teeth and finally came to a halt 100 meters away. The first thing he saw was an aged and hoary silhouette materializing in front of him to block Leng Qi. Leng Qi was just a dozen meters away from the place he was at earlier. At this moment, chills shot up from the soles of Xianxia's feet to his brain, caused him to shiver uncontrollably. Cold sweat had already broke out on his forehead.
He knew he would have died if it was not for that old man blocking Leng Qi in time. With my current strength, when will I be of help to young master? Bitterness filled Xianxua's heart. In front of these people who came to look for trouble with his young master, he could not do anything at all.
Former clan leader.
When Leng Qi tried to attack Xianxia earlier, horror dawned on the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, and the 3 guardian elders of Lu clan. They immediately flew out to save him.
However, their speed was no match for Leng Qi. Moreover, Leng Qi was positioned closer to Xianxia. They could only watch helplessly. He's Elder Duan's people. If he dies, how should we explain it to Elder Duan? They all had this thought in their minds just as the situation abruptly changed. The strongest person in the Lu clan, Lu Qiu, who was also the Lu clan's former clan leader, made his entrance and shielded Xianxia from Leng Qi. After Lu Qiu blocked Leng Qi could not do anything to him all. He swiftly flew back and retreated behind Chenghe. Whoosh! 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 Meanwhile, the Lu clan's clan leader and the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders also came to stand beside Lu Qiu.
Former clan leader. The 4 of them bowed at Lu Qiu respectfully.
Lu Qiu nodded at the 4 of them before looking at Changhe and the others. His gaze swept past Changhe and the others one by one.
Clan leader O, guild master Mo. I wonder what's the purpose of all of you coming even though it's so far. Lu Qiu's gaze finally landed on the middle-aged man and the gold-clad old man by Chenghe's side. His tone was calm when he spoke.
The moment they heard Lu Qiu's words, horror dawned on Lu Rui and the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders.
Clan leader O?
Guild master Mo? In the northern mountain land and the entire southern outer land, there were only 2 people their former clan leader would greet in such a way.
Olai, the clan leader of the northern mountains O clan, and Mo Jie, the guild master of the weapons craftsman guild's main guild in the southern outer land.
Their eyes followed Lu Qiu's gaze before it landed on 2 extremely familiar figures. Olai! Mo Jie! Horror once again dawned on Lu Rui and the other 3 when they saw the middle-aged man with a piercing aura and the old man dressed in a forbidden robe.
Lu Qiu, I'll be blunt with you. If you hand over Duan Lingtian to Chenghe now, I'll still be a friend to the Lu clan, Mo Jie announced in a speed that was neither too slow nor too fast. His eyes gleamed when he looked at Lu Qiu.
Friend? The moment this word left Mo Jie's mouth, the 5 people from Lu clan were momentarily stunned.
After a few seconds, Lu Qiu was the first person to regain his senses. He looked at Mo Jie and snorted. The Lu clan is a little unworthy to be friends with someone like you who has a high social position. Lu Rui and the other 3 also regained their senses. Each of them also had an enraged expression on their faces.
This Mo Jie had already stepped on the Lu clan's head, and he still had the audacity to say that he would remain a friend to the Lu clan?
In that case, from today onward, the Lu clan and I no longer have any relationship. Mo Jie's voice turned cold the instant he heard Lu Qiu's words. The robe of the blue-clad old man behind him fluttered even though there was no wind. His pair of cold, gleaming eyes were glaring at Lu Qiu as though he was about to attack Lu Qiu at any given time. Clan leader O, the reason you're here is also to help Chenghe take Elder Duan away from the Lu clan? Lucas asked as he looked at Olai with gleaming eyes.
Olai nodded faintly after he glanced at Lu Qiu. Lu Rui's face darkened. He instant rebuked Olai. How dare you?
How dare you? Upon hearing Lu Rui's words, not only was Olai bewildered, even Chenghe, Mo Jie, and the 2 people behind them felt bewildered.
Clan leader Lu, former clan leader Lu. Soon after, Olai returned to his senses. He looked at Lu Rui and Lu Qiu nonchalantly. Your Lu clan and our O clan are 2 great clans with 10,000 years of history in the northern mountain land. In this 10,000 years, we're on friendly terms even though some enmity still exists. The reason I came to the Lu clan today is to help Elder Changhe take away that person. Both the O clan and I have no intention of offending you at all. Olai explained calmly. No intention to offend my ass. Lu Rui snorted. Olai, the moment you decided to help Changhe take away Elder Duan, you've already made a decision to stand against our Lu clan.
From now onward, the O clan and the Lu clan will be sworn enemies. The O clan and the Lu clan would be sworn enemies.
Lu Rui's voice spread out and echoed in the air. Many people in the Lu clan's estate heard Lu Rui's words. That's clan leader Lu's voice. Clan leader Lu just said from today onward, The Lu clan and the O clan are sworn enemies. Don't tell me those arrogant people who asked Elder Duan to show his ass are from the O clan? Maybe.
The people in the Lu clan's estate immediately buried their heads together in a discussion. Many of the Lu clan's elders and disciples rose up in the air, but they only dared to watch from afar. They did not dare to go close at all. Who knew if a fight would break out? If a fight broke out, it would be a battle among martial monarchs. The airwaves from the clashing energies would be enough to send them flying and even injure them.
Lu Rie, I don't think the decision of making the O clan a sworn enemy of the Lu clan can be decided by you, right? Olai asked casually the moment he heard Lu Rui's words. At the same time, his glance shifted to Lu Qiu, who was standing far away. As far as I know, you're not qualified enough to make such a decision for the Lu clan in front of the former clan leader. When Olai spoke, his face remained indifferent. It was neither happy nor enraged. However, mockery could be heard in his words. He was mocking Lu Rui, this clan leader, implying he was unworthy of his title. Haha, clan leader Lu. Do you really think everyone can control the entire clan like you? Chang he burst out laughing before he glanced at Lu Rui mockingly. Although some people are clan leaders as well, they don't have any authority at all. Someone like that is just a puppet in my opinion.
Guild Master Chang, you always speak so bluntly.
No matter what, some people are still the leader of a clan, a person with a high and mighty position. Don't you think it's not right to mock him in front of so many people? Mo Jie joined in the laughter as well. The ridiculing smile on his face was at odds with his words. He seemed to be rubbing salt deeper into the wound.
Lu Rui's face turned green before it paled. His eyes gleamed coldly.
Who says Lu Rui's not qualified to make decisions for the Lu clan? Lu Qiu made his stance clear as he snorted. From the moment I passed down the title clan leader to Lu Rui, he's already the clan leader. He's the person with the highest position in our Lu clan.
His words represent the entire Lu clan's will. Lu Qiu announced with certainty, reinforcing Lu Rui's status as the clan leader of Lu clan.
Colors immediately returned to Lu Rui's face. A hint of gratitude to Lu Qiu could be seen in his eyes for coming to his rescue. Moreover, since then, other than protecting the Lu clan and the Lu clan's interest, I, Lu Qiu, have not interfered with the matters in the Lu clan. Lu Qiu made his stance clear so that others could no longer make fun of Lu Rui. Even if you ask us to meddle in the Lu clan's internal affair, we wouldn't want to, alright? The reason we came here is not to become an enemy of the Lu clan. We just want to bring Duan Ling Tian away. Chang he took a stride forward and stared into Lu Rui's eyes. Since clan leader Lu has the full authority to speak on behalf of the Lu clan, please give us an answer. The instant Chang he's words left his mouth, Olai and Mo Jie strode forward as well. They stood together, pressuring Lu Rui.
Cheng He was the guild leader of the Alchemists Guild's main guild in the southern outer land and a grade 1 alchemist.
Naturally, he would not be such a huge threat to the Lu clan if he was only a grade 1 alchemist. However, the person who posed the greatest threat was none other than Leng Qi, the green-clad middle-aged man who followed him around.
Leng Qi's strength was not inferior to the strongest person in the Lu clan, Lu Qiu.
3 months ago, Chang he had brought Leng Qi to the Lu clan. At that time, their target was Duan Ling Tian. However, they failed to get what they wanted and could only leave miserably due to Lu Qiu's interference and the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders. After 3 months, they came back with 2 helpers in tow.
One of the helpers was the guild leader of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, Mo Jie.
Mo Jie was a grade 1 weapons craftsman. Since he had focused on the weapons refinement Dao, his growth was limited in the martial Dao. Similar to Chang He was an ordinary first-level monarch stage martial artist. Chang He had asked for his help not because of his strength but because of the person who always followed him around to guard him. It was none other than the blue-clad old man always following Mo Jie. In terms of strength, the blue-clad old man was in no way inferior to Leng Qi and Lu Qiu. His strength was quite terrifying as well. The other helper was Olai, the current clan leader of the Northern Mountain Lands O clan. Olai was a martial Dao genius who only appeared every 1,000 years in the O clan. When he was in his 40s, his cultivation base successfully broke through to the martial monarch stage, and thus he became a martial monarch powerhouse. His current strength was on par with Lung Qi and Lu Qiu as well. The three powerhouses with strength that was on par with Lu Qiu was Chang He's biggest support. He believed the Lu clan would not dare to directly confront them if they were smart. Apart from that, it would also be easy for him to forcefully bring Duan Lingtian away. Clan leader Lu, you must make your decision wisely. Don't let the Lu clan suffer from unnecessary damage just because of a momentary burst of courage. Chang, he said victoriously as he stared at Lu Rui. Humph! Lu Rui snorted before he mocked. What now? Don't tell me you plan to annihilate our Lu clan, Guild Master Chen? I know I don't have the ability to wipe out the Lu clan. However, if the Lu clan lost a few of its martial monarchs, I believe the few forces in the inner land won't avenge the Lu clan. Chang, he replied nonchalantly. As he reached the end of his sentence, a malicious smile crept up on the corner of his mouth. You. Lu Rui's face darkened instantly. He was so angry that he felt as though his blood was boiling. However, he knew what Chen He said was the truth. Whether it was Chang He, Mo Jie or O Lai, none of them possessed the courage to annihilate the Lu clan. This was because the Lu clan was protected by a few first-rate forces in the inner land. Naturally, those first-rate forces would only make their move if the entire Lu clan was annihilated. They would remain unmoved even if all the martial monarchs in Lu clan died. Lu Rui took a deep breath and looked at Lang Qi with dread in his eyes before he shifted his gaze to O Lai and the blue-clad old man behind Mo Jie. These three martial monarchs had strength that was in no way inferior to Lu Qiu, the strongest person in their Lu clan. If the Lu clan battled it out with them, they would definitely suffer a great loss. The three guardian elders might not even survive. Lu Rui was caught in a dilemma. On one hand, he had the few main backbones that held the Lu clan up. It was currently faced with the risk of falling apart. On the other hand, he had the future pillar of the Lu clan who was also the person Chang he wanted to take away. If he wanted to save these few backbones, he would have to give up the future pillar of Lu clan. The Lu clan would lose a rare opportunity. This opportunity was enough to let the Lu clan soar to the top and stand at the peak on Cloud Continent. After all, the background of that pillar was incredibly terrifying. He was a person who had stood at the peak on Cloud Continent in his previous life. Currently, he was in the form of his final reincarnation, so he would definitely achieve much more than he did in his past lives. Naturally, this was only true provided he did not meet with any mishaps along the way. If he died now, it would be pointless to discuss the future. If we hand Elder Duan over, our Lu clan won't suffer any loss. However, Elder Duan would be taken away by them. If we don't hand Elder Duan over, our Lu clan will suffer a great loss. In the end, Elder Duan will still be taken away by them. Both scenarios have the same outcome, but at the core of it, it's different. In the former scenario, it's us who give up on Elder Duan. Even he doesn't hate us, our relationship will definitely sour. As for the latter scenario, we'll give our all to protect Elder Duan. Even if we can't protect him and he's taken away, he'll still feel grateful. Lu Rui was deep in thoughts at this moment. He was feeling deeply conflicted. In the end, he could not help but turn to look at Lu Qiu, wanting to get his opinion. Clan leader, from now onward, every matter regarding the Lu clan is up to you to decide. No matter what your decision is, I'll always support you, Lu Qiu said before Lu Rui even had the chance to open his mouth. Clan leader, all of us will support your decision. Lu Yuan, Lu Gui, and Lu Ji nodded their heads as well. They had the same mindset as Lu Qiu. For a moment, Lu Rui could feel the weight of a mountain on his shoulders, and he could hardly breathe. If I choose the former and give up on Elder Duan, if Elder Duan manages to escape this calamity and rise to the peak again, he won't bother with us anymore even if he doesn't settle the score with us. One choice was enough to cut off the friendship between the Lu clan and Elder Duan. If I choose the latter, the three guardian elders will most likely meet their ends. Even the former clan leader will be in danger too. Elder Duan will still be taken away. However, if Elder Duan manages to survive, our Lu clan's future will definitely be bright. Another choice would cause the Lu clan to suffer great damage, and nobody was able to predict the future regarding Elder Duan. However, if Elder Duan somehow survived, the Lu clan would definitely be able to ride on his success.
Lu Rui was in a dilemma. He could not make up his mind at all.
Clan leader Lu, I hope that you'll be able to give us an answer after the span of 10 breaths. After the span of 10 breaths, we'll start playing rough if you still don't give us an answer. He smirked as he looked at Lu Rui.
At that time, please don't blame the three of us for not taking our friendship into consideration.
There's no need to wait for 10 breaths. At this moment, Lu Rui clenched his teeth and made his decision. It's impossible for the Lu clan to hand Elder Duan over to you. From the moment Elder Duan became the first interim advisor of Lu clan, he's already a part of our Lu clan. Our Lu clan has a 10,000 years legacy. It's impossible for us to betray friends for the sake of our own personal gain. Today, we'll give our all to protect Elder Duan, even if it means we'll have to face death. Lu Rui's words were incredibly loud and crisp as it spread in the air. The moment the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders heard this, their eyes lit up as they faced Xianxia and the other 4 in a poised and brave manner. Although they knew the strength of the 3 people on the other side was far stronger than theirs and could kill them in mere seconds, they did not feel even the slightest bit of fear. This was all for the sake of Lu clan. For the sake of Lu clan, they had no regrets even if they died in the battle. They were the embodiment of the word guardian in their title guardian elders. They did not bring shame to their title at all. Fight! Lu Rui's words also entered Lu Qiu's ears. He was initially nervous, but he had a smile on his face now. The nervousness in the depth of his eyes disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! At the same time, Lu Qiu appeared in front of the 3 great guardian elders of the Lu clan and coldly glared at Xianxia and the others. Whoosh! 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 Soon after, many figures flew in from all directions. They were the Lu clan's elders who were watching from afar. Their sense of hearing was greater than ordinary Lu clan's disciples. They had heard the exchange between Lu Rui and Xinghe. They were all affected by Lu Rui's words as well, and their blood was boiling with righteous indignation. Let us fight to the death. Protect Elder Duan with our lives. You'll have to cross over my dead body if you want to kill Elder Duan. A group of Lu clan's elders surrounded Xianxia and the other 4. They were yelling at the top of their lungs in an imposing and majestic manner. What? That 5 men came for Elder Duan. Soon after, the Lu clan's disciples who were watching afar was also in an uproar. Originally, my second uncle forbade me from saying this. However, I think I should say it no matter what. One of the Lu clan's disciples said through clenched teeth, earlier, my second uncle told me those people want to bring Elder Duan away, but the clan leader rejected them. Now, the clan leader has declared a war with them. However, their strength is strong. The outcome seems grim for the clan leader, former clan leader, and the 3 guardian elders. The Lu clan's disciple said all this in one breath. Why didn't you say so earlier? They want to take Elder Duan away. Fuck you, man. Now that there's a grade 1 alchemist in our Lu clan, don't even dream of taking Elder Duan away from us. It seems like this entire matter is instigated by Guild Master Xianxia of the Alchemist Guild's main guild. I think he feels Elder Duan, the 2nd grade 1 alchemist to appear in the southern outerland after him, is a threat to his status, so he wants to eliminate Duan Ling Tian. Those who are men and have balls, follow me now. Let fuck that son of a bitch Xianxia till he dies. Let's go. Soon after, each and every one of the Lu clan's disciples flew out in a mighty formation. With 3 layers inside and another 3 layers outside, they surrounded Xianxia and the other 4 tightly in a dense and dark mass. They appeared like a dark cloud that hung over the city. Good. Good. Lu Rui became emotional when he saw this scene. This was his first time seeing their Lu clan so united. Lu Qiu and the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders smiled as well. Even if they died today, it would not be in vain. This was the Lu clan that they spent their entire lives protecting. Although they might die, they would go to their graves with no regrets at all. As expected from an ancient clan with a 10,000 years legacy, such unity is not easily found in ordinary forces. The disciples of ordinary forces would have fled if they saw such a calamity approaching them. Xiongquan was struck dumb when he saw the scene unfolding before his eyes. When Feng Tianwu saw this scene, even the frost on her beautiful and delicate face slightly thawed. She was moved by this group of Lu clan's disciples. At the same time, Chang He and the other four's faces turned pale immediately when they saw the Lu clan's elders and disciples had them surrounded 3 layers inside and another 3 layers outside. It would only be a small matter if they killed a few people from the Lu clan. It was not enough to provoke the first-rate forces from the inner land that protected the Lu clan. However, if they killed all these people, they would have to face their own dooms as well. In their eyes, the Lu clan's people were like ants. It was not difficult to kill them at all. However, these people represented the entire Lu clan. Killing all of them was equivalent to annihilating the Lu clan. At that time, the inner land's first-rate forces that had once sworn they would protect the Lu clan would descend upon them with vengeance. Even if the first-rate forces could not annihilate the forces they belonged to, they themselves would not be able to escape death. After all, they were the instigators of this event. Don't touch the Lu clan's people. Don't touch Lu Rui as well. Kill that 4 old men, and nobody in the Lu clan will be able to stop us anymore. At that time, it'll be easy for us to take Duanling Tian away, Chang He told the other 4. Initially, his face had a grave expression. However, by the time he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were gleaming coldly as though he was about to devour someone. Upon hearing Chang He's words, all 4 of them nodded their heads in agreement. The price they would have to pay if they had to annihilate the Lu clan was too high. It was acceptable for them to kill a few martial monarchs in the Lu clan as long as they did not touch the foundation of the Lu clan. Lung Qi, you deal with Lu Qiu. Chang He ordered Lung Qi. All right. Lung Qi nodded nonchalantly. His cold eyes were staring fixedly at Lu Qiu. Oh Lai, you'll handle the other 3 old men from the Lu clan. Is that okay? Chang He looked at Oh Lai. He wanted him to deal with the Lu clan's 3 guardian elders. They'll definitely die in the span of 3 breaths. Oh Lai's reply was curt. However, it was filled with confidence and certainty. As for Mo Jie and I, we'll be responsible for blocking Lu Rui and the rest of the Lu clan. Elder Chun, Duanling Tian's woman's strength is quite powerful. Subdue her, but don't kill her. She's still of use to us. Chang He looked at the blue-clad old man who followed Mo Jie like a shadow. The blue-clad old man nodded. Oh Lai, after you kill the 3 old men from the Lu clan, you'll join forces with Lung Qi to kill Lu Qiu. After Lu Qiu dies, you'll search for Duanling Tian and subdue him. Chang He looked at Oh Lai again. Oh Lai nodded his head to show he understood. The atmosphere was incredible, tensed and heavy. Chang He and the other 4 were about to make their move. Suddenly, Tian Wu, you're hurt? A voice filled with urgency and anger suddenly resonated in the air and broke the silence. At once, everybody's attention was caught by a figure that materialized in the air abruptly. It was a purple-clad young man. The young man was handsome, and his features were sharp. His eyes, with dashing brows that were slightly slanted, were gleaming with iciness and killing intent. He made his move when the crowd's attention was on him. Dragon soaring the 9 heavens. It was as though his entire body had transformed into a purple divine dragon. He charged out like lightning and arrived beside the red-clad woman with a slightly pale face who was standing in the distance. Tian Wu, swallow this. The purple-clad young man put a brightly gleaming pill into her mouth. The red-clad woman trusted him completely. She swallowed the pill without any hesitation. That pill. How's this possible? Chang He, who was standing in the distance, suddenly trembled violently. His gaze was originally fixed on the pill the purple-clad young man took out. He only regained his senses when the pill was swallowed by the red-clad woman. However, shock was still written all over his face. Ha! Chang He's shock stunned the other 4 as well. They all looked at him in confusion. The grade 1 life recovery pill he just took out has more than 95% purity. Chang He explained when he saw the confusion on the other 4's faces. The red-clad woman in the distance who had just swallowed the pill immediately regained colors on her cheeks and her body was brimming with vigor and vitality, proving Chang He's words right. She had completely recovered. Where were the signs of her being injured? Many people who heard Chang He's words were dumbfounded when they looked at the scene before their eyes. This grade 1 life recovery pill has more than 95% purity? Lu Rui was the first to regain his senses. He gulped. Earlier, Miss Tianwu has already consumed a grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity. Although her injuries have healed a little, it's not completely healed. Lu Yuan was staring at the scene unfolding before his eyes in bafflement. He went completely still from the shock.
A grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 95% purity actually has such strong medicinal efficacy?
The closer the pill's purity is to 100%, the more terrifying the pill's medicinal efficacy would be. Lu Ji said solemnly. It didn't cross my mind that Elder Duan is able to refine grade 1 life recovery pills with more than 95% purity. It's so close to achieving 100% purity. The strength of the medicinal efficacy must be at least double the strength of grade 1 life recovery pills with 91% purity. The group of Lu clan's elders was still in shock over Chang He's words when Chang He's gaze was burning a hole through the purple-clad young man standing in the distance. He asked loudly, Duan Ling Tian, looks like I've underestimated you.
I can't believe you can actually refine grade 1 pills with more than 95% purity. The grade 1 life recovery pill you just gave her had 97% purity, right?
This time, his voice was even louder, and all the Lu clan's people on the scene heard it clearly. What? A grade 1 life recovery pill with 97% purity. Are there even pills with such high purity on Cloud Continent? It's impossible, isn't it?
Each and every one of the Lu clan's disciple began to discuss. Their skeptical gazes quickly landed on the purple-clad young man in the distance. Suddenly, one of the Lu clan's disciples who was staring at the purple-clad young man cried out, "That's Elder Duan."
What? He's that Elder Duan? All the Lu clan's disciples were in an uproar.
He's the first interim elder of our Lu clan?
That grade 1 alchemist who can refine grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity. He's young, just like the rumor said. Looks like the old man wasn't lying. Elder Duan can refine grade 1 life recovery pills with 97% purity. I think so too. After all, Elder Duan defies all common logic.
Soon after, all the Lu clan's disciples were staring at the purple-clad young man in the distance, Duan Lingtian.
To the younger generation in the Lu clan, Duan Lingtian was their ultimate idol, and he was greatly respected and admired. Second brother. No wonder I found him and the red-clad sister familiar. As it turns out, it really is them. A girl with a childlike face muttered when she was hit by a pang of realization. Another young man stood next to her. I didn't think you'll still be able to recognize him. The young man smiled faintly.
The young man was none other than Lu Bai, the second young master of the Lu clan.
As for the girl beside him, there was no doubt about her identity. She was none other than Lu Ping. She was the girl Feng Wu Dao previously saved along with her brother. Her brother was Lu Bai.
Duan Lingtian, you really gave me a huge gift. Lu Bai's eyes were filled with gratitude when he looked at the purple-clad young man in the distance.
Lu Bai had found out about Lu Song's death not too long ago. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was sure to inherit the position of clan leader in the Lu clan.
All of this was made possible because of the purple-clad young man. If it was not for the purple-clad young man, it would still be uncertain if he would get that position.
Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked that Chang He was able to see through the purity of the grade 1 life recovery pill with just one glance.
Similar to a senior lecturing a junior, he coldly looked at Chang He as he remarked, "What a good eyesight. However, what a pity. You have no desire to keep forging ahead. Instead, you're focused on dishonest practices. You're destined not to make any more progress in this lifetime.
You're just a lucky young boy who obtained some secret technique from God knows where. And you actually dare to criticize me?
When I became an alchemist, let alone you, even your mother might still be in her mother's womb.
Who do you think you are to rebuke me?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chang He's were ablaze as though it could really shoot out fire.
That's right, when you first became an alchemist, my mother might still be in her mother's womb. Duan Lingtian smirked. He paused for a moment before continuing, "If I was you, I would have killed myself a long time ago. You're already so old, but it seems like you spent most of your time living like a dog.
How's it possible that you're not even as good as a young boy like me?" Duan Lingtian's words were full of mockery, implying that Chang He was inferior to a young boy. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, many Lu clan's disciples burst into a laughing fit. Disdain could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Chang He. So much for being the guild leader of the Alchemists Guild's main guild in the southern outer land.
Exactly. Our Lu clan's elder Duan is barely 1/3 of his age, and yet, his achievement in the medicine refinement Dao has long surpassed his. He's basically a trash in front of elder Duan.
Trash. What a perfect word to describe him. The Lu clan's disciples whispered among each other. Their words were blunt as they mocked Chang He to their heart's content. Although their voices were not particularly loud, it was still clearly heard by Chang He. It caused his face to turn green before it paled. The rage in his eyes continued to intensify.
Duan Ling Tian, don't be so full of yourself. You're just lucky you managed to obtain the secret technique.
Otherwise, will you really be able to refine pills with more than 90% purity? Chang He hissed with disdain after he took a deep breath to calm himself down. Until now, he still believed Duan Ling Tian was lucky and came across some secret technique that allowed him to refine pills with more than 90% purity.
If he obtained the secret technique, he would be able to refine pills with 90% purity as well. Secret technique?
The moment the crowd heard of Chang He mentioning the words, secret technique, they immediately shifted their gazes toward Duan Ling Tian in unison. Could it be that Elder Duan actually knows some secret technique?
Many of the Lu clan's people pondered inwardly. After all, it was shocking enough that Elder Duan became a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age. On top of that, he could also refine pills with 97% purity. A pill with such purity was heaven-defying.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian ignored Chang He. His gaze landed on the red-clad woman beside him, and he asked in an extremely gentle voice, Tian Wu, who injured you? A hint of wrath could be heard in his otherwise gentle voice.
Feng Tian Wu's heart skipped a beat when she heard the anger in his voice. The frost on her face dissipated a little.
Her gaze instantly shifted to that green-clad middle-aged man standing in the distance. The green-clad middle-aged man stood behind Chang He like a shadow.
It's you again. Following the direction of Feng Tian Wu's gaze, Duan Ling Tian looked at the green-clad middle-aged man with cold eyes. Long Qi. Previously, Leng Qi had also injured Tian Wu and him.
Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Leng Qi lazily lifted his head and glanced at Duan Ling Tian nonchalantly. A hint of scorn could be seen in his eyes. It was as though they were saying, "So what if it's me again? You can't avenge your woman anyway."
Boom. At this moment, milky white flames skyrocketed from Duan Ling Tian's body as he emitted waves of terrifying aura.
The heaven and earth energy whirred above his head and finally gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Just his origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. That was the trademark of a first-level martial monarch. Elder Duan is a martial monarch? For a moment, many of the Lu clan's elders and disciples present on the scene were shocked.
Duan Ling Tian has made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage? Lu Bai was shocked as well. Although he had once witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing a Lu clan's elder who was at the 8th level void transformation stage with his own eyes, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be a martial monarch. He thought Duan Ling Tian was a powerhouse at the peak of the void at the most.
The scene unfolding before his eyes made him realize that Duan Ling Tian was either already a martial monarch at that time, or he had just recently made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage.
Compared to the rest of the Lu clan's elders and disciples, Lu Rui, the clan leader of the Lu clan, was not surprised at all. Last time, he had personally witnessed how Elder Duan had almost killed Qing He, who was at the first-level martial monarch stage. At that time, he had already guessed that Elder Duan was a martial monarch.
As for Lu Qiu, the former clan leader of Lu clan, and the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders, they were still slightly stunned even though they had already heard about this matter from Lu Rui. After all, Duan Ling Tian was just too young.
Naturally, it was still acceptable that he was young.
Being young was not the main point. Elder Duan was a grade 1 alchemist who could refine grade 1 pills with 97% purity.
With his current age, his achievement in the medicine refinement Dao was enough to make 90% of the alchemists on Cloud Continent to lower their heads in shame.
However, such a young man who was so talented in the medicine refinement Dao was also a martial monarch? Monster! Is Elder Duan even human?
After a moment of silence, the group of Lu clan's elders and disciples was in an uproar. All of them stared in shock at the purple figure in the distance.
I didn't expect I'll be able to encounter a variant in this lifetime. Mo.Jie, the guild leader of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the southern outerland, took a step forward and scrutinized Duanling Tian. It's said that each variant has their own special innate ability. I wonder what innate ability do you possess? Variant.
Innate ability.
Although Mo.Jie's voice was not loud, everyone present heard his words. His words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Variant? Innate ability? Many Lu clan's disciples were confused. Does this mean that Elder Duan is a variant? Some of the Lu clan's elders could not help but narrow their eyes. They knew a little about variants. What's a variant? Most of the people who asked this question were the Lu clan's disciples. A variant is born from the copulation of a human and a demon. A variant is either very ordinary or monstrous. There are many of the formers on Cloud Continent, but the latter is extremely rare. One of the Lu clan's elders explained solemnly. That's right. Another Lu clan's elder chimed in before he continued to say, it's said that the latter has innate talent and comprehension that far surpass human being. Even humans who have the best innate talent and comprehension on Cloud Continent are not comparable to them. Moreover, the monstrous variants also have a special innate ability. The variant's innate ability is one of a kind in this world. Another person added.
Some of the Lu clan's elders and many of the disciples broke into a clamor when they found out what variants were. Their faces were filled with confusion.
Then, does it mean that Elder Duan is a variant?
Well, this is the only plausible explanation. Since Elder Duan is a grade 1 alchemist, it means he's not a demon.
However, it's almost impossible for a human to achieve so much in both martial Dao and medicine refinement Dao at his age. You have a point. As the group of Lu clan's elders and disciples buried their heads in discussion, they very quickly came to a conclusion. Duanling Tian, this first interim advisor of their Lu clan, was a variant. Moreover, he was the type of variant that was extremely monstrous.
At this moment, they finally understood why Elder Duan could achieve so much at such a young age.
The only people who did not think Duanling Tian was a variant were Lu Rui and Lu Qiu, the clan leader and the former clan leader of the Lu clan.
This was because both of them knew about Duanling Tian's background. Duanling Tian was someone who had obtained earth-shattering achievement in medicine refinement Dao, weapons refinement Dao, and inscription Dao in his past lives.
In this reincarnation, he only needed to raise his cultivation base and spiritual energy to a certain level, and he would become an outstanding alchemist, weapons craftsman, and an inscription master. In their opinion, calling him a variant was quite ridiculous.
Milky white flames soared up from Duanling Tian's body as his icy gaze landed on Cheng He and Lang Qi.
He enunciated his words slowly. I told you previously that you're playing with fire. Since all of you are here today, you might as well just stay here forever. His voice was bone-piercingly cold. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Cheng He burst out laughing. After a moment, his laughter finally died off. He sneered as he looked at Duanling Tian with disdain. You're gonna make us stay here?
Just with your cultivation base at the first level martial monarch stage? Previously, you were injured by Lang Qi with just one blow. It seems like you want to experience that again.
I really wonder where you get your courage from.
Meanwhile, Mo.Jie also laughed as he chimed in, it's good to have confidence, young man.
However, it's not good to let it turn into arrogance. There was a hint of rebuke in Mo.Jie's words.
Although Elder Duan is a martial monarch, he's only at the first level martial monarch stage. It won't be easy for him to deal with these people.
The fact that Elder Duan possesses such strength at such a young age is already terrifying enough. However, his strength is not even comparable to the 3 guardian elders of our Lu clan, let alone these people.
If Elder Duan is given another 10 years, these people definitely won't be a match for him.
Of course, Elder Duan is the rumored variant after all. A person who can be considered as heaven-defying on Cloud Continent. Many of the Lu clan's elders and disciples buried their heads together in discussion. They did not think Duanling Tian would be able to defeat Chang He and the others. Elder Duan. When the milky white flames transformed from the origin energy on Duanling Tian's body skyrocketed even more. Lu Rui looked at Duanling Tian and shouted, "Take Miss Tianwu with you and leave. The Lu clan will block them for you." Lu Rui's words were full of determination. His manner was imposing, as though he knew this would be their last battle. When the last of his words left his mouth, he flew out and charged at Ching He and the other four. "I have no regrets if the rest of my life is sacrificed for Duanling Tian's sake. Elder Duan, you must survive." Lu Qiu, the former clan leader of Lu clan, smiled brightly. When his voice echoed in the air, he was already by Lu Rui's side. He was glaring viciously at Chang He and the other four. If Chang He and the other four dared to make a move, they would instantly unleash their thunder-like attack. "Elder Duan, you must live well. If we die, please avenge us." The Lu clan's three great guardian elders shouted in unison before they flew out as well, surrounding Ching He and the other four together with Lu Rui and Lu Qiu. "Elder Duan, please survive and live well." At this moment, a group of Lu clan's elders and disciples had also flown out and surrounded Chang He and the other four in a tighter formation with 3 layers inside and another 3 layers outside. Each of them had a determined look on their faces. They truly embodied the word unity at this moment, and they fully displayed the character of the Lu clan. Boom, 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 boom. Without warning, origin energies soared up from the group of Lu clan's senior officials with Lu Rie in the lead. Their profundities followed close behind like shadows. Soon after, the Lu clan's people unleashed their soaring origin energies and concepts as they glared viciously at Chang He and the other four, ready to make a move at any time. Lu clan. The crowd before Duanling Tian's eyes blocked Chang He and the other four from his sight. His heart thumped. At this moment, he was also affected by the valiant and moving atmosphere the Lu clan had created. Lu clan. I, Duanling Tian, will always remember this kindness of yours. However, today, let me solve my own matter on my own. At the same time, Chang He, who was surrounded by the Lu clan, suddenly yelled at the other four, "Follow the original plan." Boom, boom, boom. After Chang He shouted, origin energies soared up from the 5 of them. Profundities and concepts followed like shadows, ready to explode. Lung Qi's gaze immediately locked on Lu Qiu. Olai's gaze was locked on the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders. As for Chang He and the remaining 2, each of them locked on their targets as well. Swish! Snap! When Chang He and the other 4 were about to make their move, the sound of sword whistling suddenly echoed in the air. It disappeared as soon as it appeared. Along with the sound of sword whistling, there was a sound of something being sliced. When the other 4 returned to their senses, horror dawned on their faces instantly. Dear Lord, what did they just witness? Lung Qi, who was originally hovering in the air with them, was forcefully stabbed in the center of his body. He died instantly after being sliced into 2. From the cold and aloof expression that still remained on Lung Qi's face and his gaze that was still fixed on Lu Qiu, one could see that Lung Qi had no time to react at all from the beginning until the moment his body was sliced in 2. Lung Qi was a martial artist at the 4th level martial monarch stage. If he used his spirit weapon and unleashed his full strength, his strength was almost equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Someone like that had just died in such a simple and swift way. He's dead? I didn't even have time to blink my eyes, and he's already dead? Many of the Lu clan's disciples were struck dumb with horror. Who's that? That's incredibly powerful. A lot of them were puzzled. Soon after, Chang He and the other 3 by his side, as well as the Lu clan's people led by Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, shifted their eyes to the center of the encirclement created by the Lu clan. A lone purple figure stood in the center. Impossible. The moment Chang He saw the purple figure, his eyes narrowed. There was a bewildered expression on his face as he repeatedly shook his head. It was as though he refused to believe the sight before his eyes. The 3 people standing next to Chang He turned pale as well. Shit!
Why didn't Cheng-He tell us that this young man actually has such terrifying strength? There was only one thought in their minds at this moment. They felt as though they had been deceived by Cheng-He.
The Elder Duan? Everyone from the Lu clan was stunned as they looked at the purple figure before them. It did not occur to them that Elder Duan, who displayed his origin energy that indicated he was at the first-level martial monarch stage, was so powerful. Lu Qiu, the former clan leader of the Lu clan, in particular, was shocked. Apart from that, his eyes even contained hints of dread and disbelief when he looked at the purple figure before him. Former clan leader, did you manage to see Elder Duan's movement earlier? At this moment, 4 voice transmissions rang in Lu Qiu's ears. It was Lu Rui and the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders.
Lu Qiu shook his head. Earlier, his gaze was firmly fixed on Lang Qi. His gaze did not shift until the moment Lang Qi was killed.
However, although he had personally witnessed the scene of Lang Qi's body being sliced in 2, he did not see the attacker at all. Heck, he did not even see the shadow of the attacker. All he heard was the sound of sword whistling and the sound of Lang Qi's body being forcefully sliced in 2. This. When they saw Lu Qiu shook his head in denial, Lu Rui and the others narrowed their eyes instantly. When they shifted their eyes toward that purple figure again, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Rui in particular. He still their battle with Lang Qi 3 months ago. Lang Qi had injured the purple-clad young man with just 1 blow.
However, he managed to easily kill Lang Qi today. Moreover, Lang Qi did not even have time to react at all.
The speed he used to kill Lang Qi was so fast that even Lu Qiu, one of the strongest people present on the scene, could not see anything clearly.
Why, young master? In the distance, Xing Quan stared at the purple figure hovering in the air with a bewildered expression on his face. Since when did his young master become so powerful?
Feng Tianwu, whose injuries were healed, also had her eyes trained on the purple figure. A hint of emotion as gentle as water could be seen in her autumn eyes as she muttered, "His strength has made a huge progress." She knew very well he was avenging her now.
The person he killed was the one that injured her.
Isn't Elder Duan a little too strong?
Isn't he only a first-level martial monarch stage martial artist? Many Lu clan's elders who had returned to their senses were struck dumb with bewilderment. Their gazes were also on the purple figure.
Elder Duan is so strong. That guy didn't even manage blink. And he's already killed by Elder Duan.
All of the Lu clan's disciples were looking at the purple figure with a burning gaze. Each and every one of them had a look of admiration in their eyes. Everyone dreamed of being the best of the best and to stand at the top of the world.
However, not many people could achieve that. At this moment, they could see the shadow of their dreams in the purple figure. Due to this reason, he strongly resonated with them. The purple figure hovering in the air empty-handed was none other than Duan Ling Tian. The milky white flames transformed from the origin energy had died down some time ago, even though nobody knew when. The heaven and earth phenomenon above his head had also dissipated now, leaving a sense of mystery to the crowd. Why you killed Lang Qi? When Chang-He looked at Duan Ling Tian now, the ridicule in his eyes had disappeared. Only fear remained in his eyes.
Duan Ling Tian turned around and glanced at Cheng-He nonchalantly as he asked, "What?
Have your eyes gone bad because you're old? Guild Master Chang? Why you? Chang-He's face immediately flushed and his body trembled when he saw Duan Ling Tian's piercing gaze. His trembling body caused his voice to quiver as well.
Due to his quivering voice, he could not even complete his sentence after a long time.
Everyone could see how scared Chang-He was at this moment.
His fear did not only come from the bottom of his heart, but it also came from the depth of his soul.
What? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and asked with interest. However, how could Chang-He possibly answer him? His forehead and face were drenched in sweat now.
No matter how he thought about it, he could not figure it out at all.
3 months ago, this purple-clad young man was like an ant in Lang Qi's hand. How did he become so terrifying in 3 months' time? How did he kill Lang Qi in such a way that Lang Qi could not react in time at all? At this moment, his heart was flooded with despair. When Duan Ling Tian saw Chang-He's lack of response, his eyes gleamed. He said in a speed that neither slow nor fast, "If there's a next life, please remember that you're not qualified to play with my fire even if you're a grade 1 alchemist. When he reached the end of his sentence, his body emitted a blood-curdling killing intent. When Chang He saw the killing intent from Duanling Tian, horror dawned on his face as he shrieked, "No!" However, his shriek was abruptly cut off as soon as it left his mouth. Nobody knew when, but a slit had appeared on his throat. Fresh blood gushed out freely as the slit split open. As for Chang He, his gaze had already dimmed long before the slit appeared. The next instant, Chang He's body dropped down to the ground, and he died in a horrifically. From this day onward, the guild master of the Alchemists Guild's main guild in the southern Outerland was dead. When Chang He died, silence descended on the scene. It was only when Duanling Tian raised his head and shifted his gaze that the Lu clan's people also shifted their gazes in the direction where his eyes were locked on Chang He's three helpers. O Lai, the clan leader of the Northern Mountains O clan. Mo the guild master of the Alchemists Guild's main guild in the southern Outerland. There was also the old man with the surname Chen. He was the powerhouse who always followed and protected Mo. His strength was in no way inferior to O Lai, Lung Qi, and Lu Qiu. However, Mo did not feel safe at all after he saw how Duanling Tian had killed Lung Qi with just a blow. Mo took a deep breath as he looked at Duanling Tian. He was flustered as he tried to explain, "Elder Duan, I was persuaded by Chang He to come here. I've no intention to be your enemy or to be the Lu clan's enemy." Currently, he no longer carried the haughty air he previously had. He was now as docile as a lamb in front of Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was a little unaccustomed to the sudden change in his behavior. Humph! However, Duanling Tian did not give a damn about him at all. His gaze turned cold in an instant. Everybody could see that Duanling Tian was still standing in the same spot. Nobody saw him move. However, the guild master Mo of the Alchemists Guild's main guild in the southern Outerland had died on the spot. Mo's head and his body separated and dropped to the ground in unison. Die! The moment Mo died, the old man with the surname Chan turned pale, and his gaze turned cold. A saber appeared in his hands and slashed toward Duanling Tian in an overbearing manner. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy whirred above his head. Finally, the heaven and earth phenomenon formed the silhouettes of one ancient black dragon and 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Whoosh! The spirit saber in the old man's hands slashed down toward Duanling Tian in an overbearing manner. Duanling Tian would split in two if he was hit by this. However, the lightning-fast saber in the old man's hands that contained the strength of an ancient black dragon and 8,000 ancient horned dragons still missed its target in the end. This was because when the saber in his hands slashed down, his target suddenly vanished without a trace in the air. The purple figure had also completely disappeared from the eyes of the two strongest bystanders, Lu Qiu and O Lai. Even they could not catch his movement. Whoosh! The purple-colored figure materialized again like a breeze as he appeared behind the old man with the surname Chan. When Duanling Tian appeared behind the old man with the surname Chan, he asked indifferently, "That's all you have?" A hint of scorn could be heard in his voice. Shit. When the old man with the surname Chan heard the voice from behind, horror dawned on him. He tried to flee from the owner of the voice. However, his brain had already exploded out of his brain before he could even move. After the old man with the surname Chan was cut in two, everyone's gaze shifted to Duanling Tian in unison. All of the Lu clan's elders and disciples were shocked. They did not expect their Lu clan's first interim advisor to not only have a shocking achievement in medicine refinement Dao, but his achievement in the martial Dao was equally as shocking. In just a blink of an eye, he had killed the 4 out of the 5 enemies Lu clan faced. Those 4 were people that even the strongest powerhouses from the Lu clan feared. Elder Duan. Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, was completely stunned. The others might not know the identity of the person Duanling Tian had just killed, but he knew very clearly who they were. Put aside Chang He and Mo. Both Lung Qi and that old man with the surname Chan had strength that was not inferior to their former clan leader. Both were powerhouses at the 4th-level martial monarch stage. However, these 2 4th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses were killed by Elder Duan in just a blink of an eye. Young master, Xiong Quan's eyes were burning as he stared at Duan Ling Tian hovering in the distance.
That was his young master. How powerful! Feng Tian Wu's beautiful and delicate face changed a little. It was obvious that Duan Ling Tian's strength had taken her by surprise. Wish. Even Lu Qiu, the former clan leader of the Lu clan, could not help but gasp. He was completely shocked by the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed. With Elder Duan's strength, it seems as easy as slaughtering a chicken or cutting grass for him to kill those two whose strength was on par with mine. If he really wants to, I think he can kill me with just a snap of his fingers. Lu Qiu's feelings were in turmoil and his gaze was complicated.
The entire place fell silent. Everyone's eyes were drawn to Duan Ling Tian's hands. Although they could not catch Duan Ling Tian's movement earlier, they were lucky enough to see the weapon in Duan Ling Tian's hands.
Duan Ling Tian stood there haughtily as his purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He was holding a 3-foot-long blade that was condensed from only God knew what kind of energy.
What the hell is that energy? The 3-foot-long blade slowly dissipated and vanished without a trace after everyone's attention shifted to Duan Ling Tian's hands. The heaven and earth energy in the air that was on the verge of turning into the heaven and earth phenomenon also dissipated.
Due to this reason, nobody knew how strong Duan Ling Tian was.
However, the fact that Duan Ling Tian could kill Leng Qi and the old man with the surname Chun whose strength was in no way inferior to Leng Qi meant that his strength could already be considered as one of the top on Cloud Continent. However, most people's attention was not on this. They were more interested in the 3-foot-long blade that Duan Ling Tian drew out of thin air earlier. The sword Qi that gleamed on the 3-foot-long blade was the sword Profundity. However, they had never seen someone condense the energy into a 3-foot-long blade before. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
The sword in Elder Duan's hand was condensed from a 5-colored energy.
I thought my eyes were deceiving me. I didn't think it was real.
What energy is that?
It must be a profundity. But is there even such a profundity? I've never heard of such profundity before.
All of the Lu clan's disciples and elders had a puzzled expression on their faces. None of them could figure out what energy Duan Ling Tian used to condense the sword. They were not the only ones who could not figure it out. What was that energy earlier? Lu Rui's eyes narrowed. He was puzzled since this was his first time seeing an energy with 5 different colors. The 5 different colors were red, blue, green, purple, and khaki. Apart from Lu Rui, even the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders were bewildered as well. It was already shocking enough when Elder Duan killed their enemies in just a blink of an eye.
Now, they could not even discern the energy that condensed the blade in Duan Ling Tian's hands.
The 5 colors in the energy seems like 5 type of nature profundities that have merged together. The red one is fire profundity, the blue one is water profundity, the green one is wind profundity, the purple one is thunder profundity, and the khaki one is the earth profundity. Compared to the others, Lu Qiu was more knowledgeable. However, he still felt skeptical even though he knew what it was.
It was difficult for him to believe that Duan Ling Tian could simultaneously master 5 types of nature profundities.
There also seems to be sword profundity on the sword that's condensed from the 5-colored energy. If that 5-colored energy really represents the 5 types of nature profundities, doesn't that mean he has mastered 6 types of profundities? The more Lu Rui thought about this, the more he was filled with disbelief.
Although he knew Elder Duan was the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor from 10,000 years ago, he still could not believe Elder Duan could comprehend 6 different profundities at the 1st-level martial monarch stage.
Profundity was different than medicine refining method and experience. The latter could be inherited through the past memory, but the former could not. A person would need to rely on his own power to comprehend and communicate with a profundity.
In other words, he would need to comprehend all the profundities again from the beginning even though he was the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor.
Due to this reason, Lu Qiu did not believe he would be able to comprehend so many profundities at the 1st-level martial monarch stage. This was not because he looked down on the rebirth martial emperor's reincarnation, but he just found it too illogical. Since Elder Duan is the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor, he must be raising his cultivation base and comprehending the profundities at the same time.
By right, it's impossible for him to comprehend so many profundities at just the 1st-level martial monarch stage. If Duanling Tian's cultivation base was at the 7th, 8th, or even the 9th level martial monarch stage,
he would not have found it strange that Duanling Tian could comprehend 6 types of profundities.
However, Duanling Tian was only at the 1st level martial monarch stage.
The 1st level martial monarch stage meant that he had only made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage recently.
He had just broken through to the martial monarch stage recently, and he had already comprehended 6 different profundities? Was this even possible?
At the very least, he felt that it was impossible.
Moreover, even if the 5-color energy is really 5 types of nature profundities, how exactly did they merge so perfectly? Wuxia found this part the most confounding.
Leaving all the others' profundities aside, just the fire and water were 2 incompatible elements. It was basically an impossible task to merge the water profundity and fire profundity together.
Perhaps I've seen wrongly. In the end, this was the only explanation Wuxia could come up with. Even if I really saw wrongly, I still have no idea what that energy is.
How did the energy allow Duanling Tian to kill 2 4th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses, even though his cultivation base is at the 1st level martial monarch stage? Even until now, he still had goosebumps whenever he recalled the earlier scene. The 2 4th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses who were in no way inferior to him died just like that. From the beginning until the end, they did not even have any time to react. Due to this reason, he had an idea of how terrifying Duanling Tian's strength was. There was another person whose thinking was more or less similar to Wuxia. It was none other than the only remaining person in Xianxia's group of 5 people, Olai. Olai was the strongest person in the Northern Mountains O clan. He was at the 4th level martial monarch stage. His strength was on par with Lung Qi, the old man with the surname Chun, and Wuxia. Unlike Wuxia, he immediately dismissed the idea that the energy Duanling Tian used to condense the sword was from 5 types of nature profundities the moment he thought of it.
Additionally, he had 0 knowledge of Duanling Tian's background. However, he was certain nobody could comprehend so many profundities at the 1st level martial monarch stage even if he was a variant.
Unless that's his innate ability. Olai could only come to such a conclusion.
He had no idea when it happened, but his hand that was holding his sheathed spirit saber began to sweat profusely when the purple-clad young man narrowed his eyes at him. The cloth at his back was also soaked with sweat.
If Duanling Tian attacked him, he was certain he would die. After all, both Lung Qi and the old man with the surname Chen possessed strength that was not inferior to his. I, Olai, have always lived freely throughout my whole life. I didn't expect my life would come to an end here today. However, I have no regrets being able to die in your hands, sir. Olai remarked after he took a deep breath and looked at Duanling Tian in the eyes. Based on his words, he seemed to have accepted the fact that he would die. His back was straight as though a saber was placed there. He stood there resolutely. Oh! Duanling Tian was about to make his move and kill the remaining person in Xianxia's group. However, he did not expect him to be so firm and unbending in the face of death. Duanling Tian had to admit that at this moment, he held a sense of admiration toward the lofty and unyielding character of this person. However, this did not mean that he would show mercy. Everyone had to be responsible for their actions. Whoosh! Duanling Tian lifted his hands slowly. Sword Qi appeared and the 5-colored energy continued to rise up inside the sword Qi, forming the rudimentary shape of a blade. The heaven and earth energy swirled above his head as the heaven and earth phenomenon began to form. Swish! 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 For a moment, everyone, including Duanling Tian, looked at the void above Duanling Tian. It was obvious they were curious about the heaven and earth phenomenon that would materialize there. The strength Duanling Tian displayed previously was enough to send chills running up their spines. Everyone held their breaths as the heaven and earth energy was on the verge of forming. Whoosh! Without warning, the heaven and earth phenomenon on the verge of forming dissipated as the heaven and earth energy proceeded to disappear in the sky. Everyone immediately shifted their attention back to Duanling Tian. Why did Elder Duan withdraw his energy? Everyone, including Olai, was perplexed. Where did you get your ring from? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian's eyes landed on the old and simple ring that Olai wore on his right thumb.
This is a ring that's passed down every generation in our Northern Mountains O clan to the clan leaders. It's said that this ring was passed down from the first clan leader of our O clan 10,000 years ago. Although Olai did not know why Duanling Tian was asking this, he replied honestly. I hope you'll return this ring to the O clan after you kill me, sir. If you find it too troublesome, I hope you'll allow the Lu clan to return it on your behalf. Olai looked at Lu Rui when he reached the end of his sentence. Lu Rui glanced coldly at Olai before he turned to look at Duanling Tian. Elder Duan, I've also heard about the O clan's ring before. It's only an item that's passed down every generation in the O clan. It only contains sentimental value, and it's not really that valuable. After he had explained to Duanling Tian, Lu Rui looked at Olai again before he nonchalantly said, It's unlikely I would help you after all you've done today. However, for the sake of the friendship between the Lu clan and O clan previously, I'll have someone send the ring back to the Lu clan if Elder Duan permits it. Thank you, Olai said gratefully as he bowed earnestly at Lu Rui. He knew his action today deserved more than death. Even his death could not atone for all his crime. However, he would be a sinner in the O clan if he lost the ring that had been passed down for generations. He was extremely unwilling to see that happen. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian vanished and appeared before Olai. Before Olai could even figure out what was happening, Duanling Tian had already disappeared before his eyes again and returned to his original spot. The first thing Olai did was to look at his right hand. He instantly noticed the ring he wore on his right thumb had disappeared without a trace. Horror dawned on him as he quickly looked at Duanling Tian. Sir, why you? When he was about to beg the purple-clad young man to return him the ring, he noticed a hint of warmth in young man's eyes as he studied the ring. Moreover, there was a hint of nostalgia as well. Everyone was confused. They did not know what was happening. Duanling Tian shifted his gaze away from the ring to Olai and asked in a deep voice, What relationship do your Northern Mountains O clan has with Oyizi? Oyizi. The moment this words left Duanling Tian's mouth, the people of Lu clan, including Lu Rui the clan leader, were stunned. On the contrary, horror dawned on Olai, and his body began to tremble. He looked at Duanling Tian disbelievingly and asked in a trembling voice, How do you know our O clan's ancestor? O clan's ancestor? Duanling Tian frowned before asking in a deep voice, Do you mean your Northern Mountains O clan was actually founded by Oyizi? Elder Duan, don't be deceived by him. Before Olai could respond to Duanling Tian's words, Lu Rui quickly interrupted. As far as I know, the Northern Mountains O clan was founded by a grade 1 alchemist named Wuxia 10,000 years ago. It was not founded by Oyizi. Moreover, the first 10 clan leaders in the O clan are all clearly recorded in the journals passed down by our Lu clan's ancestors. There's never been such a person called Oyizi. Lu Rui finished his sentence in one breath. Lu Rui, don't jump to conclusion. Olai looked at Lu Rui calmly as he said in a tone that was neither fast nor slow. It's indeed true that Wuxia was the one who founded our Northern Mountains O clan. This is, no doubt, a fact that I can't deny. Moreover, it's not just the first 10 clan leaders in O clan. There are no clan leaders with the name Oyizi at all. Olai continued. Since you've already admitted this, why are you still telling me not to jump to conclusions so fast? Lu Rui snorted. Don't forget, just like your Northern Mountains O clan, our Northern Mountains Lu clan is also a family that has a 10,000 years legacy. You'll have to go through us if you want to deceive Elder Duan. I admit that Oyizi was not a clan leader, but he's an ancestor of our Northern Mountains O clan, Olai continued. Please enlighten me. I really would like to see how you're going to keep pretending. The smirk on Lu Rui's face became even wider. Olai did not look at Lu Rui anymore after he gave him a look. Instead, he shifted his eyes to Duanling Tian who stood nearby. Sir, although our Northern Mountains O clan is not founded by Oyizi, it's actually closely related to him. Jia, the first clan leader of O clan, was the grandson of Oyizi. The ring in your hand was passed down from Oyizi to his son. His son was the father Jia, the first clan leader of O clan. Jia's father passed the ring to him. Ever since then, this ring has become a family heirloom in our O clan.
Olai said in one breath.
How can that be true? Lu Rui jeered. It was obvious he did not believe Olai's words. On the other hand, Duanling Tian was calm. He stared at Olai as he asked, then, what's the name of the person who passed this ring to the first clan leader of O clan? According to the records passed down by our O clan's ancestors, the father of O Jia, the first clan leader of O clan, was called O Hong. Olai replied calmly.
O Hong. The moment Duanling Tian heard Olai's words, his eyes narrowed slightly. His heart was in turmoil. He did not expect that something so coincidental could happen. The Northern Mountains O clan was founded by someone the Rebirth Martial Emperor had taught before.
Although the Rebirth Martial Emperor had never met the person who founded the Northern Mountains O clan, he knew that person's grandfather and father 10,000 years ago during the Rebirth Martial Emperor's second reincarnation.
When the Rebirth Martial Emperor was still in his first reincarnation, other than raising his cultivation base to the Martial Emperor stage, his achievement in the medicine refinement Dao was also outstanding. He even became a royal-grade alchemist in the end. After that, thanks to the 3 lives rebirth technique, his soul that lay dormant for 10,000 years was reincarnated. That was 10,000 years ago from his current reincarnation. During that era, the Rebirth Martial Emperor rose through the ranks quickly due to his past life's memory and medicine cultivation technique and experience. Due to his previous life experience, he could yield twice the result with half the effort. It left him with a lot of free time. Soon after, he began studying the Weapons Refinement Dao and the Inscription Dao intensively. When he was studying the Weapons Refinement Dao, a Grade 1 weapons craftsman named Oyizi left a deep impression on him. According to the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, that person had reached the threshold of the quasi-royal grade weapons craftsman faster than he did. That person could not break through to the martial monarch stage. That was why he was unable to solidify the quasi-royal grade pillfire and thus failed to become a quasi-royal grade weapons craftsman. During that era, there were not many martial emperors on Cloud Continent, so monarch stage profundity fragments were pretty rare back then. Through the memory of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duanling Tian learned about the situation back then. According to the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, the reason his study of the Weapons Refinement Dao was so smooth was all thanks to Oyizi's guidance. Oyizi was the only teacher he acknowledged in his second reincarnation.
After the Rebirth Martial Emperor made a breakthrough to the Martial Monarch stage and obtained his first Monarch stage profundity fragment after killing his first Martial Monarch, he wanted to give it to Oyizi. Who could have known at that time that Oyizi had already left this world? Due to this reason, he had given the profundity fragment to Oyizi's only son, Hong Yi. Duanling Tian went through the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory because he found the ring on Olai's finger familiar. Through the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, he discovered he had seen the ring on Oyizi in his past life. Due to that, he could vaguely guess that the Northern Mountains O clan had a connection to Oyizi. However, he did not expect the connection to be so deep. The Northern Mountains O clan was founded by Oyizi's grandson. For Oyizi's sake, I'll spare your life this time. Duanling Tian regained his senses and glanced at Olai indifferently. He threw the ring back to Olai with a raise of his hand. He had obtained many benefits from the Rebirth Martial Emperor as his third reincarnation. For the Rebirth Martial Emperor's sake, he would spare Olai's life this once. Olai was ecstatic when he found out he would live, let alone the fact that the ring was also returned to him. However, he quickly calmed down. Was your ancestor good friends with our O clan's ancestor? Olai asked solemnly as he looked at Duanling Tian. This was the only plausible reason he could come up with. You can say so, Duanling Tian replied indifferently. Go, leave now. Olai nodded his head before he quickly turned to leave as though he was afraid Duanling Tian would change his mind. Lu Rui was stunned when he saw Duanling Tian letting Olai go, but he remained silent. Looks like that Oyizi or something from the O clan must have been a friend of Elder Duan 10,000 years ago. Otherwise, Elder Duan wouldn't have let him go, Lu Rui speculated. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian's figure disappeared in a flash before materializing again. As it turned out, he went to collect the spatial rings and profundities fragments from Chang He and the other 3. To his surprise, Mo Jie's profundity fragment turned out to be a sword profundity fragment. Xiong Quan.
Under all the envious gazes, Duanling Tian raised a hand and threw the sword profundity fragment to Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan caught it excitedly as though he had obtained a rare treasure. He was no longer the rash fellow that had not seen much of the world. He knew without a doubt that the thing his young master gave him was a valuable sword profundity fragment. With this profundity fragment, he could comprehend sword profundity quickly. After he had broken through to the void transformation stage, he would be able to use the spirit fruits to push his cultivation base up to break through to the martial monarch stage in one fell swoop and become a martial monarch. At that time, I'll be able to help my young master. Xiong Quan looked forward to what the future would bring. Clan leader, Duanling Tian looked at Lu Rui, who was staring at the 3 profundity fragments in his hands. Lu Rui's eyes were filled with a hint of excitement. It was not just him. Even the Lu clan's elders and disciples were staring intently at the 3 profundity fragments in Duanling Tian's hands. 3 profundity fragments represented 3 martial monarch powerhouses. Elder Duan, Lu Rui replied respectfully without delay when he heard Duanling Tian calling him. He previously respected Duanling Tian due to his identity, but he currently respected Duanling Tian due to his terrifying strength. These 3 monarch stage profundity fragments will be given to the family. Duanling Tian raised his arm and threw the 3 profundity fragments in his hands to Lu Rui as though he was disposing of trash. However, Lu Rui caught it and held it like a treasure. He thanked Duanling Tian excitedly. I thank Elder Duan for the gift on behalf of the family. Monarch stage profundity fragments were extremely valuable even for a family like the Lu clan. Only the Lu clan's former clan leader, Lu Qiu, was able to kill ordinary 1st, 2nd or 3rd level martial monarch martial artists with his cultivation base at the 4th level martial monarch stage and obtain the monarch stage profundity fragments in their bodies. However, how many martial monarchs could one meet apart from those in second-rate forces in the southern outer land? Lu Qiu would not dare to simply kill a martial monarch even if he truly met one. Who knew if killing a martial monarch would bring trouble to the Lu clan? With him at the Lu clan's estate, the Lu clan did not need to worry if people came looking for trouble. However, could the people from Lu clan avoid going out? Could he protect every single person in the Lu clan at the same time? Due to that reason, Lu Qiu would not kill another martial monarch if it was not necessary. There was no way for him to obtain profundity fragments for the Lu clan if he did not kill martial monarchs. If the Lu clan wanted another martial monarch powerhouse, they would need profundity fragments. Otherwise, it would be very difficult. The 3 profundity fragments Duanling Tian gave to Lu Rui was extremely useful. It was enough to help Lu clan produce 3 martial monarch powerhouses in the near future. Lu Rui was not the only one who was excited. Most people from the Lu clan were also excited. Clan leader, you don't have to thank me. I'm a simple person. I won't mistreat those who treat me well. Duanling Tian smiled faintly. What he meant was obvious. Earlier, the Lu clan had protected him and showed him kindness. He was appreciative of it no matter how it ended. The profundity fragments could be considered as a thank you gift. You can dismiss everyone. Duanling Tian glanced at the crowd. All of them were Lu clan's elders and disciples. Everyone's eyes were trained on him. Duanling Tian's words were undoubtedly meant for Lu Rui. Lu Rui heard it and immediately dismissed the Lu clan's elders and disciples. Instantly, there were only a few people left on the scene. Only Lu Rui, Lu Qiu the former clan leader, and the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders were left from the Lu clan. Elder Duan, Lu Qiu and the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders looked at Duanling Tian. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Lu Qiu was still slightly composed since he knew about Duanling Tian's background. Although Duanling Tian was outrageously strong, he reasoned that it was because Duanling Tian was the reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor from 10,000 years ago. That kind of existence was not something he could comprehend. However, the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders did not know about Duanling Tian's background. Lu Yuan, who was as fat as a ball, blinked his small eyes as he looked at Duanling Tian. He asked with a smile on his fat face, Elder Duan, the energy earlier has 5 colors. Is that your innate ability? After Lu Yuan asked the question, Lu Gui and Lu Ji also turned to look at Duanling Tian. They were curious about the matter as well. The five-colored energy Elder Duan displayed earlier was really terrifying. It was to the extent that he could kill two fourth-level martial monarch stage powerhouses even though his cultivation base was only at the first-level martial monarch stage.
You can consider it so. Duan Ling Tian nodded lightly. He did not bother explaining since they thought he was a variant.
We can consider it so? The three of them were stunned. They noticed Duan Ling Tian seemed unwilling to discuss it, so they sensibly kept their mouth closed and took turns to leave.
Finally, only Lu Rui and Wuxia were left from the Lu clan.
As for Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, one of them stood beside Duan Ling Tian, and the other stood behind Duan Ling Tian.
Duan Ling Tian looked at both of them and said, "Clan leader, former clan leader. If there's nothing else, you may leave too. Elder Duan, rest well. We'll take our leave." Lu Rui and Wuxia sensibly took their leave.
Young master, your strength? After they left, Xiong Quan looked at Duan Ling Tian with glowing eyes. He was very interested in what happened to Duan Ling Tian in the past 3 months that his strength became so terrifying.
I had a breakthrough in my cultivation methods. Duan Ling Tian smiled a little. Xiong Quan, you cultivate properly. With the sword profundity fragment and the boost from spirit fruits, you should be able to break through to the martial monarch stage quickly.
Yes. Xiong Quan nodded. Young master, I'll return to cultivate now. He returned to his room to cultivate the minute he finished speaking.
Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Tianwu with eyes as gentle as water and asked with a smile, "Tianwu, how's your strength?"
7th level void transformation. The coldness on Feng Tianwu's face disappeared when faced with Duan Ling Tian. She blinked her clear eyes and said softly, "I've also comprehended the 4th level monarch stage fire concept."
7th level void transformation.
4th level monarch stage fire concept. Duan Ling Tian lifted his eyebrow in surprise. This means if you fully exert your strength with a quasi-royal grade spirit sword, your strength is equivalent to the strength of 1 ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horned dragons?
A 7th level void transformation martial artist's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons.
The quasi-royal grade spirit sword could increase it 1-fold to 2,000 ancient horned dragon strength.
Moreover, Feng Tianwu had comprehended the 4th level monarch stage fire concept that was equivalent to the strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons.
Her fire profundity would elevate her sword profundity to the same level. That meant her sword profundity was at the 4th level monarch stage sword profundity. Similarly, it was equivalent to 5,000 ancient horned dragon strength.
In total, it was equivalent to the strength of 12,000 ancient horned dragons.
10,000 ancient horned dragon strength was equivalent to 1 ancient black dragon strength. During the heaven and earth phenomenon, the 10,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes would manifest as 1 ancient black dragon silhouette. Feng Tianwu nodded. If she fully exerted her strength, she could exert the strength of 1 ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. I didn't expect you to improve so much within 3 months' time, Duan Ling Tian said.
I've improved a lot but not as much as you did, Feng Tianwu replied. I'm different. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Feng Tianwu's words and he became slightly distracted. His changes in the past few months felt like a dream when he thought about them.
Different. Duan Ling Tian snapped back to reality when he heard Feng Tianwu's question.
He nodded. Anyway, the same goes for you. Make good use of the time to cultivate. We'll return to the northern desert once your cultivation has improved.
Duan Ling Tian continued to say, after Xiong Quan's cultivation base has improved when we return to the northern desert, we'll cross the Ruoshui River and head to the inner land. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel a little excited when he thought about these 2 words. The inner land was nothing to him since he had the rebirth Martial Emperor's memories from his previous 2 lives, but it would still be his first visit to that place where powerhouses were a common sight. Being there in person was completely different from scouring the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. Northern Desert? Feng Tianwu's face tensed when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Are we going to see my father? She had learned about her past from Duan Ling Tian, so she knew her father was at the Blade Sect in the Northern Desert. Duan Ling Tian saw the uncertainty in Feng Tianwu's face and asked, Why?
You don't want to go?
No, I just feel a little nervous. Feng Tianwu shook her head. She looked a little lost. My father. I can't remember anything at all. Do you think he'll be mad? Of course not. Duan Tian shook his head. He leaned forward and took a step closer to Feng Tianwu before he reached out to gently stroke her long hair to comfort her. Don't worry, your father's a nice person.
And there was a rare blush on Feng Tianwu's pretty face because of Duan Tian's close proximity. His masculine body caused her heart to beat rapidly in her chest.
Go cultivate. Once your cultivation base has broken through to the martial monarch stage, we'll return to the northern desert. Duan Tian said to Feng Tianwu. And Feng Tianwu nodded obediently before she disappeared like a fire elf before Duan Tian's eyes. Finally, only Duan Tian was left standing in the air.
He suddenly lifted his arm and an energy appeared in his hand. The energy had 5 colors.
This is incredible, Duan Tian muttered when he saw the energy in his hand. His breathing quickened involuntarily. A month ago, he had successfully comprehended 3 monarch stage profundities during his strict closed-door cultivation. The first-level monarch stage sword profundity, first-level monarch stage wind profundity, and first-level monarch stage earth profundity. Moreover, his wind profundity would elevate his fire profundity to the same level. That meant he had comprehended 4 monarch stage profundities. Meanwhile, his cultivation base had also improved. He had broken through to the martial monarch stage and successfully become a martial monarch powerhouse. He had also begun to cultivate the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, which was also the last form. It was called the Divine Dragon form. Duan Tian was attempting to cultivate the 9th form of 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Divine Dragon form. He began by cultivating the Heaven rank Advanced Defensive Martial skill, the 9 Dragons Barrier, which was a part of the Divine Dragon form. Once the 9 Dragons Barrier was cultivated to the peak, one could transform their energy into 9 divine dragons and wrap them around oneself as a form of protection. It was an extremely powerful defensive martial skill. However, the current Duan Tian had yet to cultivate this martial skill.
Even so, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique's 9th form, Divine Dragon form, still shocked Duan Tian.
Since Duan Tian had broken through to the martial monarch stage and began cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique's 9th form, Divine Dragon form, he made a shocking discovery. Originally, he could use his wind profundity to elevate his fire profundity. However, he discovered that his fire profundity could also similarly elevate his water profundity. Fire profundity elevating water profundity.
It sounded impossible. Who in this world did not know that water inhibits fire and that water and fire were opposing elements?
However, Duan Tian managed to elevate his water profundity through his fire profundity to the same level. Maybe it's because fire and water are 2 extremes. Fire at its extreme gives rise to water. This was the only plausible conclusion Duan Tian could come up with. This meant that Duan Tian had comprehended water profundity, sword profundity, wind profundity, earth profundity, and fire profundity. 5 types of profundities. Moreover, all of them were first-level monarch stage profundities. Although Duan Tian's cultivation base was at the first-level martial monarch stage, he had mastered 5 profundities. Even if they were merely at the first-level monarch stage profundity, it was enough to shock everyone. It would not be so shocking if this was the only surprise the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique's 9th form, Divine Dragon form, had in store for Duan Tian. However, Duan Tian had also successfully comprehended his Thunder profundity to the first-level monarch stage Thunder profundity through the Thunder profundity fragment. After he comprehended the Thunder profundity, he discovered the origin energy in his body was emitting a mysterious power when he used the Divine Dragon form's mental cultivation method to cultivate. The nature profundities were the Wind profundity, Fire profundity, Thunder profundity, Water profundity, and Earth profundity. These were the 5 profundities Duan Tian had comprehended.
Initially, Duan Tian did not expect the mysterious power from the Divine Dragon form to affect the 5 nature profundities.
Soon after, he was shocked when he discovered the 5 nature profundities had fused into one due to the mysterious power and turned into a completely new type of energy.
The energy was in the form of a profundity, but it was different from an ordinary profundity.
One might wonder why it was different. It was because the new 5-colored energy possessed an extremely terrifying strength. Under normal circumstances, if he mobilized 5 first-level Monarch Stage Nature Profundities, the strength would be equivalent to the strength of 1 Ancient Black Dragon and 2,000 Ancient Horned Dragons. Put aside the Earth Profundity's ability to draw support from Earth energy or the Wind Profundity's ability to fuel and amplify the Fire Profundity. 5 first-level Monarch Stage Nature Profundities were equivalent to the strength of 10,000 Ancient Horned Dragons or 1 Ancient Black Dragon. Even with the boost from the Earth energy and the Wind Profundity fueling the Fire Profundity, it was equivalent to the strength of 1 Ancient Black Dragon and 2,000 Ancient Horned Dragons. Due to that, the scene when he experimented with fusing 5 nature profundities together was still fresh in his mind. After Duanling Tian fused the profundities together, he could clearly remember the scene where he gathered the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. There were 2 ancient black dragon silhouettes. 2 ancient black dragons. There was an additional 8,000 ancient horned dragon strength compared to when he routinely exerted 5 first-level Monarch Stage Nature Profundities. Eventually, Duanling Tian discovered the 5 first-level Monarch Stage Nature Profundities did not separate after they were fused together and had transformed into a new energy instead. Currently, he could not mobilize a single nature profundity. He could only mobilize the fused nature profundities. And it could also be considered as a profundity. A new profundity. No matter what it is, it's definitely beneficial to me. A smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face. Initially, Duanling Tian was only momentarily happy before he fell deep in thoughts. The new profundity was indeed strong, but how quickly could he comprehend and improve it? Although the 5 nature profundities were not as strong as the new profundity, he could quickly comprehend and improve them through the corresponding profundity fragments. Duanling Tian was quite concerned about this matter. He only heaved a sigh of relief after he discovered he could comprehend and improve the new profundity through any type of nature profundities he had comprehended. In fact, he realized he could comprehend and improve the new profundity even faster if he held 3 different nature profundity fragments in his hands. For example, when he held the Wind Profundity Fragment, Thunder Profundity Fragment, and Earth Profundity Fragment. The only thing I'm uncertain about now is the improvement of the new profundity. It would be amazing if it's like an Emperor Stage Profundity. Duanling Tian daydreamed. Emperor Stage Profundity. The first level was equivalent to 2 Ancient Black Dragons' strength. The second level was equivalent to 3 Ancient Black Dragons' strength. 9th level Emperor Stage Profundity was equivalent to 10 Ancient Black Dragons' strength. If the new fused profundity Duanling Tian had comprehended could rise to the Emperor Stage Profundity, would that not mean he had mastered an Emperor Stage Profundity at the Martial Monarch stage? What did it mean for a Martial Monarch to master an Emperor Stage Profundity? The fused profundity was equivalent to 2 Ancient Black Dragons' strength, and it was much stronger than ordinary 9th level Monarch Stage Profundities. Ordinary 9th level Monarch Stage Profundities were only equivalent to 1 Ancient Black Dragon strength. Currently, Duanling Tian's fused profundity was equivalent to 2 ordinary 9th level Monarch Stage Profundities. That was equivalent to the strength of 2 Ancient Black Dragons. A first-level Martial Monarch Stage martial artist who mastered 2 9th level Monarch Stage Profundities? Who would believe it? Moreover, apart from the fused profundity, I've also comprehended the first-level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity. Duanling Tian muttered in a low voice as his eyes gleamed. First-level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity is equivalent to 2,000 Ancient Horned Dragons' strength. Additionally, first-level Martial Monarch Stage Origin Energy is equivalent to 2,000 Ancient Horned Dragons' strength. And the Quasi-Royal Grade Spirit Sword gives an additional 1-fold increase. If I unleash my full strength now, my strength is equivalent to the strength of 2 Ancient Black Dragons and 6,000 Ancient Horned Dragons. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as the smile on his face widened. Ordinary 6th level Martial Monarch Stage martial artists have strength equivalent to 8,000 Ancient Horned Dragon strength, if they fully exert their origin energy. With the addition of a Grade 1 spirit weapon, it would increase his strength by 88%. That means it would give an additional 7,000 Ancient Horned Dragon strength. Let's say he has comprehended a 6th level Monarch Stage Profundity and 2 1st-level Monarch Stage Profundities. All 3 profundities would be equivalent to 11,000 Ancient Horned Dragon strength, or the strength of 1 Ancient Black Dragon and 1,000 Ancient Horned Dragons. All in all, His strength would be equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 6,000 ancient horned dragons.
That's about the same as my current strength. Duanling Tian had a clearer understanding of his current strength. However, I'm confident I'll be able to kill a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist if I meet one. Ruthlessness flickered in Duanling Tian's eyes. He did not know when, but 9 swords appeared around his body. All 9 swords were hovering around his body and exuded killing intent. Suddenly, Duanling Tian called out 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique.
The 9 swords hovering around his body shot out instantly and transformed into 9 streaks of fast-moving lights. The speed was so fast that an average person would not be able to see it at all.
9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Duanling Tian called out without pause.
Instantly, each of the 9 streaks of fast-moving light that flew out transformed into 9 divine dragons. There were 81 divine dragons in total. As the 81 pairs of divine dragons' eyes blinked, 162 extremely radiant beams of light shot out and disappeared in the horizon. The speed was so fast that even Duanling Tian only managed to capture a trace of it. The Perfection Stage 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique and the Perfection Stage 9 Dragon's Radiant Flash. I'll be victorious if I use both of them together. Within the time Duanling Tian took to raise his arm, the 9 swords that flew out returned and merged into one again before it fell gently into Duanling Tian's hands. It was Duanling Tian's quasi-royal grade spirit sword that was inscribed with the magical Split Unite formation.
This Split Unite formation is not illusory. It doesn't feel like it's from Cloud Continent. I don't even know where the Tempest Sword Monarch obtained it from. The more Duanling Tian learned about the Split Unite formation, the more he felt it was extraordinary. It could divide an actual object into 9, and it was not just images. It completely defied logic.
Soon, Duanling Tian's attention shifted.
Now, my spiritual energy has increased in accordance with my cultivation base's improvement to the 1st-level martial monarch stage. It's enough to simultaneously control 9 swords.
I've officially entered the perfection stage of the 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique. It's really worthy of being the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 9th form, the Divine Dragon form. It's really godlike, Duanling Tian muttered to himself. There was a smile on his face.
Ever since he had broken through to the martial monarch stage, his strength soared as he crossed several levels in just one go. He had reached the stage where he was comparable to a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. He could even kill ordinary 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artists without too much difficulty. All of it was thanks to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 9th form, the Divine Dragon form. According to the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, he only knew the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 9th form, the Divine Dragon form, could give rise to a new type of profundity. However, he did not know what profundity it would be. Through the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 9th form, the Divine Dragon form, Duanling Tian could elevate the water profundity through the fire profundity even though they were conflicting elements. I can't find anything about the fusion of the nature profundities in the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. This means even the Rebirth Martial Emperor didn't know this would happen. Duanling Tian took a deep breath when he realized he had reached a stage where even the Rebirth Martial Emperor did not reach. Fused profundity. Duanling Tian muttered in a low voice when he looked at the profundity in his hand that contained 5 colors with gleaming eyes. I hope you're like an Emperor stage profundity and will add another ancient black dragon's strength every time I improve a level.
Duanling Tian returned to his room after he recovered from the shock. He sat cross-legged on his bed and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon form. Duanling Tian closed his eyes to cultivate with 3 profundity fragments in his hands. They were all nature profundity fragments. There were no sword profundity fragment. In Duanling Tian's opinion, it was more important to raise the fused profundity because it had more potential than the sword profundity. Naturally, that did not mean he had given up on the sword profundity. While he comprehended the fused profundity through the 3 nature profundity fragments, he also comprehended the obscure information he memorized from the sword Dao contained in the word sword that was inscribed by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He had a strong gut feeling that it would be more reliable to comprehend the sword Dao left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang instead of elevating the sword profundity through profundity fragments. Time passed by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, 1 month had gone by. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes. There was a glint in his eyes.
The medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill in my body completely boiled over when my cultivation base broke through to the martial monarch stage. With the assistance of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy, the bottleneck leading to the second-level martial monarch stage has appeared in my body.
Give me 1 more month. I'm confident I'll be able to break through to the second-level martial monarch stage. Duan Ling Tian thought as a smile appeared on his face. With the assistance of the rebirth pill's potent medicinal efficacy, his progress at the martial monarch stage could be considered as heaven-defying. Once a martial artist's cultivation base reached the martial monarch stage, they could no longer rapidly improve their cultivation through spirit fruits. Everything would progress slowly and steadily. Naturally, that did not mean there were no shortcuts.
Although martial artists at the martial monarch stage or above could no longer rapidly improve their cultivation through consuming spirit fruits, they could speed up their cultivation through all types of pills that were similar to refined spirit fruits made for void transformation martial artists.
Naturally, it was only a little faster. It was still lacking compared to the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. The rebirth pill could be considered as the king of all pills. Ordinary pills were not comparable to it.
The pills comparable to the rebirth pill were extremely rare and precious pills. They would be no less difficult to obtain than a rebirth pill.
Due to this reason, the speed of Duan Ling Tian's cultivation was extremely fast compared to other martial monarch stage martial artists. It had not been more than 2 months since Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the first-level martial monarch stage, but he was confident he would be able to break through to the second-level martial monarch stage in just another month. What it meant was it took him 3 months to break through to the first-level martial monarch stage and subsequently to the second-level martial monarch stage. The speed was too heaven-defying. If word got out, many martial monarchs martial artists would be shocked. By now, Tianwu should have almost broken through to the martial monarch stage. Duan Ling Tian muttered. Since Tianwu has not broken through yet, I'll refine some pills. Now that I can condense quasi-royal grade pill fire, I can refine grade 1 pills with even higher purity. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed. There was a wisp of flame in his palm when he lifted his arm. The wisp of flame was different from the grade 1 pill fire he used to condense. The grade 1 pill fire he had was the violet gold pill fire. The flames were purple entwined with gold. However, the current flames were completely golden. More accurately, it was a dark gold flame. Even if 100 alchemists were present, none of them would be able to identify the pill fire. This was because the quasi-royal grade pill fire was superior to grade 1 pill fire. The quasi-royal grade pill fire was also known as the dark gold pill fire. After Duan Ling Tian condensed the dark gold pill fire, he took out his cauldron. When he looked at the cauldron before him, he realized he had forgotten something important.
His current cauldron was only a grade 1 spirit weapon. It would not be able to withstand his quasi-royal grade pill fire.
I can condense the quasi-royal grade weapon flame now to raise my cauldron's level to the quasi-royal grade, but I don't have enough materials for it.
Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly as he put out the quasi-royal grade pill fire. I'll craft it after we return to the northern desert. Tianwu should be almost done with her breakthrough. Duan Ling Tian walked out of his room and arrived before Feng Tianwu's room door. He extended his spiritual energy into the room and easily detected Feng Tianwu's situation. Just as he had speculated, Feng Tianwu was on the verge of breaking through to the martial monarch stage.
Just a little bit more, and she would successfully break through to the martial monarch stage to become a martial monarch powerhouse.
Judging by Tianwu's situation, she'll probably need a few more days to break through. And I'll look for the clan leader and see if the Lu clan has the materials I need. Besides, I can ask the clan leader if he knows which foreign land force Kuer and Little Faer is in. With that thought in his mind, he left to look for the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue. Lu Rue immediately stopped everything he was doing when he found out Duan Ling Tian had come to look for him. He hurriedly went out to greet him.
Elder Duan. Lu Rue greeted Duan Ling Tian warmly as he led him into the main hall of his mansion. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something. He smiled faintly and congratulated Lu Rue. Congratulations, clan leader. Elder Duan noticed it?
The shock was apparent on Lu Rui's face. He had just broken through to the martial monarch stage yesterday. So far, the only person in Lu clan that knew he had a breakthrough was himself. He did not expect Elder Duan, who had only just seen him, would be able to notice his change. He could not help but exclaim, "Truly worthy of being the third reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor." N. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he bluntly said, "Clan leader, I came this time to request for some help. Elder Duan, you're too kind. Any request you have, the Lu clan will do its best to get it done." Lu Rui said solemnly without any apprehension. He did not dare to neglect Elder Duan. Even if he disregarded Duan Ling Tian's identity and extraordinary strength, he was only able to break through to the martial monarch stage due to Elder Duan's blessing. Therefore, he was duty-bound to work for Elder Duan. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "It's nothing difficult. I just need some materials. I wonder if Lu clan has it, so I came to ask you." "What materials?" Lu Rui asked. After that, Duan Ling Tian listed the materials he needed. Those materials were required to upgrade his cauldron. Although they were not considered rare in the inner land on Cloud Continent, they were quite rare in the outer land. That was why he was not certain if the Lu clan had it. After all, the Lu clan was just a second-rate force in the outer land on Cloud Continent. "I'll go look for it now. Please wait for a moment, Elder Duan." Lu Rui left in a hurry as soon as he finished speaking. "Clan leader, please stay for a moment." Duan Ling Tian stopped Lu Rui. "Elder Duan, is there anything else?" Lu Rui was puzzled. "Clan leader, do you know of a sect with a volcano and a snow peak in its estate? If I'm not mistaken, all the male martial artists reside near the volcano and the female martial artists reside on the snow peak." Duan Ling Tian asked. "Elder Duan, are you talking about the Yin Yang sect?" Lu Rui immediately asked after he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. "Yin Yang sect?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. He added, "I'm not sure what it's called." "The Yin Yang sect you speak of, do they have a volcano and a snow peak in their estate?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Rui expectantly as his heart began to palpitate. He felt nervous. This concerned the whereabouts of his two fiancées after all. He had not seen those two lovely persons for many years now, and he really missed them in his heart. "Yes." Lu Rui nodded. "As far as I know, only Yin Yang sect's estate has a volcano and a snow peak. The volcano is called Yang Peak and the snow peak is called Yin Peak. All of the male martial artists are on the Yang Peak and the female martial artists are all on Yin Peak," Lu Rui said in one breath. "Volcano? Yang Peak? Snow Peak? Yin Peak?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed. He realized there was a high possibility the sect Lu Rui mentioned was the sect he was looking for. "Do you know where the Yin Yang sect is located?" Duan Ling Tian asked urgently. Yin Yang sect's a first-rate force located in the inner land on the other side of Ruo Shui River. There's a swift boat from the northern mountain land to the inner land every 3 days. The boat belongs to the Yin Yang sect, Lu Rui said to Duan Ling Tian. He did not explain what a swift boat was because he believed Elder Duan definitely knew what it was. Swift boats had existed on Cloud Continent for more than 10,000 years. In his opinion, it was impossible Elder Duan did not know about swift boats since he was the reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor from 10,000 years ago. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian knew what swift boats were. Swift boats were similar to boats. The difference was swift boats traveled in the air instead of on the water. Swift boats were made from a special material inscribed with a lot of complicated inscription formations and directly powered with high-grade origin stones. Due to that, swift boats were very stable when it flew in the sky. Through the rebirth martial emperor's memory, Duan Ling Tian clearly knew what sort of place the Ruo Shui River was. Ruo Shui River was an extremely frightening and dangerous place. It could be said that martial artists below the martial monarch stage would die if they crossed the Ruo Shui River. Danger lurked in the waters of Ruo Shui River. In addition to having an extremely shocking gravitational pull, it was also extremely corrosive. One would definitely die one was to touch it. Even an ordinary martial monarch stage martial artist would be pulled into the whirlpool if they encountered it. Not even their bones would be left behind. Swift boats were used because of how terrifying the Ruo Shui River was. Apart from really strong and confident martial monarchs, no one else dared to cross the Ruo Shui River.
They could only take a swift boat to cross the Ruoshui River. Naturally, swift boats were not 100% safe either. Apart from the terrifying Ruoshui River, bandits were also another major problem. Generally, martial artists who could afford to pay the fee to board the swift boats were cash cows in the bandits' eyes. Therefore, a lot of powerful bandits would take smaller swift boats to rob passing swift boats at Ruoshui River and profit from it. On Cloud Continent, apart from fighting the heavens, one would also have to fight with the people. Yin Yang Sex a first-rate force on the other side of Ruoshui River? Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened, and his breathing quickened again.
Kuer, little fair. I'll see you guys soon, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. A warm smile appeared on his face. After so many years, both of them would certainly be more beautiful. There was a glint in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. There was a hint of anticipation on his face. He could not wait to be reunited with them. Elder Duan, if there's nothing else.
I'll go and have a look, Lu Rui said when he saw Duan Ling Tian was distracted. Duan Ling Tian recovered and nodded. Go ahead. After Lu Rui left, Duan Ling Tian waited at the main hall for Lu Rui. Half an hour later, Lu Rui returned and brought several materials that he needed. Elder Duan, our Lu clan's treasure vault doesn't everything you need. I managed to find some in the former clan leader's collection.
Duan Ling Tian nodded and took out his grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron in front of Lu Rui. At the same time, a raging flame appeared in his hands. Weapon flame. Lu Rui's eyes brightened. He had learned that the rebirth martial emperor was not just a powerhouse at the peak of martial Dao and a top alchemist, he was also a top weapon craftsman and inscription master from the journals that his ancestors handed down. Today, he finally saw the third reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor's weapon flame. However, the weapon flame seemed a little different.
Duan, Elder Duan, what's this weapon flame?
As far as I know, the color of weapons craftsman's weapon flame should correspond to the grade similar to alchemist's pill fire, right?
Why's your weapon flame dark gold? Lu Rui looked at the dancing dark gold flame in Duan Ling Tian's hands in confusion. He had never seen nor heard of such a weird weapon flame.
Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and ignored Lu Rui. He lifted his arm and melted the materials Lu Rui had given him into several pools of liquid.
How's that possible? Lu Rui's eyes widened. The shock was written all over his face.
It was natural for him to feel shocked. Among the materials he found for Elder Duan in the treasure vault, the Lu clan kept a record for one of them.
Nearly 1,000 years ago, a Lu clan ancestor who was a grade 1 alchemist had failed to liquefy that material even after spending 3 days and 3 nights refining it with grade 1 pill fire.
However, the dark golden flame in Elder Duan's hands liquefied it in just a moment. A grade 1 pill fire is not inferior to a grade 1 weapon flame. This means it would be difficult for the grade 1 weapon flame to liquefy the material too. Lu Rui's heartbeat quickened. He thought he could hear his own heart beating.
At that moment, all he felt was shock.
Unless the flame in Elder Duan's hand has surpassed a grade 1 weapon flame? Lu Rui was taken aback. According to the journal handed down by the founder of Lu clan 10,000 years ago, the rebirth martial emperor's attainment in the medicine refinement Dao was already above a grade 1 alchemist.
Could it be his attainment in the weapon refinement Dao has also surpassed a grade 1 weapon craftsman as well? The weapon flame he condensed is a higher grade than a grade 1 weapon flame. The more Lu Rui thought about it, the more shocked he became. Lu Rui's thoughts were still spinning when the dark gold flame in Duan Ling Tian's hands enveloped the grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron and liquefied it. The liquid began to boil and roil in just an instant. Hoo! 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 Following that, Duan Ling Tian did not relax. Instead, he retrieved several materials from his spatial ring before he melted it and mixed it with the existing pools of liquid.
In the beginning, the pools of liquids were extremely repellent to each other.
However, when the dark gold flame swept out and enveloped them, they quickly merged into one.
From the beginning until the end, it only took half an hour.
The silhouette of a new cauldron began to form in the dark gold flame.
After another half an hour, an entirely new cauldron fell into Duan Ling Tian's hands as the flame vanished.
Quasi-royal grade spirit weapon cauldron. Duan Ling Tian smiled in satisfaction when he looked at the cauldron in his hand. It was the first quasi-royal grade spirit weapon cauldron he had refined. This cauldron, Lu Rui finally recovered from his shock at this moment. His gaze did not leave the cauldron in Duanling Tian's hands. Lu clan had several grade 1 spirit weapon cauldrons left behind by their ancestors from 10,000 years ago. However, in Lu Rui's eyes, all those grade 1 spirit weapon cauldrons could not compete with the one before his eyes. This cauldron seemed to be better than a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. Before Lu Rui could react, Duanling Tian made another move. As he lifted his hand, another dark gold flame appeared in his hand. This is pill fire? Lu Rui gulped when he saw the scene before his eyes. Dark gold pill fire. He had never seen nor heard about it before. Soon after, Lu Rui saw Duanling Tian retrieving a pile of medicinal materials that he was very familiar with. He recognized them with just one glance. It's medicinal materials to refine grade 1 life recovery pills. Lu Rui was so fascinated with Duanling Tian's method of refining medicine that he just stood there staring. He had forgotten about time and everything else. After an hour, Pa! Duanling Tian raised his arm and smacked the cauldron. The dark gold flame formed a light shield around the cauldron's spout. So. Instantly, several streaks of light shot out of the spout through the light shield formed by the dark gold flame before it fell into Duanling Tian's hand. It was pills. After Duanling Tian put his cauldron away, he opened up his hand that contained the pills. There were 10 glowing pills that emitted a strong medicinal aroma. When Duanling Tian was about to put the 10 pills he had refined into a pill bottle, a voice entered his ears. Duan. Elder Duan, can I have a look? When he glanced over, he noticed that Lu Rui was staring at the pills in his hands. So, in reply, a pill shot toward Lu Rui with just a flick of Duanling Tian's fingers. Pa! Lu Rui reached out and carefully caught the pill in his hand. In the past, he had seen many grade 1 life recovery pills. However, the one in his hand now seemed as though it weighed 1,000 tons. This was because the purity of the pill was extraordinary. Lu Rui shifted his gaze over to Duanling Tian and asked, Elder Duan, this grade 1 life recovery pill's purity is more than 97%. He was lucky enough to have seen a grade 1 life recovery pills with 97% purity a month ago. Although it was just a glance, he could tell that grade 1 life recovery pill was inferior to the one in his hand. Duanling Tian nodded and casually said, the grade 1 life recovery pills I refined this time only have 99% purity. It's just passable. 99% purity? Just passable? Lu Rui's eyes widened and the corner of his mouth twitched. He felt like he was on different wavelength from the purple-clad young man standing before him. Something's amiss. Lu Rui seemed to have realized something. Earlier, the number of medicinal materials Elder Duan took out seemed to be the standard number of medicinal materials. To be able to refine 10 grade 1 life recovery pills with the standard number of medicinal materials? Does that mean Elder Duan's success rate of forming pills when refining grade 1 life recovery pills is 100%? Lu Rui was stunned. Clan leader, I plan to refine some of these grade 1 life recovery pills for the clan. However, the clan will have to prepare the materials. Duanling Tian said as he looked at a distracted Lu Rui. No problem. No problem. Lu Rui was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's words. When he regained his sense, he hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking on grains. It was as though he was afraid Duanling Tian would change his mind. Elder Duan, I'll make the necessary preparation, Lu Rui said. He made a move to return the grade 1 life recovery pill with 99% purity to Duanling Tian before he left to make the necessary preparation. Keep it. Duanling Tian shook his head. He did not take the pill that Lu Rui handed over. Thank you, Elder Duan. Lu Rui quickly thanked him before he turned to leave in a rush. This was not a joke. It was related to the grade 1 life recovery pills with 99% purity. How would he dare to take his own time? Such pure grade 1 life recovery pills, the effects should be very close to the legendary effect of reviving the dead and regrowing meat. Lu Rui muttered softly to himself as he left. Ha!
Duan Tian looked at the surging dark gold flame and said under his breath, I can now refine quasi-royal grade spirit weapons that can increase one's strength by 1-fold as long as I have the necessary materials. However, the materials required to refine quasi-royal grade spirit weapons are more complicated compared to the materials needed to refine the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon cauldron. It'll be difficult to obtain them. Duan Tian knew this because of the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. Soon after, Lu Rui returned with a large number of medicinal materials to refine grade 1 life recovery pills. There were 30 batches of medicinal materials. After Duan Tian performed blood ownership claim on the spatial ring, he looked at the medicinal material in it. The corner of his mouth twitched when he saw what was inside. Clan leader, are you trying to tire me to death? Elder Duan, don't misunderstand. You just have to refine 10 batches of these medicinal materials. You can consider the remaining as a reward from the Lu clan to Elder Duan. Lu Rui quickly said. Duan Tian understood Lu Rui's intention. It seemed as though Lu Rui had more to say. After a while, he bit the bullet and hesitantly asked, There's one more thing, Elder Duan. I wonder if you'll allow me to summon a few elders to observe as you refine the grade 1 life recovery pills. Duan Tian nodded before saying, You can. However, I dislike noise and excitement. Apart from that, they have to be grade 2 alchemists like you. Yes. Lu Rui hurriedly nodded. He left the main hall and ordered someone to summon a few grade 2 alchemists. The few grade 2 alchemists in the Lu clan instantly abandoned whatever they were doing and rushed over as soon as they heard they were allowed to observe Elder Duan refine medicine. Who is Elder Duan? A grade 1 alchemist. An alchemist who could refine pills with 97% purity. They finally had a chance to observe such an alchemist at work. They would not miss this chance unless they had lost their minds. Elder Duan. At the main hall of Lu Rui's residence, Duan Tian was soon surrounded by Lu Rui and 4 other old men. 5 pairs of burning eyes were trained on him. Duan Tian nodded at the 4 old men before he began to refine the grade 1 life recovery pills. Out of consideration for the 5 men, he deliberately slowed down his movement. Who? The 5 men were fascinated by the refining technique as they observed Duan Tian. They were ecstatic. Duan Tian refined 10 batches of grade 1 life recovery pills. He used the same refining technique 10 times before he finally stopped. Duan Tian put his cauldron away, and 10 pill bottles appeared in his hand. 10 grade 1 life recovery pills were stored in each bottle. Duan Tian left the 10 pill bottles at the side and silently left when he saw Lu Rui and the others were mulling over his refining technique. After leaving the main hall, Duan Tian realized that it was already late at night. Wait till Tian Wu breaks through to the martial monarch stage. I'll bring her back to the northern desert. Skywolf Fort, it's time for us to settle the debts between us. Duan Tian muttered as he left Lu Rui's residence. His voice was low, but it was extremely cold. The scene where the Skywolf Fort's 4 great vice fort master led 10 Skywolf Fort's elders to hunt him back then was still fresh in his mind. If it wasn't for the Devil Seal tablet that devilified me and granted me the strength to kill those Skywolf Fort's elders, I would have been reduced to dust on Cloud Continent. There was a cold glint in Duan Tian's eyes. Even after Duan Tian had left, Lu Rui and the 4 Lu clan's grade 2 alchemists still did not regain their senses. They stood there the entire night. They only snapped back to reality on the second morning. The first one to recover was Lu Rui. Elder Duan's like a god. Lu Rui sighed when he thought of the refining technique that had been deeply carved in his brain. It was only one night, but he felt as though he could almost see the threshold to becoming a grade 1 alchemist. He just needed one more step before he became a grade 1 alchemist. Soon after, Lu Rui saw 10 pill bottles neat placed on the table at the side and his eyes instantly brightened. He put the pills bottles away one by one. The 4 grade 2 alchemists recovered one after another and asked eagerly, Clan leader, the grade 1 life recovery pills Elder Duan refined. Do they have 97% purity? Lu Rui opened a pill bottle to have a look. His eyes widened. Lu Rui's eyes swept across all 4 grade 2 alchemists. These grade 1 life recovery pills. His voice trailed off. Seeing the eagerness on the faces of the 4 grade 2 alchemists, he gulped before he said, "They're all grade 1 life recovery pills with 99% purity." 99% purity? The 4 grade 2 alchemists were stunned when they heard Lu Rue's words. Ancient desert city in the northern desert. At this moment, 4 uninvited guests appeared in the ancient desert city. The person leading the group was an old man with white hair. He left no traces behind as he flew across the sky. It was as though he had completely merged with heaven and earth. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a middle-aged man flying next to him. 3 middle-aged men trailed after them like shadows. These 3 middle-aged men wore a green uniform with the word "Sun" embroidered on their chests. Above the word "Sun," there were 2 other words embroidered in smaller letters. Northern Divergent. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 of them entered the Skywolf Fort. Who's that? The people from Skywolf Fort were on their guards as though they were facing formidable enemies. Northern Divergent's Sun Clan, Sun Zhong. The majestic voice of the white-haired old man in the lead spread out to every corner of Skywolf Fort. Northern Divergent's Sun Clan? Many of the Skywolf Fort's disciples were puzzled. In the Skywolf Fort's inner fort, 6 people rose up in the air. All of them looked dignified. It was obvious they knew the Northern Divergent's Sun Clan. They were led by a green-clad old man. Behind the green-clad old man were 4 old men and 1 middle-aged man. Northern Divergent's Sun Clan is a second-rate force at the Northern Divergent. What are they doing here at the Skywolf Fort? The green-clad old man was the fort master of Skywolf Fort, Qing Lang. He was puzzled. Master! At this moment, the middle-aged man standing at the back, who was the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Master Feng Wei, looked at the old man next to him. The old man was also a vice fort master, and his name was Luo Fu. The Northern Divergent's Sun Clan? Isn't it Brother Jean? Yes. It seems like he used the promise he father gave him. Luo Fu nodded and sighed after he interrupted Feng Wei. Luo Fu had a sister. Back then, his sister tried to raise her status by seducing the Northern Divergent Sun Clan's young master. However, she was not even given the title of a mistress. Although she managed to enter the Sun Clan because she was pregnant with a child, she had to stay in the servants' quarter. Moreover, her son was not even qualified to take the surname Sun. The young master back then was the current clan leader of Sun Clan. He had many outstanding sons and daughters, so he did not care about the life and death of an illegitimate son. However, he still promised to fulfill one of the illegitimate son's wishes as long as the wish is not outrageous. This was because the illegitimate son still had his blood running through his veins no matter what. That illegitimate son was Luo Fu's sister's son, who was also Luo Fu's nephew. Luo Jin. Luo Jin was sent to the Skywolf Fort by his mother a long time ago. He was not very talented in the martial Dao, but he was a rampant bully just because his uncle was a vice fort master. In the end, he met with a misfortune and got his Dantian destroyed. Master, you mean Brother Jean brought those people from the Northern Divergent Sun Clan? Feng Wei gasped. That should be it. Luo Fu nodded. Luo Fu confirmed his suspicion when he saw a figure among the group of people. The people from the Northern Divergent Sun Clan were brought by his nephew. Skywolf Fort, Qing Lang. Qing Lang looked at the old man leading the group and bowed slightly. I greet you on behalf of the Vice Fort Masters and the Skywolf Fort, Senior Sunday. Meanwhile, the 5 persons behind Luo Fu followed suit and bowed. Nice to meet you, Senior Sunday. Sun Zhong, one of the 2 martial monarch powerhouses in the Northern Divergent Sun Clan. They had all heard about him. A martial monarch powerhouse was not someone a third-rate force like the Skywolf Fort could afford to offend. Luo Jin, go and ask. Sun Zhong coldly glanced at the middle-aged man he was pulling forward. Luo Jin. Previously, Luo Fu and Feng Wei had communicated through voice transmission. Therefore, Qing Lang was unaware of the matter. Qing Lang only noticed the middle-aged man Sun Zhong brought was Luo Fu's nephew, Luo Jin, when he heard Sun Zhong's words. Fort Master, Luo Jin looked at Qing Lang. However, he was interrupted by Luo Fu the instant he opened his mouth. Luo Fu said in a deep voice, Jiner, have you thought this through? You really want to use the promise like this?
You should know that even though your cultivation is destroyed, you can still use the promise to ask your father to guarantee you a carefree and lavish life. Luo Fu advised him. Uncle, you don't have to advise me. Luo Jin shook his head as his face unconsciously turned ferocious. That Duan Ling Tian must die.
If he's not dead, I won't be happy even if I live a lavish life.
Lu Fuo sighed when he saw how determined Luo Jin was. He knew he would not be able to persuade his nephew, so he would have to think of another way instead. Duan Ling Tian? Upon hearing Luo Jin's words, Qinglang frowned and asked, What's really going on? Duan Ling Tian. He was not unfamiliar with this name.
Apart from taking the first place in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by their Sky Wolf Fort, he was also close to the young miss with the mysterious background. At that time, the young miss was looking for this person.
The young miss even called this man Brother Ling Tian. It made him realize this man was not someone he could afford to offend.
However, right now, Luo Fu's nephew actually brought people from the Northern Divergent Sun clan to look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian?
He crippled my Dan Tian, Luo Jin spat out. Fort Master, I only know he's the champion of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that was organized by the Skywolf Fort. I don't know his origin at all. Please tell me about his origin, Fort Master, Luo Jin said. Duan Ling Tian's origin?
Qinglang frowned. He really did not know. Even if he knew, he would not dare to disclose it.
If that young miss found out he had betrayed her brother Ling Tian, would she not skin him alive the next time she came here?
Senior Sunday. At this moment, Luo Fu looked at Sun Zhong and solemnly asked, You must have heard of the North Nether sect in our northern desert, right?
Of course I have. Although Sun Zhong did not know why Luo Fu would ask him this question, he still nodded his head. The North Nether sect is a second-rate force that's more or less on par with our Sun clan. I've even met Feng Tong, the martial monarch of North Nether sect, once.
Senior Sun, if I tell you that Senior Feng Tong from the North Nether sect might have been killed by the powerhouse hiding behind Duan Ling Tian, do you still dare to kill him? Luo Fu continued to ask.
What? The moment Luo Fu's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Sun Zhong's face at once. Are you serious? I'm willing to swear using the 99 heavenly tribulation, Luo Fu said seriously.
At this moment, his heart was filled with a sense of helplessness.
If it was not for the fact that he was worried his nephew would become too obsessed with this matter, he would not have warned the Sun clan's martial monarch that had no relationship with him at all. He loathed the Sun clan because of his sister. Naturally, he could only hate them inwardly. He did not dare to reveal his hatred since he was no match for the Sun clan.
He was not aware of his nephew's intention to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he would have told his nephew all this to discourage him from seeking revenge. Humph. The moment Sun Zhong heard this, he snorted and glared at Luo Jin. Luo Jin, are you trying to get me killed?
When Luo Jin heard Luo Fu's words, colors immediately drained from his face. Now that he heard Sun Zhong rebuking him, he was so scared that his body and legs began to tremble. You're right. Indeed, he wants to get you killed. A vaguely distinct and nonchalant voice reverberated in the air.
Everyone immediately turned to look at the source of the voice.
They saw two figures, one red and one purple, standing in the distance since who knew when. The young man stood there with his purple robe fluttering in the wind.
The woman with a face that could topple the nation stood beside the purple-clad young man as her fiery red dress fluttered like dancing flames.
Purple flame sword followed by a red flame.
This pair of man and woman standing there seemed like a pair of golden boy and jade girl that was made in heaven. This was the first thought that rose in their hearts when they saw the pair.
Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next instance, the purple-clad young man and the red-clad woman walked side by side in the sky. Soon after, they arrived close to the place where the Skywolf Fort and Northern Divergent Sun Clan's people stood. It was a tripartite confrontation. Duan Ling Tian, the 5 vice fort master, recognized the purple-clad young man, and their faces immediately paled. They did not expect him to appear the moment his name was mentioned. Moreover, it was obvious he did not come to the Skywolf Fort with good intention. The 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort who had once hunted Duan Ling Tian, Feng Wei, Ning Kan, Meng Li, and Yukong turned pale and hints of anxiety could be seen in their eyes. They had only found out from Luo Fu that there was someone behind Duan Ling Tian who was capable of killing a martial monarch. The four of them could not help but glance at their surroundings, as though they were trying to locate the powerhouse hiding behind Duan Ling Tian's back. Unfortunately, they could not see anyone at all. Qing Lang and Sun Zhong looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked almost simultaneously, "You're Duan Ling Tian? The Northern Divergent Sun Clan?" Duan Ling Tian ignored Qing Lang but glanced at Sun Zhong indifferently. "I see you have quite a good cultivation base. Second-level martial monarch stage. A lot more powerful than that Feng Tong from the North Nether sect. Second-level martial monarch stage." The moment the words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, Qing Lang and the 5 vice fort masters from Skywolf Fort were stunned. Although they had heard Sun Zhong was a martial monarch and #1 in the Northern Divergent Sun Clan, they assumed he was only a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. It did not cross their minds that Sun Zhong was actually at the second-level martial monarch stage. The second level and the first-level martial monarch stage could not be compared even though it was just a level apart. "You have really good judgment, sir." Sun Zhong was filled with dread when he saw Duan Ling Tian. The fact that Duan Ling Tian saw through his cultivation base in just a glance showed how profound he was. Everything else aside, his instinct alone told him this man was not ordinary. "The reason you traveled so far from the Northern Divergent Land is to kill me?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he stared at Sun Zhong. "I dare not." Sun Zhong hastily shook his head. What a joke. Since he already knew Feng Tong the martial monarch from North Nether sect had died in this person's hands, he did not dare to admit it. Moreover, he had just witnessed how mysterious this person was. "Since you dare not, can you hand him over then?" Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly. His gaze shifted from Sun Zhong to Luo Jin, whom he was holding. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian, Luo Jin's face turned vicious again. When he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him, he shouted at Sun Zhong, "Elder Zhong, don't forget that my father asked you to kill him on my behalf. Kill him now. Quick, kill him." However, Sun Zhong did not seem to care about Luo Jin at all. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Sir, he's still the son of our Sun Clan's clan leader no matter what. You can take him with you, but can you at least show some sincerity, sir?" Sincerity? Duan Ling Tian was momentarily stunned. Soon after, he smiled. In the next moment, he turned his head slightly to look at the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, excluding Luo Fu, standing behind Qing Lang. "For vice fort masters, you almost took my life away, didn't you?" Ningcan and the other 3 turned pale when they saw Duan Ling Tian staring at them. Qing Lang frowned the moment he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He was about to ask if there was some sort of misunderstanding since he was unaware of the incident where his 4 vice fort masters hunted Duan Ling Tian. Duan. However, he was interrupted before he could continue to ask. Whoosh! The sound of sword whistling in the air interrupted him. He was shocked to discover the 4 vice fort masters Duan Ling Tian was staring at had a bloody hole on their throats. Dazzling red and fresh flood gushed out of the bloody wounds. A few moments later, the 4 bodies fell to the ground. The 4 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had all died in just a blink of an eye. From the very beginning to the end, all Qing Lang heard was the sound of sword whistling that disappeared as soon as it appeared. He did not see any evidence of Duan Ling Tian making a move at all. Everyone was still shocked when Duan Ling Tian looked at Sun Zhong and sneered. He calmly asked, "Is this sincere enough?" In Sun Zhong's eyes, the smile on Duan Ling Tian's mouth was no different from a devil's smile. At this moment, all Sun Zhong felt was a sense of coldness that crept up from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. "It's enough. It's enough." Sun Zhong hurriedly nodded. He lifted his hand and threw Luo Jin to Duan Ling Tian. "Sir Duan, I'm sorry for offending you. I hope you'll forgive me." Sun Zhong's forehead was clammy from cold sweat. It was his first time encountering such a terrifying powerhouse. Who the hell said Duan Ling Tian had a powerhouse hidden behind him who killed Feng Tong? It was all false. Duan Ling Tian himself was already a terrifying powerhouse. Among all the people present, he was the only who saw Duan Ling Tian lifting his hand. However, he did not see the part where Duan Ling Tian's sword ray shot out and pierced the throats of the 4 great vice fort masters. At that moment, He knew it would be easy for Duan Ling Tian to kill him. Good. Duan Ling Tian caught Luo Jin easily. Luo Jin did not even have time to catch his breath before he was thrown into the big combat ring situated in the Skywolf Fort's outer fort. Whoosh! Luo Jin, whose Dantian had long been crippled and thus lost his origin energy, dropped down at increasing speed. Uncle! Save me! Uncle! Save me! Please! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! Luo Jin, who was terrified by the way Duan Ling Tian dealt with things, finally regained his senses when he was thrown by Duan Ling Tian. Horror dawned on his face as he screamed for help from Luo Fu at the top of his lungs. Luo Fu took a deep breath as he painfully closed his eyes. A hint of bitterness could be faintly seen on the corner of his mouth. Although he wanted to save Luo Jin, he could not do anything at all. With the strength that Duan Ling Tian currently possessed, it would be as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass for Duan Ling Tian to kill him. If he saved Luo Jin, not only would he fail, he would be forfeiting his life as well. Due to this reason, he could only watch idly. His own life was the most important after all. Bam! Luo Jin was still screaming up to the moment he fell on the combat ring. His body slammed viciously on the ground, turning into a pulpy and bloody mess. Silence immediately descended on the scene. Luo Fu, what's going on really? Qing Lang's voice finally broke the silence. Qing Lang looked at Luo Fu fiercely. Didn't I warn all of you previously to not mess with Duan Ling Tian no matter what? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Qing Lang indifferently when he heard him admonishing Luo Fu. In his opinion, Qing Lang was only saying this to save his own life. Fort Master, Luo Fu smiled wryly. Long before you warned us, those 4 people had already offended Duan Ling Tian after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. 4 of them brought 10 elders with them to chase Duan Ling Tian so they could kill him. What? Horror dawned on Qing Lang's face. He narrowed his eyes immediately. You already knew about this? Luo Fu nodded as he smiled wryly. Great. That's just great. Qing Lang glared at Luo Fu and asked in a deep voice then. When Miss Xuanai came to the Skywolf Fort and mentioned Duan Ling Tian, why didn't you tell me about this? Did you think this was a small matter? When Qing Lang reached the end of his sentence, killing intent rose from his body. Miss Xuanai? The moment Duan Ling Tian heard Qing Lang's words, he raised his eyebrows in shock. The Fort Master of Skywolf Fort knew Xuanai? Fort Master, we heard how Miss Xuanai addressed Duan Ling Tian as Brother Ling Tian. Moreover, you're so respectful toward her. We didn't dare to tell you because we were scared you'd rebuke us. The smile on Luo Fu became even wryer. Boom! The moment these words left Luo Fu's mouth, a vast origin energy and 9th level void transformation concept that trailed behind like a shadow instantly enveloped Luo Fu. In just an instant, Luo Fu had turned to dust and vanished from this world. After killing Luo Fu, Qing Lang bowed at Duan Ling Tian and announced loudly, I'm not strict enough with my subordinates. Even death is not enough to atone for their recklessness. Please punish me, Sir Duan. Duan Ling Tian looked at Qing Lang and said nonchalantly, If you really feel guilty, why don't you kill yourself now? Qing Lang did not expect such an answer from Duan Ling Tian. His body trembled as horror dawned on his face. Hermf! Save your acting in front of me. Duan Ling Tian snorted. You already know I won't kill you, and yet you're still putting on a show. Don't you think it's disgusting? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Qing Lang heaved a sigh of relief and immediately flattered Duan Ling Tian. Sir Duan is really wise. However, Duan Ling Tian did not like this sort of stuff. Duan Ling Tian ignored his flattery and changed the topic. You know Xuanai? Yes. Qing Lang nodded respectfully. He knew that his savior today was that young miss. Do you know about Xuanai's background? Duan Ling Tian asked again. No, I don't. Qing Lang smiled wryly. I only know that Miss Xuanai's identity is not that simple. The one by her side is a powerful person from my clan. If we take seniority into consideration, then you can say she's my ancestor. Duan Ling Tian raised a brow as he asked, Qing knew? Yes, that's how Miss Xuanai addresses her, Qing Lang responded respectfully. When have you seen Xuanai before? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Duanling Tian learned a few things from Qing Lang. Originally, when he was still in the Five-Element sect, Xuanai had come to the Skywolf Fort and asked for his whereabouts. After that, Xuanai wanted Qing Lang to bring her along to search for him, but the search was not fruitful. In the end, Qingdu appeared and brought Xuanai away. You mean, there's another young lady besides Xuanai? Duanling Tian asked curiously. Yes. Qing Lang nodded. That's enough, leave. Since I've already killed the initiators of this evil, and for the sake of your close relationship with Xuanai, I'll not make things difficult for you and Skywolf Fort anymore, Duanling Tian said and waved his hand dismissively. Yes, Qing Lang replied and immediately left. He did not dare to delay since he was afraid Duanling Tian would change his mind and kill him. After Qing Lang left, Duanling Tian looked at Sun Zhong, the martial emperor of the Northern Divergence Sun clan. Sir Duan. Sun Zhong bowed respectfully. The three people behind him bowed as well. There was a hint of dread in the depth of their eyes. If they had known their target was this terrifying, they would not have come even if it meant disobeying the clan leader's order. It was fortunate this powerhouse did not seem to have any intention of finding trouble with them. What? You still insist on staying here? Are you not planning to scram back to your Northern Divergent Sun clan? Are you waiting for me to treat you to lunch? Duanling Tian asked calmly. No. No. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Sun Zhong was struck by anxiety. Sir Duan, we're returning to the Northern Divergent land now. We're making our move now. Sir Duan will surely welcome you with open arms if you have the time to visit. The moment Sun Zhong finished his words, he hastily brought the three people with him and left as fast as lightning. They disappeared into the horizon in just a blink of an eye. Finally, there were only Duanling Tian and the red-clad woman left in the sky. That red-clad woman was none other than Feng Tianwu. From the beginning until the end, Feng Tianwu just stood quietly next to Duanling Tian. The coldness on her extremely beautiful and delicate face began to dissipate after everyone had left. Oh, I almost forgot something. A light bulb went on in Duanling Tian's mind. In the next instance, he disappeared from the spot, leaving only Feng Tianwu standing at the same spot quietly waiting for him. Inside Skywolf Fort, fear still lingered around Qing Lang after he had descended. As expected from the person that young Miss calls brother, he has become so powerful in such a short time. He even managed to scare Sun Zhong, who is at the second-level Martial Monarch stage. This means his cultivation base must be at the fourth-level Martial Monarch stage at least. Qing Lang speculated. Who's that? Suddenly, Qing Lang came to halt as though he had noticed something. Horror dawned on his face immediately. A purple figure had suddenly appeared in front of him. Sir Duan. When Qing Lang took a good look at the intruder, he heaved a sigh of relief. He asked respectfully, Is there anything else you need, sir? Where the location of Blade Sect? The person in front of Qing Lang was none other than Duanling Tian. The main reason he went after Qing Lang was to find out where Blade Sect was located. His next stop was the Blade Sect. The Blade Sect? Qing Lang did not dare to delay and quickly disclosed the direction of Blade Sect to Duanling Tian. After Duanling Tian found out about the Blade Sect's location, he left in a rush. In Qing Lang's eyes, it was as though he had disappeared into thin air. Let's go, Tian Wu. Duanling Tian, who had just returned to Feng Tian Wu's side, motioned to her. They immediately made their way to the Blade Sect. Although there was quite a distance between the Skywolf Fort and the Blade Sect, with Duanling Tian and Feng Tian Wu's cultivation base at the Martial Monarch stage, they quickly arrived at the Blade Sect's estate. Uncle Feng. Hovering on the air above the Blade Sect's estate, Duanling Tian's voice that contained origin energy spread to the entire Blade Sect's estate. The entire Blade Sect's estate burst into an uproar. Who's that? How dare you cause a ruckus in our Blade Sect? Hermf! Who is this blind person who dares to make trouble in our Blade Sect? Let me teach him a lesson. Let's go. Let's teach him a lesson on why the rose is red. All of the Blade Sect's disciples rose up in the air and headed toward the source of the voice in a menacing manner. They saw the two people standing in the air above the Blade Sect's estate. However, they were stunned when their eyes shifted to the red-clad woman. It's junior sister Feng. It's really Junior Sister Feng. Junior Sister Feng's back.
Many of the bald sect's disciples recognized Feng Tianwu.
Feng Tianwu used to be a blade sect's disciple after all. Feng Tianwu's delicate face that could topple the nation immediately turned cold when she saw so many people looking at her. Her body exuded a blood-curdling aura that stunned the disciples. What's wrong with Junior Sister Feng?
Why does it feel like Junior Sister Feng has become strange? It must be the fault of that pretty boy next to her.
Many of the Blade Sect's disciples began to glare at Duanling Tian. Junior Sister Feng was the girl of their dream. Now that she was reduced to such a state, how could they not be mad? You lad. Give me back my Junior Sister Feng. A Blade Sect's disciple flew out, wanting to attack Duanling Tian.
With this guy at the lead, many people followed suit and charged toward Duanling Tian as well. However, before these people got remotely close to Duanling Tian, they had already been enveloped and suppressed by a vast rolling flame.
They would most likely end up dead if the flame continued to envelop them. At this time, Duanling Tian said, "Tian Wu, have mercy."
The person suppressing this group of Blade Sect's disciples trying to attack Duanling Tian was none other than Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu, who had lost her memory, only accepted Duanling Tian alone. Duanling Tian was her everything and even more precious than her own life. Nobody could even think about hurting him at all.
Whoosh! The moment Feng Tianwu heard Duanling Tian's voice, she withdrew her vast rolling fire profundity. After she withdrew her fire profundity, the Blade Sect's disciple tried to catch their breath. Some of them were even covered in soot. Since when did Junior Sister Tianwu become so strong? Soon after, they made a shocking discovery.
These group of Blade Sect's disciples was all in their middle age. Although they knew their Junior Sister Tianwu was innately talented previously, her strength was still not comparable to theirs.
However, today, they were easily suppressed by their Junior Sister Tianwu.
When the group of Blade Sect's disciples was at a loss about the situation, many more figures appeared. They were the Blade Sect's senior officials.
The sect leaders of Saber Sect and Sword Sect were here as well. Saber 5 and Sword 13 trailed after them like shadows. A silhouette that Duanling Tian was extremely familiar with was with them as well.
Duanling Tian immediately looked at the person standing behind the group of Blade Sect's senior officials. He smiled and greeted Uncle Feng.
Ling Tian. The person whom Duanling Tian took the initiative to greet was Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu's father. Ha! At this moment, the people who used to be close with Duanling Tian like Saber 5 and Sword 13 could sense that Duanling Tian was ignoring them. It was as though he did not see them at all.
Even the sect leaders of the Saber and Sword Sect felt a little embarrassed when they looked at Feng Tianwu.
In the past, when the three great second-rate forces martial monarchs paid a visit to them and asked about Duanling Tian's background, they had betrayed Duanling Tian in order to save their own asses. Ever since Feng Tianwu left the martial emperor's secret treasure, she had not left Duanling Tian's side. All of them knew this very well. Therefore, betraying Duanling Tian meant that they had also betrayed Feng Tianwu. Due to this, they felt a little guilty and ashamed when they look at Feng Tianwu. Wooer! Soon after, Feng Wu Dao noticed Feng Tianwu. He smiled and flew to her in an instant.
However, in the next moment, the smile on his face faltered when he realized Feng Tianwu's gaze was a little different. It looked cold and confused as though she was looking at a stranger.
When Feng Wu Dao realized something was wrong, he immediately turned to Duanling Tian and asked, "Laddie Ling Tian? What's going on?" "Uncle Feng, Tianwu temporarily lost her memory. However, please don't worry. Just give me a little time. I'll be able to restore her memory." Duanling Tian replied truthfully and reassured him.
"What?
Lost her memory?
How did this happen?" Horror dawned on Feng Wu Dao's face.
Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wu Dao and asked in a hesitant, softened voice, "Why, you're my dad?" Her tone was cautious. "Yes, it's me. I'm your father," Feng Wu Dao immediately replied. He turned to look at Duanling Tian unhappily. "Laddie Ling Tian? What's going on? How did Wuer lose her memory suddenly without any reason?"
"Uncle Feng, it's a long story." Although it was a long story, Duanling Tian told him everything without any reservation.
"It's my fault for not protecting Tianwu properly.
After Duanling Tian finished retelling the story, he sighed with a guilty expression on his face. Then, does this mean the fire spirit body's energy inside Wu'er is now gone? It's no longer a threat to her? This was the matter Feng Wudao was most concerned about. The fire spirit body in his daughters had always been the source of his worries and headaches. Now that he found out his daughter no longer had a fire spirit body, he heaved a sigh of relief like he had been relieved of a burden he had been shouldering for many years. Yes, Duanling Tian nodded. In a way, this is a blessing in disguise. I don't blame you for this matter. A rare smile appeared on Feng Wudao's face. As for Wu'er's memory, I'm sure you'll be able to help her regain her memory eventually. Don't worry, Uncle Feng. I'll definitely help Tian Wu regain her memory, Duanling Tian replied earnestly. However, how did those martial emperors from the three great second-rate forces find out both of you were in the Darkhan dynasty? How did they know both of you were in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Feng Wudao was puzzled. Well, we must thank a few people in the Blade sect for this. Duanling Tian looked at the group of Blade sect's senior officials, including Saber 5, Sword 13, and the sect leaders of the Saber and Sword sect, and sneered. Previously, when they heard Duanling Tian managed to escape from the evil clutches of the three martial monarchs, the Blade sect's senior officials were filled with disbelief. In their opinion, this was impossible. When they had disclosed Duanling Tian's background to the martial monarchs from the three great second-rate forces, they were certain Duanling Tian would die. Thus, they were shocked when they saw Duanling Tian again. Initially, they assumed Duanling Tian was not caught by the martial monarchs from the three great second-rate forces because he was simply not in the Darkhan dynasty. That was probably how he escaped his doom. After hearing the exchange between Duanling Tian and Feng Wudao, they realized Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu had encountered the martial monarchs and escaped from them. However, they had no idea how Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu managed to do that. Duanling Tian had breezed through the most important part and only said that he and Feng Tianwu had dodged the crisis, but they had to pay quite a hefty price for that. Feng Tianwu had lost her memory because of that. Duanling Tian, it's indeed our Blade sect's fault regarding this matter. We won't deny this. The sect leader of Saber sect sighed and said regretfully. However, if we didn't do as we were told at that time, the Blade sect would have been annihilated. We had no choice at all. That's right. We had no choice at all. At once, many of the Blade sect's senior officials chimed in as well. No choice at all? The smirk on Duanling Tian's mouth widened as his eyes swept across the sect leaders of the Saber sect and Sword sect, Saber 5 and Sword 13. Isn't it because all of you fear death? The moment Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, the sect leaders of Saber sect and Sword sect turned pale immediately. Saber 5 and Sword 13, on the other hand, had a guilty expression on their faces as they smiled wryly. Duanling Tian, just because you're lucky and managed to escape from the powerhouses of the three second-rate forces, don't think you're really powerful. This is the Blade sect. It's not a place where you can simply cause a ruckus. The sect leader of Sword sect shouted out of embarrassment. It's not a place where I can simply cause a ruckus? Really? Duanling Tian snorted. You're looking for death. The sect leader of Sword sect originally had a bad temper. Now that Duanling Tian had enraged him, he could no longer hold back and released his origin energy. The 9th level advanced sword concept and the other 9th level advanced concepts followed closely like shadows. Whoosh! The sect leader of Sword sect seemed to have transformed into a gigantic sword that was about to fall on Duanling Tian and cut him in half. Please have mercy, sect leader. Horror dawned on Sword 13. Although he wanted to rescue Duanling Tian, it was too late. Idiot! Duanling Tian spat out this one word unhurriedly. He casually lifted one of his hand and punched out to intercept the attack. Boom! In just an instant, a 5-colored energy soared up from Duanling Tian's punch. It was his fused profundity. Fused profundity burst out like a gigantic beast with an open and bloody mouth and collided head-on with the gigantic sword the sect leader of Sword sect had transformed into. It swallowed the gigantic sword in just a mouth. In just a second, the rolling fused profundity shrouded the gigantic sword the sect leader of Sword sect had transformed into without leaving any trace behind. Whoosh! Without warning, the menacing fused profundity quivered before it vanished before everyone's eyes.
Duan Tian withdrew it smoothly.
Silence. The entire place fell silent.
The only sound they could hear was the heaving breathing from the Blade Sect's senior officials. The sect leader of Sword Sect from their Blade Sect had just been killed in just one blow?
If it was not for the fact that they witnessed this with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Soon after, the sect leader of Saber Sect regained his senses and pointed a trembling finger at Duan Tian. He asked with a horrified expression, "Why you have broken through to the martial monarch stage?
Do you want to give it a go as well?" Duan Tian, who had just killed the sect leader of Sword Sect with just one punch, licked his dry lips as he looked at the sect leader of Saber Sect with interest.
The moment the latter heard this, he immediately shut his mouth and no longer dared to utter another word. At this moment, everyone, be it Feng Wu Dao, Sword 13, or Saber 5, was staring at Duan Tian in disbelief. They did not expect Duan Tian's strength would be so terrifying now.
He killed the sect leader of Sword Sect, a person who was at the peak of the void, with just one punch. Since the Blade Sect is neither virtuous or righteous, there's no reason for me to remain here any longer. Feng Wu Dao looked slightly enraged as he announced coldly that he was leaving the Blade Sect. "I used to be a Blade Sect's disciple?" Feng Tianwu muttered and quickly followed suit to announce. "In that case, from now onward, I no longer have anything to do with the Blade Sect."
Feng Wu Dao and his daughter both announced their departure from the Blade Sect. Duan Tian looked at Sword 13 as he said, "Senior, I still remember that I owe you a debt of gratitude. Today, I won't cause any trouble for the Blade Sect for your sake. However, the debt of gratitude and revenge offset each other. There's no longer any debt between us." His voice was calm and cold.
Honestly, he was very disappointed when he found out it was Blade Sect that disclosed his background to the three great second-rate forces. Naturally, the person he was most disappointed in was Sword 13.
Other than Feng Wu Dao, who joined the Blade Sect later on, he only acknowledged Sword 13 alone among all the Blade Sect's senior officials. This was because Sword 13 had saved his life twice before. A good deed had to be repaid by manyfold, let alone a debt of life. However, he only wanted to sever his relationship with Sword 13 now.
Sigh. Sword 13 opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something. Alas, no words left his mouth at all. All that could be heard was just a sigh.
"Duan Tian, you've misunderstood my master." At this moment, a voice reverberated in the air, followed by the appearance of a figure.
It was a young man whom Duan Tian was familiar with. It was Su Li. "Misunderstood." Duan Tian frowned. A hint of bafflement could be seen in his eyes. Su Li nodded before he quickly explained. "Actually, from the very beginning until the end, Master did not agree with disclosing your background because he didn't want any harm to befall you. However,
the sect leader of Sword Sect, who had long known about your background, ignored Master's advice and told them everything. Master had no say at all from the beginning until the end. He did not betray you." Su Li said in one breath. "I'm sorry, Senior." The moment Su Li finished his words, Duan Tian fell silent for a moment before he looked at Sword 13 apologetically. "I'll repay you for the things that you've done for me, Senior. On the premise that you no longer stay in this cold-blooded Blade Sect. Moreover, I'm certain the sect leader of Sword Sect was not the only one who had a say at that time."
When Duan Tian reached the end of his sentence, he began to study the sect leader of Saber Sect, who looked a little guilty, and the group of Blade Sect's senior officials, including Saber 5. Although the Blade Sect's senior officials were unhappy with Duan Tian's scrutiny, none of them dared to express their displeasure at all. What a joke! Did they not witness the scene of Duan Tian killing the sect leader of Sword Sect, who was at the peak of the void, in just one punch? Even if they collectively attacked him, they would only be given a one-way ticket to hell.
"Su Li, this Blade Sect is so ruthless that they might even betray you and your relatives in the future.
Why don't you follow me?" Duan Tian looked at Su Li. "Believe me, if you follow me, you'll have a brighter future waiting for you." Duan Tian. Su Li shook his head. "If Master had also betrayed you, I would follow you. However, Master didn't betray you. He did not let me down at all.
Even if there's nothing else, just the gratitude for Master's teachings all these years, I'll choose to remain here." Su Li smiled when he reached the end of his sentence. There were no regrets contained in his smile at all.